So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Lyng for round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We are here and ready to go. Weather's been fantastic all weekend so far, Jeff.
It's been absolutely brilliant. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. This is just a fantastic venue, full stop. We've been coming here a long time, Phil, with British Motocross, particularly in its current guise, but it's the 100th year, centenary year for the Norwich Viking Club.
Yeah. So centenary year, 100 years for the club, 90 years for the circuit. That's amazing
a long
numbers.
time. I mean, they started riding bikes here before it was even scrambling, if you want to call it that. It was kind of like grass track is what they originally started here, and then obviously scrambling came along, but later turned into the term motocross. So great venue. Just always a pleasure to come back here. The club do an amazing job. You can see the immaculate Cadders Hill, part of it there. All the track weaves its way up and down on that side of the hill. We're obviously looking at the pond that leads across into the open field, which is a really fast-flowing part of the circuit.
This is one of the most iconic bits of the Lyng circuit for me, though, Jeff, going back through the years. This view as they come and drop down into the quarry. But this live stream brought to you by Dirt Store, as always, on MXGB-TV. So thank you to all of our sponsors, and Dirt Store especially for providing us with this live stream. Crowd's been rolling in from pretty early this morning. Decent amount of people here. Everybody's starting to mill around, getting ready for the first of our race action, which will be the RFX 125 Championship coming up shortly. Hello to you wherever you're watching in the world. I know we've got quite a lot of international viewers again. Follow us on Facebook at MXGB-TV. The same at Instagram. Our website is mxgb-tv.co.uk. MXGB-TV on YouTube, and also going out worldwide on FIM-moto.tv. So plenty of places to watch, and thank you all for all your comments. We haven't actually got the tech in place to have live responses to all of you guys and girls, but we do read them all. A few things that we've read and looked at, and for those of you that have picked them up, we might see a few little changes today. But as always, thank you to all of our partners for making this live stream possible. And obviously, Jeff and I, we're in the fortunate position to sit here and enjoy the day's racing and bring it all to you wherever you may be in the world.
Exactly that. Wherever you are in the world, you get the best seat in the house, because one thing with Cadders Hill in particular, it's a venue. Viewing, you have to work your way around the circuit to see it all if you're here watching it live. Everybody watching at home, wherever you are in the world, of course, you're going to get the luxury of seeing the entire venue, entire lap from the comfort of your own chair. So that's always good. Look at that. That is literally the village of Lyng in the background. That's how close Cadders Hill is to this venue. And the locals, particularly the local pub, probably really look forward to us coming here every year, because that was quite lively down there last night.
Yes, it was indeed. We had a good night. Lots of enjoyment. Yeah, so here we go then. We've got 75 years of the British Championship, and you did an interview yesterday, and we'll bring that to you now. So I believe this is Phil Arms.
It is.
Yes.
Hello everybody, here we are. We're at Lyng, the day before the storm. Not literally the storm, we're going to see some top action motocross, which you're probably watching right now. I'm sat here with Norwich Viking chairman, Viking, not Vikings, chairman Phil Arms. Phil, big year for you guys in every sense of the word. Tell us more, because this club and this venue has been going strong for a long period of time.
Chairman, how did that happen? Yes, I mean, we are absolutely superbly proud of the fact that we're now celebrating our centenary this year, 1926 to 2026, of being in existence as a motorcycle club, and the 90th anniversary of off-road motorcycle sport here at Lyng. Started as mountain grass track, had a 125 Grand Prix, and here we are with the British Championships. It couldn't get any better, could it?
It is absolutely awesome. I mean, there's so much history and memories around this place. What's the sort of key one for you, very quickly?
The key one for me is the people that put the work in. I could pick out all sorts of racing memories, but the most important thing about Lyng is the people that put all the unsung hero sort of type world hours, everything that's put together, all volunteers, making this place into the magic place that it is.
And very quickly, last question. It's a challenging circuit, obviously, but also I can't help but noticing it's got this really incredible vibe. I mean, you were so close to the village centre as well. You must have had so many people down the years that have been part of this club that have enabled us to keep coming back here, because literally the village is over there.
Yeah, and some of the guys, Richard Mann in particular, actually lives in the village, and he's here painting
So that was a nice interview that you did with Phil Arms yesterday, and he's, like I say, been part of this club since God was a lad. His dad was obviously a very prominent member of the ACU back in the day, and all part of the tapestry of the history.
Great word, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of the ACU British Motocross Championship, and the fact that we've been coming here for so long. And what a fantastic championship we've got already. I mean, RFX 125, obviously Drew Stock has been the runaway in that so far, but somebody's going to be looking to take a race off him at some point this weekend, no doubt. Our MX2 has been fantastic. We've been blessed with lots and lots of different race winners through that. There is our timetable. So MX125, then our RFX 125 race will be going off the line at 12:25, MX2 at 13:10, and MX1 at 2 o'clock. And then our second block of races will be 10 to 3 for RFX 125. MX2 will be at 25 to 4. And our final race of the day, the Apico MX1 race 2, will be at 25 past 4.
Action-packed as always. You really do get value for money at a British Championship now.
Yes.
6 awesome races. That's the beauty of it now. Like really strong classes across the board. We've had to have 2 lots of qualifying in MX2 this morning, so that was cool. Yeah, it's definitely picking up, and we've got some genuine talent which we keep on talking about because, quite rightly, because we do. The championship is definitely helping. I would say our young riders 125, those with aspirations of going into EMX and onto GPs. Obviously, Drew Stock doing good things in EMX at the minute. A few of them were down there at the last round in Italy doing good stuff. So, it's in a good place. But we got to keep our foot to the floor and keep making it better and better.
There's our pictures then of the Michelin fan zone there in the background, and obviously we're all the kids down there getting the autographs of the top 3 in each of the championship classes. There's the track, Jeff. That's the track map. Obviously we're over in the east of England, then about 15 minutes from Norwich, and the Lyng circuit. Then it's historic layout that. I think it's probably been like this for about the last 20 years, with a few little tweaks.
Yeah, not much.
What a fantastic circuit. You'll have raced here a lot back in the day. I've certainly been here and watched a lot. So Drew Stock fastest lap last year in MX125. MX2, Callum Mitchell, who's sadly not with us this weekend after a crash a couple of weeks ago, has ruled him out for a few weeks. So he is going to be on the sidelines. But he was a race winner here last year.
And it was epic, by the way.
Epic race win.
Because this is his home track.
Yeah.
And it was obviously Anthony Skerry, his sponsor from Stebbins.
Yeah.
To go and win his first ever pro race at his home event for Stebbins and everything. You could feel the emotion. It was awesome.
Yeah, and obviously good to see him up and about. And we were just been, like I say, in the Michelin Hospitality suite about half an hour ago, just catching up with a few people before we come live on air. And like I say, this track has been it's been in the championship as long as I can remember. We've got 14 degrees and haze for weather, so we were fortunate last night, Jeff, to have a really a decent sprinkling of rain about 9 o'clock last night, and that has put some nice moisture into the track. You can see the tractor there watering the start straight. They put an awful lot of water on it on Friday and Saturday as well, and I would say that conditions are absolutely perfect for racing today. Certainly with the cloud cover for the riders. And obviously that helps the spectators as well, so they're not all going to be burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you couldn't really got it much better. The track is in prime. It's not overly deep or too heavy. Enough moisture in it. It's going to ride a bit faster, I think, than it did last year. Obviously, this is a venue that it's an intense lap. I'll say this from a rider standpoint. It's one of those venues. Obviously, you don't get much chance to rest in motocross anyway, but Lyng in particular, there's not many places on the track because there's not many huge jumps where, you can get a deep breath if, none of that.
No rest.
You're on
no
it
rest.
the whole time, and it's quite a fast circuit. So, it's one of the most demanding on the schedule for sure.
So Tommy Searle doing autograph duties down there at the Dirt Store Triumph pit area. Him and Billy Askew signing autographs down there for the fans. And this is a part and parcel piece of our programme now here. Well, that's a chain, isn't it? That's a chain and a half he got there.
It's literally
but all of the top
gangster
riders outside their awnings signing for the fans and getting the kids involved and stuff. And it's great to see that as well. And obviously we were talking to Tommy yesterday, and he was just saying how, he was really, happy with the track, how it looked and how much water was on it and everything. He was looking forward to having a good day. And obviously the MX2 category, we've not had a repeat winner in that yet. All the four motos, four different winners.
Amazing, the MX2, and it continues to be so. And, we'll probably talk about predictions later on, which I can't stand because mainly because I don't like being put on the spot like that, because we obviously know all the riders don't. Well, why did you not choose me? But also, I find it really difficult in MX2 in a minute because I just don't know. I mean, it's so
It's so
wide open.
difficult. And obviously, we've got the wild card, David Becerras, in on the MXology Triumph. So he's going to be somebody that's going to play a part in proceedings this weekend.
Well, if qualifying anything to go by, yes.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that. But we'll have a look at the championship standings. And we will see. So our RFS 125 championship. So Drew Stockland, he's the only man on the maximum in our three classes at the moment. Then a perfect score of 100. He has been the class of the field, I wouldn't say, but not by much. He's been pushed. He's not cruised to 4 wins. He's had to earn those, especially in the second moto at Preston Docks. He had to come through and put a last lap pass on Hayden Stat, who sadly, although he's here this weekend with the Chambers KTM team, midweek practice crash ruled him out. So he's going to be out for probably 5 or 6 weeks.
A good while. He's walking around in a body brace at the minute, neck brace, until he heals up well. So wish you all the best with that, Hayden.
Yeah, Harley Marjak there. He's second, 20 points down, and he's been, I won't say a surprise, but I think that he's been really good value for money and deserving of that second place in the championship at the moment. Joe Winstanley Dawson, straight up from a big wheel, 85, first year on a 125 in that championship. He's there in third. So, like I say, let us know who you think your top 3 is going to be in the live chat, and we can go back and have a look at that and laugh at how right and wrong we were.
Rightly or wrongly.
Obviously, I'd had Hayden Statter down for the win this weekend, and that obviously lasted right up to the point where I saw him with his
properly scuppered with that, then, haven't you? Yeah. Yeah, but you'd have to say, going on form and what we've seen there, Drew Stock, like we just said, the only rider is yet to not win a race, lose a race effectively. So he is definitely starting as favourite. But you have in the 125 class got some really good local riders. This is Alfie Geddes Green.
Yes.
Local circuit. He always performs well here. I think he was 3rd or 4th in qualifying.
Yeah, he's centre champion up this neck of the woods as well, I believe. So good to see him down there. And like I say, he's expecting good things out of him. So our MX2 championship then, obviously that's the one that is a little bit mix and match at the minute, because all of these guys in this championship fighting for race wins. Of course, we had the stopped race, the race that was red flagged at Preston Docks and taken back like that. That was obviously quite entertaining to see that. There's Archie Stapley coming through.
Yeah. Well, Archie's bike, yeah.
And, obviously not Archie Stapley, yeah. But yeah, for sure, we've seen some good stuff, and obviously, as young Joel Winstanley Dawson coming through. But yeah, if we can get our MX2 championship standings up, we'll have a chat about that.
Well, all these championships are great. It's still early doors, of course, but we're round 3. But we've been blessed, and I do mean that, with 2 incredible opening rounds. They really have been great.
Here we are then. Charlie Heyman then on 81 points. He's our championship leader, not only in the main championship, but also in the Jude Morris under-21 championship. Gian Dunson there in second on 75, just 6 points adrift. Then it's Tommy Searle. Then it's the 184 of Jamie Keith. And all of those guys have taken race wins. And the rest of the championship there. So Joe Brooks, he's been good in 5th. Ben Musto 6th. He was a man that found that he's been finding a little bit of form lately. He's had some good races between championship rounds. Josh Vale 7th, John Adamson 8th, Charlie Richmond in 9th, and Joel Rizzi there on the Kawasaki. He's there in 10th. But 40 points down, you can look, it's still tight. Any one of those top 10 with a good start can be certainly top 5. And even maybe a bag of win.
I'd say even like podium positions, and that genuinely could happen. I don't see, any of those riders, like you said, if they get a roll on it, a good first motor under their belt, let's say, look, Joel Rizzi there in 10th. He is capable. We know, he is capable of podium, definitely. No two ways about it, as he kind of finds a resurgence now back on the Kawasaki. So this is a really tight championship. Jamie Keith still feels like he's got a point 3 come out, won the opening moto of the year, literally his first ever pro race.
That was
awesome. He nearly bagged another one at Preston if it wasn't for the red flag and countback.
Yeah.
Tommy Searle, you can never rule Tommy out with all that experience. Gian Dewson starting to find his feet in British motocross in particular. Heyman, runner-up in last year's champion, super consistent. Charlie is, this is going to go the distance. I'd be amazed if we get to the last round and we have not the championship. It will come down to that last race. I'm pretty confident of that, because it's that close in this class.
And like I say, with Ben Musto taking a race win last year, and also Joe Brooks who's been really good in EMX. But one man that we're not seeing in the top 10 points there was Billy ACU there. So there's the under 21. So Billy ACU having a bit of mare, not even in the top 10 in points at the moment. But again, him and Ollie Colmer both having... we'll say unfortunate incidents in the first 2 rounds. That means that their championship positions are not where we would expect them to be, and either of those guys can come out and win races.
100%, and they're both coming good. Billy coming off stronger performances now in the last couple of EMXs. He's starting to find, Billy ACU, I'm talking about, starting to find that little bit of consistency that, you know, if we're being critical and fans of the sport, we're like, we all know Billy's pace. He's just got to string together 2 motos and get a consistent run going. I don't want to put the curses on him, but it seems like he's starting to get that 2 moto consistency coming round.
Yeah, and we did have some interesting chats
with his dad last night.
And also obviously the whole, you know, about the guys that we've got going to EMX and the structure that we've got going through British Motocross at the moment and pushing these guys on. So it's good to see. Obviously Ollie Colmer, he's running in MX2, so he's up in that top class. And knocking on the door for points pretty much every time the gate drops, so that's good to see for him. But the under-21 championship, like I say, the only real name that isn't in there, I think, is Tommy Searle. Everybody else moves up one, and I think also right, John Adamson. I'm not sure if John's riding this weekend. I did hear that there was one of the Phoenix Tools riders that had a knock, and the fact that I've seen Josh Vale riding and also seen Carlton Husband leads me to believe that John Adamson is not with us this weekend. Here we are down there in the holding area, so there is the 5:31.
Lucas Moncrief, obviously I know well because Lucas riding for my own team there, so he had a good qualifying, came in, I think he was 3rd in qualifying.
Yeah.
Brian Giles actually topped qualifying, put in a really good lap with about 10 minutes to go, because obviously normally on sand tracks you've got to get that lap in early, but Brian posted a quicker lap towards the end of the session just to pip Drew Stock qualified 2nd with Moncrief 3rd, and then Alfie Geddes Green in 4th. So yeah, this is but not much in it.
No, not much in it.
You know,
not much in it
that's
at all.
The thing.
So we've not got obviously Jeffrey Hurlings, who came and played with us at Preston Docks. He's on duty in the Dutch Championship, so he is not here this weekend. But there are your championship positions. And Ben Watson and Oriol Oliver cannot be separated, both on 85 points apiece.
Awesome, that is.
So first round, Ben took the overall win with a better position in the second race. So they tied on points and Ben took the win in the red plate. And then in round 2, they tied for 3rd overall, with Ben getting the better position in the second race. So he retains the red plate. So for his 450 championship campaign, he's been red plate holder for the whole of the series so far, but Oriol Oliver has been really good. Conrad Muse, now he was in action on Friday at the May Day International in France, where he finished a good 3rd behind Jeffrey Hurlings and Maxime Renault, and I saw some footage of that, and he looked like he was enjoying himself, so I'm expecting good things from him. Taylor Hamill in 4th. He's been fantastic on that DRT Kawasaki. I think he's qualified 4th. Adam Sterry, not with us this weekend. He took a spill. In fact, I'm not even sure whether he took a spill or not, but he was injured in Trentino and he's out for 4 or 5 weeks with a foot injury. Jeffrey Hurlings then, obviously 2 race wins. He's there in 6th. Jamie Carpenter, I don't know whether you saw, he took a bit of a spill in practice and roughed himself up a bit, so hopefully he will be okay for racing. Ben Edwards then on the Ultimate KTM, he's there in 8th. Tristan Pearl in 9th and Bobby Bruce in 10th on the 579 Motorsports Honda. So that is your Apico MX1 Championship standings. So realistically, this championship could be turned on its head today. Yes, Conrad Muse takes...
It will.
You know, we could have 3 riders that are timed. Don't forget that through the day we will be awarding the Phoenix Talks fastest lap across all of our classes.
We will, yes. Always a nice one to watch because, and traditionally you'll find those quickest laps will come quite early in the race, but it's nice to see it when it comes later in the race because then you really get a sense of how hard riders are pushing, and that can happen, but this track will rough up. You'll see the lap times as we go from the first moto to the second block of motos. You'll see a massive difference in lap times because the track just does get that much rougher. It cuts up. This section that you're looking at in particular, so it gets so choppy into this corner and then the loop up round and it gets all hold up around that hill. So it's really, it's a really challenging circuit. Fast, challenging, old school, many would say, and it is. We've got no tabletops as such here. We've got no built rollers or whoops or bank turns or anything. None of that. Few drop-offs, few ski jumps. Go at it.
Yeah, and it is a great. Even though it's on the top of a hill, you can get enough of a view of all the certain. You can get enough of a view of the rest of the track from wherever you want to stand. There's a great place up on the far side of the bank in the other field where you've got a brilliant view. So. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing all the racing and seeing what's going. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Very important.
We're up on screen in our...
Yeah, we're sucking the guts, Phil. We're on TV.
But yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Obviously, we've been doing fantastic numbers with this live stream. We're really, really pleased. Thank you for all your feedback, all the people that share out all of the links and everything. And we're over like 120,000 odd views for each of the first two rounds. So that's a really, really good level of penetration. Great news for our sponsors and all the people that are involved with this stream. So don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are watching this.
We want to hear from you. Now, listen, we don't get to read the messages as you send them in, but go on to the live chat if you're watching on YouTube. Let's first and foremost hear where you are in the world. That's always nice to know.
Yes.
And obviously, just let's hear your opinion. We're okay with that. We enjoy constructive criticism because we want to make this product better. So give us some feedback. We're always trying to improve it. Keep it clean, please.
Yes.
If you're going to be critical, do it in a polite manner. But yeah, we want to engage with you more. And as Phil said, look, if you've never been to a British Championship, Motul British Championship, and you're watching this and following the series through the live stream, fantastic. But remember, go on the website, see when all the calendar dates are, and see when one is near you. And actually come out and watch it with your own eyes, because you can then go home and watch the live stream in the week or later anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much to all of our partners, Dirt Store, MXGB-TV. So wherever you are watching this in the world, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are going to take a quick word from some of our partners, and we will be back for the opening gate drop of the day here at round 3 of the ACU Moto British Motocross Championship here from Lyng.
We are getting dangerously close to the first RFX 125 race. They have just gone out on their sighting lap. You are seeing down the pipe the famous Lyng start. It is a fast, sweeping first corner. I tell you right now, I've experienced it enough times. You've got to go in there confident. Any hesitation is not going to work out well for you. So you're going to have close to 40 committed riders, 125 riders, all young. Some of them inexperienced, all going in there hard to that first corner. You can see them all just coming back in from their sighting lap. Clearly you can see all the crowd starting to generate round the first corner. So there you go, Brian Giles topping qualifying. He did a good time of 2:18.473, and as I mentioned, he did that towards the end of the session. That doesn't happen very often on a sand circuit. You normally get those starts, those laps in early.
Yeah, I think the track had started to firm up nicely from like mid-session, and so he was able to rip that lap pretty, like, it was fairly late on in the session considering, but the track came to him before it went away, and he was there fastest, which not many people have bested Drew Stock this year in the British Championship, so that's good for him. And obviously we're trying to find out if he's from Zimbabwe or Botswana, but we know that he is.
Yes,
he is a rider. He's from Africa, and he's doing a couple of BMX races as well.
But he is. I think he's got one British parent, so obviously that's the thing, because he rode Junior Worlds for Team GB, and when he races European Championship, he's registered as ACU and British National. So, yeah. But he does. We haven't seen him. He slowly started coming over and doing more, and he is a rapid rider. I saw him on his first flying lap out there, and he did look good.
Giles fastest from stock. Lucas Moncrief, Alfie Geddes-Green in fourth. Finney Pickering a good fifth. Harley Marjak sixth. Ollie Waters seventh. Archie Stapey eighth. Little Arthur Moore in ninth. Saw him fettling their bike earlier on. Chris Brindley in 10th. Joe Winstanley Dawson 11th. Leo Wilson 12th. Alfie Heron, who went and did some AMX at Trentino, had a good time. He is there in 13th. Cole Nally 14th, and Harry Hall in 15th. And there are the rest of your qualifiers. 37 riders. Again, we've lost probably 4 or 5 riders through injury in the last couple of weeks. So we're down to 37 in this one, but still a very, very strong entry.
Yeah.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Welcome back. A quick short ad break there. Thanks to all those people that you've just seen their advert. Without them, we wouldn't be doing this live stream. So big up to them. There is your championship leader with the red plate, Drew Stock, and there next to him is Brian Giles, quickest in qualifying.
Yeah, and the 5:31 then of Lucas Moncrief. Again, he went out to Trentino and he did okay, Jeff.
He did. He needed that to get. He qualified at Trentino. He didn't do it obviously in the first one in Sardinia.
Yeah.
He needed that little confidence boost because his confidence taken a little bit of a nosedive at the first couple of rounds. He's not where he wants to be. He's down, I think, 9th in the championship. He knows, that's not where he wants to be. So now he's qualified for an EMX. Bit of confidence. I'm expecting good things from him.
Yeah, the RAS 111 there of Arthur Geddes-Green, the local man there is Finney Pickering on the 357. Like I say, he came back from bad injury last year. He's going okay. Harley Marjak, he's the man that I'm expecting to be up there challenging as well. The S. Briggs Yamaha
young
rider.
Man.
Yeah, he's
for a 13-year-old kid. He is a bruiser. He is a stocky, strong 13-year-old.
There's the J. L. Cox KTM of Ollie Waters as well. So just getting a few last-minute prep things. Archie Stapey on the 484. Again, another one of the S. Briggs juniors. These guys do so much for the young riders. It's where they want to position themselves. Obviously took Charlie Richmond to the championship last year.
Doing great stuff at Briggs team, and they should be heavily, rewarded for that regards of, because they are really getting behind everybody.
There's Arthur Moore on the TM.
Well, you're not going to miss Arthur.
No.
He's pretty obvious to spot. He's a commentator's dream with that kit on. It is Arthur's first time here at Lyng. They've never been. So,
right, okay.
When we did have youth riders here a couple of years ago at the MX Nationals, he didn't ride it. So, so all things considered, 9th in qualifying is pretty good.
Just going through shot there.
Getting good support from the TM guys.
Steve Bixby, the man who rode a British GP at Mallory all that time ago on the reverse engine Hugerberg. There is Joel Winstanley Dawson just getting tapped from Delt. The rest of the riders coming to the grid then.
Isn't it good, Phil, to talk? We're talking now outside the top 10 and you're still rattling off names of notes. Yes. And that's what I mean. We've got a really good youth championship. There's Jamie Dobb walking through the shot, our last world champion.
I think that he is...
Max Anstey excluded because with Max is not motocross world title, it was a supercross one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they all come to the line. We're going to sort of probably pan out in a minute. We're going to try to obviously get to this incredible first corner. Hopefully we will get some roaming cameras up there and get really close to action if we can. Gonna have to get a run on to get up there in time, but that's what we're hoping to do. If not, we've got the wide angle shot, so there you go. Nervy times, I don't care how many times you do this and how experienced you are, if you aren't feeling a degree of apprehension and butterflies at this point, you're in the wrong game. You need that nervous energy. If you're sat there and you're all a bit too docile and you're not feeling it, that's what this sport does. This is a moment where you get your thoughts together. It's a high action adrenaline sport, and right now it's controlling those nerves, but you want them, you need them.
Yeah, and everybody getting, obviously, metal crates at all of the British Championship races, and pretty much all of the big national series now using metal start gates. So when our guys go to MXGP and EMX, and they're ready for it. There's Drew Stott, so quite close to the centre of the gate there on the 4-180. Will want a good run up to turn 1. Rest of the riders all getting ready. Nervous time for these boys. Obviously, there's a few of these guys who would have been out on track this morning and qualified through the LCQ. For the MX2, sorry. There's a few of these guys would have been out there getting themselves equipped with the track this morning. We'll get 15-second board, should go up any second now, and we'll be underway with race 1 of the RFX 125 Championship then.
So our cameraman just panning back there, obviously getting out of the way, but trying to get as much of the action. Here we go, gate drop Phil.
Oh, away they go.
Stock down the pipe. 3 Yamahas battling for this first corner. Does everybody get through cleanly? It looks like they are, because that doesn't always happen. There's a pinch point in corner 2.
Oh, mate, that was...
I would have said that was Stock Moncrief making a good one. He sort of snuck in there.
Yeah,
so it is Stock Moncrief.
Who's that there?
Stapley, I think that is in
third.
third.
Archie Stapley. This is a new, a more twisty bit. Oh, there's some water there. A load of riders down there. We've got a load of guys down.
That looks like Geddes Green in the white top, because he was wearing an all-white top. So if that was him, not local track, that's not where he wanted to be. That could be Pickering in third, running similar kit. But obviously when they cross the finish line, Phil, we're going to get a clear idea of who's where. But I can definitely tell you the top 2 right now, and that is either Stapley or Pickering in third.
Yeah, and obviously what we're interested in to see is where our fastest qualifier, Brian Giles, ended up on that KTM. But there he is, the 418, the red plate holder of Drew Stott, the man so far unbeaten in this championship. And he is already starting to break away.
Nervy times there.
Yes.
That could have been a whole lot worse. That jump there, that ski jump, as we go throughout the day, we'll get a horrible, nasty kicker on it. It always does. Right now, it's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, we don't get the view, that tree in the way a little bit. That drop off there is one of those heart in the mouth bits as they all come through there.
So easy to over jump that, Phil.
Yeah, and obviously this bit of the track being watered. I've already been out on their site lap, so there's Stock. Let's see, is that Giles there in 4th? Looks like
that could be Winstanley, I think, because Giles is on a KTM. That looked like a gas to me, and that looked like Joel Winstanley Dawson in 4th. Of course, we won't know exactly. We have got we don't think we've got sector times here, so we've got to wait until they get over the start line. That is Stapley, and then there's Marzak there for 4th. So
yeah, and I think that was Bringley in 5th there,
was
Jeff?
It? Yes. Now, is he from this part of the world?
I am not sure, mate. I am not sure. He was my tip for 3rd in the championship, or a little bit of water on the top of that. that looks steep on camera, which means that it really is steep.
It's like
Stat comes across the Stock comes across the line to complete lap 1. It is. They've put some water down.
They have, yeah. They have put some water down. Needed though, of course. But these guys, if they had any sense about them, they'd have gone out on their sighting lap and really made sure they know where these wet patches of water are. But Drew Stock is really. I mean, I know it's only the basically for him. This is like the 5th race of the series championship so far, but he is starting to put a bit of a stranglehold on this class, Phil, isn't he?
He is indeed. But like I say, he was really good last year. The expectation that he's going to come out and win this, and let's not forget he's riding with a hand injury, so he is not at 100% fitness. Missed the last couple of rounds of EMX to concentrate on getting fit for this. The team were more than happy for him to take a break and get fixed, and there is the K-Tech Tower then showing us the top 20. So it's Stock from Moncrief, from Stapley, and Marjac. This is Chris Brindley, Hobden
Charlie
in 6th.
Hobson had a hell of a ride up there.
Ben Giles then in 7th, Cole Nally 8th, and it's Wood 9th, Wilson 10th, and Jai in 11th. When Stanley Dawson there in 15th, so not a good start for the man from Wigan.
That is a good opening full lap and a half, though, to already gap out 3 seconds. Now, Moncrief feeling good here, I reckon. Said the confidence. This is going to be a good battle, I think, here for second place between these guys. I can see how strong Drew is at the moment because he managed the race at Preston. I think he had more in the tank. He basically got a charge on in the first 2 or 3 laps, got a gap and maintained it. And he looks like that's his formula for the whole year, really. I think he'll try and gap it out to like 5 or 6 seconds, and then he'll probably reserve a bit of energy if he can. He's doing everything right. His confidence went up such a notch last year. Obviously winning the Blue Crew Super Finale in Sweden, and then that got him a ticket to go and race the Blue Crew American version Super Finale at Ironman, which was an incredible experience for him.
Yeah, he was on a roll at the end of last year and certainly made the most of it. And it's good to see that he's managed to convert that into a good start to his 2026 season. Notwithstanding, he is riding with a hand injury, but he is the man out at the wall. He runs the burn wide there. And charges up the start straight.
And so we're following Drew Stock for now. We're going to try and revert back to the battle basically from 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We're going to keep an eye on those times. You're seeing it on the screen, but you can see there's only 2 seconds going on between Moncrief in 2nd and Marzac there in 4th. So you can see how close they are. So we'll probably fall back to that. Other close battles on the track a little bit further down inside the top 20. But right now, Drew Stock doing what he has done each race so far in this championship. He's made good starts. He's been right where he needs to be. He just gets his head down, controls the whole pace of the race from the front, and doing everything right. So we're going to try and fall back and pick up Moncrief here as he comes into shot. There he is on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha.
So
right. Sorry, Phil, go.
So it looks like Arthur Moore was one of those riders that went down in that first lap crash. He's currently showing in 37th, Jeff. So that's not good news for the TM rider. Hopefully he's got back up and is there. So there's the battle then.
There
Second,
it is.
Third, fourth.
That's what we want, that battle for 3rd. Quickest lap of the race. Phoenix Tool's fastest lap of the race is currently being set by Drew Stock with a time of 2:21.610. That's why he's checking out front. Now this is it. This is the battle. Look at that. And actually, those 4 are all starting to pinch up.
They are. Marjac then. He is currently
he's gone past Stapley.
Yeah, he's made a move. That's so steep going up that jump.
Yeah.
You stand there and they literally launch right up in front of you. It's such a great place to watch.
It's your guy, Chris Brindley, having a great... He's pushing these guys along. So that's what made me sort of think, is this one of his more sort of regular local tracks? Because, like you said, he's got the form, but he's actually caught these guys up, number 142.
Yes. Giles is now up to 6th. But it is Moncrief still holding on to 2nd, and it is a hold at the moment because he's coming under pressure from Stapley.
Marzac's gone past Stapley.
Oh, sorry, yes, you're right, yes.
2 teammates there,
yeah.
Marzac and Stapley on the Briggs team. Great effort from those guys.
Yeah, and There's Stock disappearing up the start straight, so he's not running and hiding at the front of this, but getting the sweep out onto the start straight. In the old days, that fence came up a lot further, and it was a real proper hairpin there at the end of the circuit, and it's so fast up there. The crowd enjoying what is an almost perfect day for motocross. It was a little bit overcast earlier on, but it is the 5:31 of Moncrief, and still there in second. Barjac third. Stapley just starting to drop away a little bit into the clutches. In fact, that's a big gap, and Brindley is all over the back of him. Yeah, the sun is suddenly out down there, Jeff.
Yeah, I think that's why the guys got more water down. You know, I think the weather's going to just improve a little bit. That has changed from the original forecast. I think we were sort of expecting that we were going to have rain today, but you know, as always, UK weather is so unpredictable. We're not complaining because you're right, Phil. It's actually, I would say, bob on, perfect conditions for fans and riders alike out there today.
Yeah, just looking at the lap time, then Alfie Geddes screen currently showing in 22nd.
Yeah, that was him that went down on that first lap. Yeah, you
called that then, Jeff. So not a good start for the local man on the RAS Yamaha. But this is the battle then for second, and well, the gap's at 5.8 seconds at the moment. Stock not running away at the rate that he was. There is our race leader.
But as I said, I think he's got plenty in the tank. He's just controlling the race. He's become really disciplined with his race management, and I don't think he's panicked at all. Like and the good thing about Lyng, obviously, when you get go coaching as you come through, you get so many coaches and parents tell you, don't look behind.
Yeah.
Concentrate on. What Lyng does is a brilliant circuit because it weaves back and forth on itself. You can genuinely keep an eye on what's going on without having to turn your head right back. So look at that, Marzak's gone past Moncrief. We missed that somewhere.
Yeah, that was at the top there, Jeff. That was going up through the trees, and also Chris Brindley has also passed Archie Stapley as well. So the KTM man is on the move, and whether he will find his way onto the back of Lucas Moncrief in this next couple of laps and get himself up to third position. But that is really the end of the world stuff. Even standing on the top of that, looking over it, walking the track. Oh, that was a long way. So Brindley properly sent it down there, bottomed everything out.
That is, again, from first-hand experience, that is just basically like jumping off a three-story building. That is, you just jump straight out. I've just noticed that Arthur Moore has gone out of this one, so a DNF for Arthur, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Phoenix Tools' fastest lap of the race, then I think was actually Harley Marjac. Yeah,
Marjac has gone up. Yeah, he's retired. That's impressive.
Yeah, so Marjac, the man, did a 2:21 last time by, so the gap to the front, 4.7. That is coming down, Jeff. So
right, so let's see what if my theory is right, let's see. Drew should be able to pick it back up here. If I've got it wrong, then he's going as fast as he can, but Marjac's going quicker.
And like you say, he's a young man, and he's hanging off that 581 Briggs Yamaha in chase of our race leader, who is just there. Look, so he is closing in. That does not look like 4.7 seconds to me.
No, I get that. I think we get the full gauge next time around. Maybe when Drew sees his pit board.
Yes,
because he probably doesn't know that Marjac is closing in on him as quickly as he is.
And sometimes this is the danger where you think you've got your eye on the guy in second, and suddenly it's changed, and there's a man bridging the gap, and you're missing him. And this very could we will see. So 4.7 last time by, and it was just over 5, I think, as Stock. Now this is coming down. So Stock he's not under pressure, but he's going to be any moment now, as the 581 of Harley Marjac.
He's giving it some. I'll tell you what, his rear end nearly broke loose over the top of that berm there.
That's where he made the pass last lap to come up the second. So
he's absolutely charging. Let's see what Drew Stock has got then, because if he doesn't know it, he will know it in about 3 corners when he gets his pit signal. He's got to up his pace.
So 8 minutes and 30 plus a lap left in this first of our RFX 125 races, and the battle for the lead is tightening up. It's going to be, I think it's going to be 2 and a bit seconds at the most.
Yeah, well, that gap has come down. No wonder, because like we said, last lap, look at that, he took 3, just shy of 3 seconds out of the race leader.
Yeah, 1.8. We'll give him another Phoenix Tools fastest lap plug, because he's up the ante there, and he is now closing in. He can almost smell the exhaust then of the 418 of Drew Stock on the JK Racing Yamaha.
I mean, they just like that, they've dropped. Oh, Lucas Moncrief had a bad lap there. He's dropped from third. Suddenly Chris Brindley finds himself in third. So
he must have tipped off. Moncrief has lost a ton of time there.
Gone down to sixth.
Yeah, so our second place man at the beginning of this race has had a bit of a moment, and he's now he's not falling any further, but he's certainly lost somewhere in the region of about 16 or 18 seconds.
Yeah,
on
definitely
that
something happened there.
A tip off somewhere.
Well,
but here it is, the battle for the lead then in the far field.
It's great having close battles on any race, but when it's for the lead, it always makes that a little bit more spiky, a little bit more special, and that's what this is shaping up to be. Drew would have definitely known by now. Dad Mickey would have probably been out with the pit board saying, "You got to get a move on, son."
He's riding for a championship, and he knows that it's important. But the thing is, Ali Marjak is his nearest challenger now, with Hayden Statt being out injured, and obviously Marjak's the closest in points, irrespective of that, as he gives the goggles a wipe. I did notice a lot of the guys this morning in practice just running a plain lens, no tear-offs, no roll-offs, just a tinted lens for the sun.
The smart film, yeah. A lot of riders are edging towards that now. No roll-offs, they going with the smart film.
Here they come then. Nice line then. Stock down the inside. But Marjak is just inching his way towards the back wheel of the JK Yamaha.
He is. He's just rolling that little bit more. His entry speed, he's just taking slightly wider lines and just keeping that momentum up that little fraction better than Drew. And that's why he's pegged back that, because at one point Drew had the lead almost out to 7 seconds or more. And Harley's really eating into that.
So the gap not really changed. 0.2. Joel Winstanley Dawson up to 8th, then Hobden, Chris Hobden still there in 9th, and it's Wilson in 10th. I'll say more and non-finisher. Cole Nally in 7th on the 24 as well. The Yamaha mounted rider, so he's having a good run. Been impressed with him. But they're already starting to get into the tail end of this field. These will be some of the guys that maybe went down at the start.
Well, he is definitely applying pressure now. So Drew, clearly the race leader, 418 with the red plate, championship leader, knows what's at stake now. He knows the rider behind him. He knows the gap. It's up to him now to then turn the tables and put pressure on Marjak by trying to pull away and maybe force Marjak into a kind of a mistake or something. Incredibly, you know, they well, obviously, like, this race has gone quick. I can't believe the countdown clock, how much there is left.
4 minutes to go then. And they're battling through what is an absolute gaggle of slower riders then. But with only 4 minutes left on the clock, it's took them a long while to catch people, Jeff.
It has, yeah. A couple of riders racing further down the field, nearly getting together there, bumping bars along that straight. Well, this is all the way infield, isn't it? Like, at this point, with 4 to go, +2, there's no chance of relaxing. Oh, no. That's the trouble with that corner there. It's a hairpin. Everybody heads to the inside.
He's only just got past him as well. That's cost Marjak at least a second and a half. And all of a sudden, Drew Stott has got daylight that he didn't have.
Yeah, that definitely, he lost a good few tenths there, Marjak.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, it's angered him because the speed he came down that hill. He is not giving up, and why would he, of course? He wants a race win here.
So Giles now moves up to 3rd, Brindley 4th, Stapey 5th, Moncrief 6th, with Stanley Dawson 7th, Hobden 8th, Wilson 9th, and Jai in 10th. But 3:32, I think we're going to have 3, maybe 4 laps left of this one, Jeff.
Yes, I would have predicted about the same, the speed that they're going. So, still, obviously, fastest lap of the race that you highlighted it a while ago is still Harley Marjak there on the S-Briggs Yamaha. He is the Phoenix Tools fast lap of the race, which was a 2:21.179. See, they dropped off the pace a little bit. That last lap was a 2:25. So, pace starting to slow, understandable. And it looks like to me now that Drew Stock, with that little bit of help from that back marker that just held up Harley a little bit, coupled with the fact Drew was the quicker rider out of the two last lap around with it as well. He's now got the gap back open to, when they crossed the line last time around, the gap was 2:52.
So, do you think that Drew Stock has gone, oh no, we'll let him come, and when he gets here, I'm going to drop the hammer? Is he experienced enough at this stage in his career to think that far ahead? I mean, he has a good look
I
there.
would say yes, Phil, because and of course confidence plays such a part. If you're feeling good about yourself, you can afford to do that confidently, knowing that, hold on, I've still got plenty in the tank. Let him have a charge, but that's as close as you're going to get, and I'll step it back up. But it's still a great ride from the pair. I mean, they've checked out over the rest of the field here.
Yeah, 17 seconds. On Brian Giles in. And the track starting to dig up quite nicely as well. Lovely style there at Marjac. That's one of my favourite corners in British motocross. That, Jeff, just a lovely.
I'm going to go there. I'm going to mention it. I had a text message from Brian Wheeler before we went live saying I'm watching or whatever. And I go, would you mind then, Brian, if I mentioned that you crashed there on TV? I think it was 1987. He said, go ahead. I was leading the race at the time, so that was the same year where Dave Thorpe took that big high side out of the sandpit. That's when it was on, I think, grandstand. So, Brian, if you're watching, there you go. I did get you a little moment of fame.
And still racing regularly, Brian. He's at the UK Evo Championship meetings and all sorts of other events that I've been going to, and still knows how to open the throttle.
Don't he ever? He still knows how to start and all.
Oh, don't he just? So the gap then 4.6 this time. So I think it's fair to say that with 30 seconds left on the clock, as Stock is already jumping down into the infamous quarry section of the track, that I won't say that this one is done, but Marjac needed to get there and make that pass and make it stick straight away, and he never got to put a wheel on Drew Stock, despite closing what was a 5-second gap to almost just down to a second and a half. A long look over the shoulder again from the man from Northampton, and Chris Brindley still hanging on to the back of Brian Giles, just 4 seconds there. And I like this section of the track. You can see where he's going wide and cutting across the ruts and stuff.
It's classic old school stuff. It gets so cut out in that field. They only ever really use that field for the British Championship.
Yeah, when you come in for a centre meeting, it loops round at the bottom here and goes back up. And again, that's a lot faster than it looks up that hill as well. But a good race from Marjac. He'll maybe think, well, if I get a start in the next one, I can win. He isn't going to pull any points back, but he's going to be there or thereabouts. That is one of our back markers. That is, I don't see what the number is on that one, but there's Stock. Again, just got enough in the tank. He'll be getting the 2-lap board next time by to run down this first of our race action here at Lyng for round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, our RFX 125 race. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It all helps our algorithm, gets us out to a wider audience. So when Stanley Dawson then managed to pass Hobden, he's not going to close anybody in. The only good battle there between Brindley and Stapley there within the second, but we're going to concentrate then on the man that's led this one from the drop of the gate. But not a walk-away win, Jeff.
No, definitely not. Obviously, if he carries on like this and keeps on 2 wheels, we're going to be speaking to him in the winner victory circle in a while. Be interesting to get his take on it, taking a long look over his shoulder. I'm sure if he does win this thing, Drew will confidently say, yeah, I had it all in check, no need to panic. Of course, saying it and actually, if it actually did happen that way. But I think that was the case. I think he had plenty in reserve for when Harley got that big march on, and I think he just stuck to his game plan. Obviously, Harley, when he was getting really close, that little moment with that tail ender probably just took the wind out of his sails, just lost that little bit of momentum he had going. But still a great ride from him. I mean, he's charged for it. And as I said, look at them. They're 26 seconds ahead of Giles. These two have literally lit this place up.
Yeah, we're still waiting for our third place rider to come. This will be Giles coming through now. Right, we flick back to the other field, get the blue flags. So here is Stock. And I think that Marjak is closing in a little. But 4.4 seconds then, he will get one lap to go board.
He's got, they're going to get the one to go this time, next up around, so he's got plenty to work with.
He can't let off now. He's going to keep him honest until the end of the race. I do love that view down this section of the track with the flags and everything. It is kind of one of the iconic British motocross shots there.
I think what it also shows is how great and accessible our sport is, because you can see how close the fans, and if you ever come out to a British motocross, that's the beauty of our sport.
Yeah.
You can get really close and up personal with the riders in the pits and on the track. So if you've never been to a Motul ACU British Championship, get on our website, see when we're coming to a place near you, and come out and see all the riders and enjoy it with your own eyes.
Marjak has not given this up.
No.
He's not giving this up at all. And like I say, it's forcing, if you give the race leader a chance to take a breath, he'll do that all day long. But he's not. He's keeping him honest. So one to go then, this time by. And there's the gap. Marjak's still there.
Yeah, you're seeing the finish line guy there with you saw +2 on the back. Well, that's because he spun the board round now. They're seeing the +1 on the other side.
So 2.9, Jeff, 3 seconds. I can't see Marjak pulling 3 seconds out of him unless a mistake.
But the point is here, he's putting the pressure on Drew to make sure, because if Drew does make a mistake, and I think that's the only way Marjak's going to do it, at least he's in striking distance. So he's keeping him honest right to the end. But Drew, obviously, and sometimes, that's the worst place to be when you're leading a race with one to go, and so you're getting under pressure, and you come across a gaggle of back markers, and it's like, didn't happen to me very often, but I've got to say, when it did, come on, get out of the way. But we've got obviously enough really good experienced marshals out there, and Clark, of course, and etc. You see the blue flags already waving.
So
goes
stop.
past Hall there, I think, number 46.
So a nice cut back round the outside. So it was 2.9 across the line. I don't think that Marjak is going to have anything. Giles then almost 30 seconds down. Then it's Brindley, then Stapley. And
so he's lapped into the top 20. He's just gone past Hall there.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Right, I'm going to make my move down there because we've got a little bit further to get to the winner's circle this time and cross the track. Phil's going to bring it in, and looks like I'll be speaking to this man in a short while.
Indeed, you will, Jeff. So a look over the shoulder for the final time from the 418. Just you've got to be so careful at the top of those hills, and make sure that you don't get caught out in the shadows. And for the final time, take that through that corner. Really, really nice jump through. Everybody looks good through there. I don't care who you are. I've watched from there this morning, and everybody looks good through that corner. But it is blind. We have seen some pile-ups there in the past, but none today for Drew Stock. He continues to dominate this RFX 125 Championship and take his 5th race victory of the season, and he will be well happy with that. We get the checkered flag. There's Harley Marjak. Comes across the line in second to take. That was a good ride from Marjak. He will be. Well, I don't know whether he'll be happy with that, because we had an interview with him at Hawkston where I think he finished second, and he was not particularly enthralled with this performance. Where we were like, well, that's pretty good for a kid of his age. He's definitely brought his A game to this championship in his first year. So Giles needs to come across the line next, and it will be Brindley, Stapley. We wait for these guys to come across the line. So there's Giles. So is there going to be a run down the hill? Is there a battle to come across the line? And Aaron Brindley is going to hang on. Oh, he looks like he is blowing. So Brindley across the line from Archie Stapley. That's the top 5. So your finish talks fastest lap was Harley Marjak. So that's not surprising considering how much time he did take out of our race leader in the mid part of that race. So we'll wait for the rest of the... So it's a long way back. Lucas Moncrief should be the next rider through in 6th. Then it'll be Joel Winstanley Dawson in 7th. Leo Wilson in 8th. A good ride for Wilson. He is there. Where did Wilson qualify? He qualified 12th, so he's definitely had a better race than his qualification. There's Dawson coming across the line on the Winstanley MX Gas. And then the tail end of the top 10 as they all come across the line. That was a big gaggle of riders. So that is our top 10 then. We will go and take a word from our sponsors and we will join Jeff with our top 3 in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Here we are in the winner's circle. Another day at the office, seemingly halfway there for another overall victory. Still a long way to go, but I called it in that one, Drew, that I think you kind of was controlling the race. But I mean, Harley put on a surge at the sort of 2/3 mark. Were you aware of it, or did you have to wait for the pit signal to realise he was closing on you?
Nah, I got a good start and I got a good gap, and I was aware of it. He was coming. Fair play to him. He was riding really well, but I controlled it. I knew where he was, and I pushed when I needed to. I rode a little bit tight when I see he was coming. Maybe I shouldn't be looking around, but nah, I controlled it, and I think I done good.
I mean, confidence is a massive part of any sport, but right now you've got to be feeling so good because with this championship in particular, it's rolling. Yes, you had to miss an EMX. I have to ask, how is that? I mean, you just won a moto, so it can't be that bad. But is it still giving you any aggravation at the wrist?
The hospital told us it's still broken, but it's all right. I think it's hopefully recovering inside, and hopefully it's getting better. But it kind of only hurts on the drop downs when it's hard impact, but nothing major. But it's good.
We breed them tough in this sport. Yeah, he's just won a race with still a partly broken wrist. So well done, mate. Good luck. Go and rest up. Get ready for the next one. Let's bring in Harley. Harley, come on in. This kid's got it going on, super talented. Harley, that was some ride. I'm going to make the point of it because it does worth shouting about that you're new to this class, your age, and to be performing like that and going for race wins at 13 years of age. You don't show it, but you must be feeling pretty good about how it's going so far.
Yeah. I think I was in 5th at one point, then I made my way back down to 2nd, closed on to 1st, then the back marker got in my way. We caught that perfectly on TV, so you can go back and watch it. You can see what happened, because you definitely lost a good few tenths there. After that, I mean, you must have got frustrated. How did you manage the situation after that kind of killed all your momentum? Yeah, I just stayed calm and then just tried closing back up.
But it is impressive stuff, so you're feeling good. And again, the team doing good stuff around you. Feeling confident going into the next moto, because obviously a second, like they say in our sport, for an overall is sometimes as good as if you go and win the next moto, it's yours.
Yeah, I'm going to try a whole shot and win.
Good. That's why I like confident. Good luck in the second moto. Go and do your thing. Come on in, Brian. We've got to finally get the mystery. So, Brian, I've only spoken to a long time ago when you were much smaller. You come in and out of British Motocross. Explain to people, because we're not where you normally race and where you sort of originate from.
So usually I race EMX championship. So just been here to get the suspension done and do a race here. So yeah, the race is good. And thank you to my family, my teams. Yeah,
Because you grew up racing in which country?
Thailand.
Yeah. And I mean, to come over and perform like that, that's something sort of pretty special. And you represented, I think, Team GB before in Junior Worlds and stuff. So how are you finding like life in the UK? And are we going to be seeing more of you in your career racing in the UK?
We're not sure, but yeah, I came here because, you know, get a lot the riding, you know, it's better here.
Yeah.
And better track, better race. Yeah.
You're doing good stuff. Good luck in the second moto as well. So there you go, Brian. As we said, we completely got that wrong. I got confused, as did Phil. Yeah, Thailand is where he kind of grew up racing. So it's great to have Brian here. So that was the top three in the RFX 125. Don't go too far away, because coming up next, of course, we have got the epic MX2 class, where God only knows who's going to win that one. It's so tight in that class. So don't go too far away. That's coming up next. We'll see you in a while. Back to Phil and more ads.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try. Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
So welcome back then. Here we are at Lyng for the round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Our MX2 guys then going off on their site lap. That was a great RFX 125 race, Jeff.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was particularly good, and fair play. I love Marjak's attitude there. Like, yep, I'm going to go out in that next one, and I'm going to really push, because, as we said, in our sport with the scoring 2 moto format, a second is as good as a first, not points-wise, but if he goes out and he knows he's still in a position to win the overall if he wins the second moto. But Drew Stott is going to be a tough nut to crack. Those two were a country mile effectively ahead of the others, but a great ride from Brian Giles. Apologies for having an absolute brain fart and completely forgetting he was from Thailand. I knew that. I actually knew that, and we were still trying to work.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay. I did not know that.
You know, so this happened. So apologies, and that's why I think put me out of my misery, Brian. Where are you from? Where have you raced from? Of course, it was Thailand. I knew that. I just completely had a moment. For some reason, I thought he was from Zimbabwe, but there we go.
There we go. Yeah,
it's an age thing, Phil. I'm knocking on now.
I'm the same.
Yeah, but here we go. This is MX2, and as we said, I signed off at winner's circle there. This is going to be some race, but before we get into it, let's quickly go and have a word from our commercial partners that make this happen. Don't go too far away. We're going to be back with a gate drop of the opening MX2 moto from Lyng coming up next.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So the riders then just coming back to the gate after their sight lap for the first of our MX2 races. This class then oversubscribed, so we had to run our qualification this morning and an LCQ, which was an interesting race. We had 16 guys out there battling for the last 8 qualifying positions, and it was Jack Meara who I think took the lead. No, that's the lap times. I think it was George Hopkins that took the win in that one. But 8 riders going through. 2 groups of qualifying then. Group 1 then topped by Charlie Heyman. Group 2 by the visitor David Braceras on the MXology Triumph. Interesting, obviously the track different, but 209.56 for Charlie Heyman and a 209.63 for David Braceras. Later on in the section, they are your top 40 qualifiers by time. So Heyman, Braceras, Tommy Searle, Joe Brooks, Ollie Colmer, Ian Doosan, Rizzi, Askew, Musto and Josh Vale. And obviously they will go to the line in the order. So Heyman fastest in Group 1, Braceras fastest in Group 2, and then Searle fastest in Group second in Group 1, etc, etc. So 11th Bartlett, 12th Charlie Richmond, our RFX 125 champion. Jamie Keith there in 13th, Garland 14th, good ride for him. McCormick 15th, Rafe Broadley back in MX2 on the 2-stroke, Fantic after flirting with the 450 Honda in MX1. Liam Bennett in 17th, Harrison Greenough 18th, Tyler Hooley 19th, and Liam Knight in 20th. Did you get to watch the practice this morning?
I did, yes. Had a little roam around. Again, it's always interesting, I find it anyway, watching qualifying and seeing how people cope with it and their different way of going about it. Some get straight into it, which you'd expect with a soundtrack. Others just take their time a little bit more. You get obviously a pretty accurate gauge, but there's some riders out there a little bit further down you'd expect. Again, a good start makes such a difference. Jamie Key, for example, he's won his first ever pro race at Hawkstone. He qualified higher there than he did here. But again, power to weight ratio, he's good off the start. I wouldn't read too much into his 13th place in qualifying, because if he gets a good gate drop, early laps, clean track. But this is some class. Yeah, so, I love this one.
So there's your LCQ guys, 33 and down. So Hopkins, Rooney, Evans, Archie Hicks, Ashton Barlow, Harvey Cashmore, Caden Smith and Sam Menzies was the last qualifier. But there were 6 guys fighting for that 8th position.
It was good. It was
a
race.
really, really good race.
I mean, there was only a few of them out there, but you only need 2 people to have a good race.
Yeah, so, and it was, I'll say Nev Bradshaw, he's qualified 31st, the veteran from South Africa. And the Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under-21 Championship. Obviously, Charlie Heyman, our championship leader at the moment. There he is with the red plate on that SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. There is Braceras then. He's on a one-off ride with MXology. He's currently riding a Triumph in MX2 in the GP. There's Tommy Searle. And then the 419er Joe Brooks. He's been going well in the MX, Jeff. And it's Coleman, Ian Doonson. Just like
what I mean. Like, all those guys
all the way down.
Yeah.
There is the 441 of Billy Askew.
Musto, again,
Yeah.
you know, he
Race
got on a
winner
roll
last year.
Exactly. I mean, that's all these riders, that's all it needs. That one good race, and then all of a sudden they're like, really, their confidence goes up. It's a super tough challenge. I love the fact, obviously, that Tommy is still going strong. He's openly admitted, look, like, it's getting harder. Like, his race win at Preston, he was pumped with that. And it wasn't because it's not because he knows he's not capable of winning anymore. Like he said, it's just harder with age, family life, kids and all that. So he knows it's tough. But these youngsters are really like pushing him all the way. If he's going to retain his title, it will be some achievement. Because, you know, time gets all in the end.
And let's not forget, this was the final round of a championship last year.
Yes.
And Tommy nearly had it snatched away from him by having that mechanical in the first race and was down to 9 points. But Charlie Heyman, then the current red placeholder, he is there right next to the doghouse. It is the Norwich Vikings centenary year, 100 years of the Norwich Vikings Motorcycle Club and 90 years here at this venue. And what a beautiful day we've got for it. So there's Brooks and Musto slightly to the inside, then Rizzi. Coleman on the 456 Chambers KTM. Then we've got Braceras on the MXology Triumph. The 30 of Charlie Richmond on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Then we've got the two Triumph teammates of Tommy Searle and
Freddie Bartlett, 592.
Freddie Bartlett, 592. He's jumped into the seat vacated by Davey Pooges in that Ultimate KTM team. So he's there. Josh Vale, 574 Doonson, and the 184 of Jamie Keith, and the 24 Liam Garland.
Yeah, good to see Liam on track, because Liam put a couple of posts up recently saying, you know, like, this sport is mentally challenging, like, and he had to have a rethink of how much he wants to do it, all that kind of stuff. Was a bit down in the dumps, picked himself back up, and he's back out there. So great. Obviously, him and his father, Dave, are absolutely motocross mad fanatic. The amount of miles Dave does up and down the country, selling bikes and keeping the sport alive. The second-hand bike trade, good on him. So here we go. This is we're getting close to gate drop here in the MX2 Jude Morris under 21 championship as well. Remember, two championships basically it merged into one race here. We've got the main MX2 championship, then we've got the Jude Morris under 21 championship in Jude's name. For his legacy and stuff like that as well. So brilliant that they continue to support it. Here we go then, Phil. I can feel the tension. Hope you can at home.
Yeah, look, this is going to be another good one. Again, you can't pick a winner in this, Jeff. We've had no repeat winners in the 4 races that we've had so far. The 15-second board will be going up. And here we go. 5 seconds then. Here we go. Gate drop away. Who's got the drop? Oh, hard to say. Oh, somebody got a problem in the centre. They thunder into turn 1. That looks like somebody from the middle of the gate. I think that was Heyman.
All safely through.
It's Musto. I think that was Musto. No, it was Heyman. Musto's the next rider along, I think.
Heyman with a flyer. I tell you what, he's... yeah, I mean, runner-up last year, super consistent. Maybe that was this off-season and he just believes it a bit more.
Braceras there in second on the MXology Triumph. Talking to Mark Yates yesterday, just getting a good technical lowdown on the work that they're doing on that bike, and Braceras is over here to try the bike so they can maybe look at using some of their kit in their GP campaign. But there he is, the Spaniard. Never obviously been to the UK to race before, as far as I'm aware, in a British Championship at least, and he is there on the back of our championship leader for MX2, Charlie Heyman, on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. A man who's growing quietly in confidence, I think.
Yes, well, if you followed his career, he was prolific in youth motocross, could win at a canter, and of course that step up into pro motocross, it never goes as smoothly as what people would hope. And I think Charlie's just starting to find his groove, find his confidence, that a little bit of self-belief. He's got an immaculate style. I just want to highlight that. I really love his riding position and how good he looks on the bike. Strong core, and just he's really silky smooth as well. So maybe he's genuinely really starting to believe this. Early days, I know we're only at round 3, but you know, you get when you're going for a championship, you've got to get those first couple under your belt, and then you get we start to get a real picture then of who's kind of where they're at going into round 3. That's normally the case, and right now he's looking good. Good start for Richmond.
Richmond's there in third, yes. So the Crendon True 7 Honda rider, our RFX 125 champion from 2025. I think he's had I'm not saying a quiet 2 rounds. I think that he's played himself in nice and gently and been decent, and as a result, he's now up there in third position and knows that he can run that pace as the rest of the field is coming through.
Yeah, look at them all gaggling up with this hairpin at the top. Again, it's a pinch point. So they're all safely over the line, understandably, with a clear track. Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, as you would expect, is your race leader with a time of 2:08.671. Ahead of David Braceres there in second. Charlie Richmond in third. Must go for fourth. Askew currently running in fifth. Here we go. It's up on your K-Tech timing tower. Good start for Max Harris. Look at that. He's in the top 6. Can he hold it there?
Ryan Waggett there in 11th. The man who was he was there or thereabouts for the championship and until the end. And obviously a couple of issues with his bike robbed him of a chance. But look, Charlie Heyman is he's not under pressure here, Jeff. He is 2.5 seconds away at the front and doesn't look like he's going to start drifting back into the pack.
Well, early days, but the other thing he's got to his advantage is he knows the rider behind him is not in the championship equation.
And he's taking points off.
Yes, exactly.
He is going to be taking points off the rest of the riders. But like I say, it is tight. Now, I'm looking there, and I can't see Tommy Searle yet. So Jamie Keith is 22nd. Doonson 17th.
Holmer down in 30th. Tommy Searle 38th across the stripe.
So he's gone down on the first lap. So there's been something happened early on. We've missed that.
Ask.
Like I say, you cannot beat being at the track. You can get to see what's going on. Obviously, we've only got our 4 or 5 cameras around the place, and we cannot get all of the action. But we don't miss much, to be fair. But Richmond then now coming under pressure from Ben Musto on the AC United gas, the man from Cheltenham, who is coming off the back. So he was just about to get up a bit of a head of steam in the 2025 championship and crashed and broke his wrist after taking his first race win, which was cruel beyond belief. But Richmond looking accomplished then on Matt Crendon True 7 Honda in third at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good track for him. I mean, last year a lot of tracks were good for him because he was pretty dominant in that 125 class. But I particularly remember Lyng when we had a bit of a mudder here in the 125 race 2 years prior to that, and he was immaculate. He was amazing in it. So I think it's one of his more favourable circuits, Charlie. But he's making the grade. He's under obviously the watchful eye of Dave Thorpe. Dave watching from home, he's already messaged us to say tuning in and complimentary about the live stream. So Dave, I hope you're enjoying this. Your youngest rider, your next rider on the incredible line of talent that comes through the Crendon True 7 Honda team. Charlie got good people around him, and he's putting in a strong ride here. Early doors, Musto's going to run it up the inside. Whoa!
That was
Charlie
a proper
just saw him in time there. Just yielded enough, otherwise he could have been run completely off the track.
That's a proper mister's pass, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Musto then makes his way up to third position. Askew is there in fifth. Brooks 6th. Harris in a good 7th. Liam Garland a great 8th place and teammate in the Garland Power Sports team. Then Liam Knight in 9th. Ritzy 10th on the 772 Kawasaki. So he's having a decent run as well. But Askew there just in the background. Oh, he got a little bit out of shape. Brooks is closing in as well. But there is Braceras on the MXology Triumph. But this is the battle. So this is it. There's Musto and then Richmond and then Askew. I see both of these guys are pretty young.
Keeping an eye on Joe Brooks back there in 6th. Let's see if because he's got a bit of a gap to build there, or bridge between him and Askew. Obviously, we will keep an eye on riders that have won races already this year. Jamie Keith down in 19th and Tommy Searle. Let's keep it not showing inside the top 23 on the K-Tech timing tower just yet. Let's see if he's made any progress that last lap around. Yeah. Oh no. Well, only a couple of places up to 35th.
He's not going to be bothering the points.
It's going to be a big old march to try and get into those top 20 from there. Of course, he's more than capable of doing it, but his championship's going to take a hit.
It is indeed, and like I say, this is it's a championship of fine margins. Oh, that was nice from Richmond. That was. He definitely looks the real deal. I know you were saying like he dominated the 125s, but he was the last rider to really catch fire, because we had 4 different winners in the first 4 rounds, and as he won and then didn't stop winning and took the championship.
Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, by the way. You can see the logo at the bottom of your screen. Charlie Heyman, obviously with a complete full lap and not coming off the start. He's got the time down to a 2:14.078. So that is why he's just edged away from David Racheres there in second.
It's 8 seconds back to Musto in third, Jeff. So our race leader is stretching this one out. It's not going to be like we saw in that 125 race where the leader gets run down. I mean, it's only 3.5 seconds. What will be interesting to see, and I don't think that Heyman has an issue with fitness as such. I know that he did get caught by Jamie Keith at Preston Docks. Joe Brooks is definitely on the move. He's 14 seconds off the lead, but he is closing in on the battle between Charlie Richmond then on the Crendon True 7 Honda and Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph.
Yeah, then as you can see already, a big gap forming outside of the top 6. So it's going to be a push for any rider at this stage of the race who's not running in the top 6 to bridge that gap. Can't see that happening, but it's going to be interesting to see if Brooks can close in on Askew. Of course, the pair of them race in European competition, 250. So they know go the distance in those tough races in EMX, which some arguably say, in many cases, is probably stronger in depth than MX2. I'm not saying any harder, but
you'll be pleased to know I'm not bringing my controversial view to it on EMX 250 to the live stream. But suffice to say, if you show good speed in that championship, irrespective of your overall result at the end of the year, it certainly separates the wheat from the chaff, and a couple of wins against very, very deep fields in EMX 250 can open a lot of doors just by getting yourself out there. But Charlie Richmond then has dropped off the back of Ben Musto by a couple of seconds, but just enough to have free visibility, not getting roosted. It's already starting to chop up in that part. We go a little bit further down that end than we do and switch back. It just used to be a right-hander and then straight down into the quarry section of the circuit. And like I say, 90 years we've been racing at this venue as Askew jumps down. It's the site of the big off for Dave Thorpe, as I'm sure he will not want us to remind him at home. But again, one of the most iconic bits of track here at Lyng. And to hear those 502 Stokes rasp round there back in the day was certainly a sight to behold.
That section that they're going through there, Phil, is arguably one of the roughest parts of the circuit. You just G out when you hit that big sandberg,
yeah,
and then that's one of the softest parts of the circuit up there, and the braking bumps through that section. Oh, mate, you feel every one of them, but they get so big you can start triggering and jumping them.
Yeah, back in my days of just turning up as a spectator, which was not that long ago, to be fair, we would always watch from up on that, especially for the last race, because you could make a hasty exit. But it got so rough, and it's a different type of sand up on that ridge.
It's deeper and softer.
Yeah.
This is going to be good then, because Richmond's going to come under pressure. Well, he already is, and before not too long, I would imagine that you're going to also have Joe Brooks. Well, there's Brooks there.
I think Brooks has lost a little bit of time on that last lap.
Oh, okay, right.
I think he's just tailed a little bit, but we'll see. It was 3 seconds last time.
Well, Askew has closed in. Well, no, he hasn't. Richmond was actually a little bit quicker last lap around. So I take that back. But still, well, the quickest rider on track the last lap around was the Spaniard, David Racheres. He was only by, well, marginally, and he's quicker again, so the gap's coming down at the front. It's now down to 2.39, so we're keeping an eye on that. But if you go for the gap, effectively, if you take David out of the equation regards to championship, because he's not in it, he's coming in, he's wild carding, Heyman obviously has a bit of a buffer over his next real championship rival, which is actually Ben Musto in third. And of course, we've got that Jude Morris under-21 championship going on as well between those two.
Yes.
Well, or any rider under 21.
Which there are a lot of in this championship. It's basically only, I think, of the top 10, it was only Tommy Searle and John Adamson that don't figure in that under 21. I think Brooks is closing a little bit, so it was.
He has, definitely now. Okay, so yeah, now they're over stripe. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, so last lap around. Yes, Brooks was the quick. He took about 3/4 of a second out of the two riders in front of him.
But the perfect amount of moisture in this circuit for the Norwich Vikings club. I'm saying they know how to run a meeting. And this venue.
I'm just going to give some shout outs here because credit to them. I know we're only coming up to around the halfway stage, but Garland with a strong ride. Great to see Harrison Green off running in the top 15 on a two-stroke.
So Liam Knight has
Yamaha.
actually passed Liam Garland, so the teammates battling, and Liam Knight up to 8th place on the 134. He's a big lad for a 250, Liam Knight.
He is indeed. So that's good. I said Harrison out there, and it was only about a year or so that he was laid up, broken back, and he's come back to ride a two-stroke in the MX2 class.
Yeah.
250 Yamaha two-stroke. Fair play to him. Ned Bradshaw still going strong in 27th. Searle now, as you can see, up to 29th. Still a long way to go for him if he's going to claw some championship points out of this one.
These are the days where you've got to try and get those 1 or 2 points because they're so hard to get. Letting any go begging, he will push till the end of this one and he might get nothing. Now let's say I think Brooks has closed in quite quickly. We'll have a look at the gap across the line next time by between Heyman and Braceras, and if that's closed up, I think that's where we need to be pointing our cameras back at the race leaders because
I'm impressed with Richmond though. He's withstood the pressure from ACU pretty darn good. In fact, if anything, he's pulled away a little bit of that lap, marginally. So he is just getting his head down. You can see him looking across to his pit board there. He's going off that. He's not. I haven't seen him look behind to see if that's ACU behind him, which he probably knows it is obviously by his lap board, his pit signals. Musto is kind of, I wouldn't say in no man's land, but because he's in a solid third, but he's got 4 seconds on Richmond, but then he's 7 seconds behind Gutierrez. So yeah, here we go then. This is the battle for the race lead starting to shape up. It's down to 1.6. The Spaniard is charging. There he is.
Oh, this is getting tight now. Heyman's held on. Heyman's led well for basically 15 minutes of this 25 minutes plus 2 laps opening MX2 race. But David Braceras, the Grand Prix rider, who, like I say, he's been in and out of a few teams recently for whatever reason, and found himself out of a ride, but he's been picked up by a Triumph team in GPs, but he's here riding for MXology, and those guys will be very, very pleased with how he is performing on that bike. Same Mark Yates and his guys down there. They've got the suspension sorted out for him as well, but he is closing in then on the 422 of Heyman. But from Heyman's point of view, he's not a threat in the championship. Now, Phoenix took fastest lap was David Braceras last time round.
That is the thing. He's not a threat. Having said that,
he'll want
those
points.
3 extra points, could be critical. So we're not at a stage in this championship where he can afford to go, come on by, David.
No, not at all.
Not at all. So he's got to push on for the race win.
Do you think that the team will be just like, calm yourself? You've got 8 seconds over Musto in 3rd place. And let's be honest, Musto, Richmond and Billy Askew, none of them are really a championship threat at this point. So a 2nd position for the 422 of Charlie Heyman, the red plate holder, will strengthen his championship lead quite considerably.
I know the race obviously is not finished yet, but if you look at that K-Tech timing tower right now, that highlights this championship of how tough it is and anybody can win these things. Because I know there's been a first lap incident, but look where some of the top riders actually are. You've got Searle down in 28th. You've got Guillaume Dussin not really
he's not making any progress,
he's there
is he?
In 12th, this is going to be a tough fought championship. Consistency, I know it's a cliche, but it genuinely is. This year, consistency more than ever is going to get this done. You can't afford to just go out there and win races and then have a ride outside the top 10 or 15. It's that.
It is absolutely brutal. And like I say, Heyman, He was the man that went into the final race of the 2025 season with and it wasn't just a mathematical chance of a championship. He was 9 points adrift to Tommy Searle, and as it turned out, Tommy did what he needed to do. And let's not forget that Tommy also missed a round through injury. So, it's we won't sugarcoat it. He was Tommy was the man that amassed the points last year, but Charlie was there or thereabouts, and he had his own issues as well. But rode a really strong second half of the season, and obviously took the under-21 championship red plate. Obviously, if he wasn't doing that, I think we've got a purple plate for the Jude Morris Foundation championship leader. But he's currently the main championship leader as well.
Yeah,
and he's still holding Braceros.
Well, I think he got his pit signal that last lap around. Looking at this last lap, I've studied him this whole last lap. I think he's just upped the intensity a little bit because he's been given the board. He wants those extra 3 points and another race win to build confidence. And this last lap, he has definitely maybe just come out of his comfort zone a little bit. But it looks to me it's worked, and he's marginally, well, I haven't said that. He comes down that hill and into that corner as hot as hell. And that gap maybe is going to stay the same, but there's not much in it. It went back out to 2.1. Braceros got it back to 1.6 last lap around, and then it went back out at 2.1. Let's see what it is this lap around. It might come back down. We just wait for them to cross line. Yes, it's come back down again. So these two are yo-yoing.
0.3, Jeff, between the lap time. So Charlie Heyman is definitely dug in deep. And we've got a wave yellow flag down this end of the circuit. Marshall's doing a good job.
Well, they are. I mean, that Marshall there was putting full gusto into that flag.
Somebody probably look like they've clipped into the bank there on the exit of that. Then Heyman clears his vision, and I think that he's like, has he done what we saw in? Obviously, I didn't hear the interview with Drew Stott. I can see pictures, but we didn't have the sound. And it was clear to see that he's done that. And this is looks a little bit like the same kind of deal where Heyman's kind of let him get close, and then all of a sudden he's like, right, let's get my head down. And the SC Sport Homes Husky looking. Yeah,
he's got away a little bit again, I think, in that half lap. But then I think David got held up a little bit on that tight section before the bomb hole. Oh yeah, that's gone back out. Not much, but it's gone back out.
It's stopped closing, and is Braceros going to go, do you know what? I'll keep my powder dry for the second one and hope I get a better start.
I mean, he's doing an amazing job. And that obviously he's a top-level rider, races European Championship, all those kind of things. But he's still coming to a venue he's never raced before, and he's got straight up to speed.
He has indeed. Musto still there in a very respectable third. He's got a decent gap back to ACU, then it's Brooks. Richmond has dropped back to 6 now, so Charlie...
Musto is running effectively the same speed as these guys. They got away at the start, because that gap has been constantly at 8 seconds. So he's running, he's got race pace to win the race.
With a start and less traffic to get through at the start of the moto, we can expect that maybe Ben Musto has got what it takes to maybe challenge for a race win in Moto 2. Richmond then down to 6th, and obviously the youngster then feeling the pressure, but it's been a good showing, a decent start, running at the front end of the field for the first time.
He's got a huge buffer to work with. He's going to comfortably finish in the top 6 if he keeps it on the island, because the rider in 7th, Max Harris, is a whopping nearly 30 odd seconds back behind Richmond. So big gap after the top 6.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got a race stoppage.
There we go.
So that will be a race almost certainly with 5 minutes left on the clock of that 20-minute race. So Jeffy's going to scoot off.
Well, to see if we can grab them, we're going to try.
Yeah.
That's caught us off guard, obviously. We didn't see any red flags other than them just coming in there. So whatever that incident is, unless Charlie's just had a moment and pulled off the track.
No, I thought there was a red flag, and I didn't want to say anything, but it wasn't 100% clear. But it does look like we've... in the interest of safety of getting to that injured rider in turn 2, they've called it as a race with 5 minutes plus 2 left on the clock. That will certainly be taken back a lap. We will wait for official confirmation on that one. Jeffy's going to wing his way down there. And the rider's coming across the line. So we have got some riders stopping down there in the holding area, so that's good. Jeff will be... running down there as we speak. So the battle then that we were hoping would come down to the final 5 minutes and last 2 laps blown out, but hopefully the rider involved in an awkward place on the circuit to get to right down by there. We're going to go and take a quick word from our sponsors, and when we come back, hopefully we will have Jeff Perrott down there in winner's circle with the race. Should be race winner Charlie Heyman as soon as he's declared the result. So here is then a word from our partners.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Technology for you, eh? Very good. Okay, well, let's look. We had a technical issue there, so sorry about that. We'll do that again. But we were saying about David's not in the championship, but just repeat what you said there, because those extra 3 points, and although that race was cut short, you worked hard for that, and you really wanted to get that race win.
Yeah, there was, whole shot from the start, pulled a bit of a gap, maintained it. I felt fresh as can be at the end. Like, he might have been on my back wheel, but there was no change in then. Like, I was winning that race. Like, I was down for that one. And I mean, I see the people in the championship had in between, which is better for me. But like, yeah, I deserve that one. We had a few laps left, but he got caught short from a bit of
a long way to go. We're only halfway through round 3, but last year, I think from a fan's perspective, seeing you come in and, and battle for that championship right towards the end, it feels like to me that you've gone into this off season going, okay, that's given you, that you're now capable of really winning a pro championship.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel if I don't win this year, I ain't done my job. Like, right. That's my only aim. But things happen. But I mean, yeah, that is my only aim. Like, that I want to win. That's it.
I can feel your confidence feels way, but as high as I've ever known it at this point.
Massively. Like, a lot of work's gone in the bike and everything, and like, it just shows there. Like, such a good rider behind me, like a GP rider to me. So, like, I can't be any more pleased. It just, like, I'm so confident as well in myself, the bike, team, everyone around me, so good. So I can't, everything's mega.
Well, keep that confidence rolling. We'll probably, hopefully, see you back up here for the second one. Go and get ready for well done, mate. Good, solid ride. Okay, let's bring in Dave. David, can you come on in? David Bracheras, let's bring him in. Okay, wow, what a good start to racing in Britain. So you've never been to this venue. That was a solid ride, getting to even learn the track. I mean, it went well for you. You didn't take the race win, but how did you feel out there?
Yeah, I was feeling good
the bike is working awesome. So much power from the gate. I jump not so good on the gate, but then just I put third and the bike just go. I was second. I was trying to see the lines of the rider in front because, yeah, like you say, it's a new track for me. So when I was feeling better and better, I was coming to him, but then unlucky was the red flag. I hope the rider is fine. And yeah, now time to recover, go to second moto, some change on the bike to make it better with K-Tech. I'm really happy with them, so yeah, let's go for Moto 2.
I know it's literally only your first ever race in a British Championship motocross, but from your point coming into this championship, is it a standard that you expected? Because we have some good riders in the UK that you never get to race against because they don't race in Europe. Is the standard as high as you expected or even higher?
Yeah, of course, it's high. Like when you come to a country when all the riders ride from since they born, so they go fast. So it's good training for me. In 2 weeks, I have the Spanish Championship. So yeah, I'm happy to be here to battling the English boys. So we go for second moto.
It's great to have you with us. Hopefully we get to see you some more. That would be brilliant. I know you've got a busy schedule, but hopefully you'll come away from here and go, that was really cool. I want to do more. That would be good.
Yeah, of course. I want to be here more times. So I hope I can be here more.
Good stuff. We'll go and have a debrief with your team. Well done on a solid ride. We don't actually have the third place right. You can get going, David. Obviously, because of all the commotion of the red flag incident, we could only grab the top two. So I'll end this here. We go back to a quick ad break. We are obviously going to get underway soon with the APICO MX1 class, which I'm sure will be equally as epic. We've seen some amazing racing around here in the MX1 class, and I expect more of the same for the opening moto here at round three of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Again, don't go too far away. We'll be back with an X1 action coming up next.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high I cannot see, 8 off. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy.
that ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Welcome back, everybody, then to Lyng for round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We're just on a little bit of a break now. We had a red flag in the first of our MX2 races that was just underway with 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And as a result of that, we're now kind of in a bit of a... Well, we would have been still in expectancy, bikes out on track. Our next race is Pico MX1, which is due to waiting zone closes at 10 to 2. So we've got a few minutes to kill for that. Jeffy's going to have a bit of a wander down in pit lane and see if we can get somebody to have a chat with. I am going to try and give you an update on the results of that one, because obviously we've got to count back on the results to see what has gone on, and it looks to me, obviously it will be a win for Charlie Heyman. Second place will be David Becerres, and third will be all right, okay, yeah. So we're going to go down. We're going to go down to Jeff in pit lane, and he's going to have a bit of a wander around, and I'll come back with the hopefully fully updated results of our MX2 race 1. So we'll go down to Jeff, and he will have somebody hopefully down there to have a chat with, and let us know how they're going on.
Around this place exceptionally well. Sean Simpson, we'll obviously speak to you, maybe speak to your rider in a while. It's always good to get a team manager's perspective at this point. I've always said, like a championship, first couple of rounds, you kind of find your way, but then when we get to round 3, you kind of everybody gets into the groove and get the feel of it, and you kind of know where you're at. Is that the case for you guys right now?
It definitely is. I mean, this year was a bit of a curveball for us, obviously Conrad being so strong. He wasn't as strong as we expected him to be at Hoxton. Definitely turned it up a notch for Preston, obviously on pole position today. But it's going to be a tight fight out there today. As we know, and I definitely know, good start round Lyng, anything's possible. Ben obviously won here against Jeffrey a few years back. It's getting out that gate. It's 50% of the race. I just said to Oriol, get a hole shot and the rest will be easy. You know, it's as simple as that. No mistakes, and it's going to be, it's exciting. It's going to be good to watch, and definitely a championship that's going to be worth winning come the end of the season.
It's definitely made it cool. I mean, he's in earshot, so let's not big him up too much, or maybe you want to do that. But you've got to be happy with how he's, because the original plan was you weren't going to be in the 450 class as a team. And I mean, what a great addition to the championship, and for you guys as well, out there running at the front, getting exposure. So, although it was kind of like it wasn't in the original plan, you've got to be happy how it's working out, I would imagine.
Absolutely. I mean, myself and Simon Gabriel, the team owner, You know, it's where our heart lies. You know, the MXGP class, MX1. You know, obviously I rode 450 for most of my career, and it's, you know, it's the proper men's game, and at the front of the MXGP in this class here. So, you know, no taking it away from the locals, the British riders. You got to turn up with your A game, whether it's MXGP or this British Championship. You know, we like working with Oriol. We felt the way he rode the 250, he would naturally be quite good on a 450. Obviously, his build short, he's only about 65 kilos, so power to weight ratio is pretty good coming out at the start, which is a big advantage. But it's exciting, it really is.
And he's got, I know you know this, but from my point, seeing all the action, he's got fabulous technique. He kind of floats around the circuit. He's good with his timing. That's going to help him as well on the bigger bike, right?
Absolutely. You know, you got to be efficient with the energy that you put into it, and it's very Prado-esque. I don't know how to explain it more than he just looks very light on the bike. You know, as a rider myself, I felt very heavy, you know, really bending the handlebars and clutching and braking. But
that's the Scotsman in you, that is. That's what that is.
It must be. But he rides it well. He's really enjoying the bike. You know, got good setup, suspension, comfortable, and we've got a good package from KTM, who supported us to support Oriol. So, you know, touch wood, we have a good day today, and we maybe get our hands on that red plate, but it's going to be a tough fight out there.
It's great stuff, and of course it's brilliant that you've built this team like you have with the guys from Gabriel, and you're right behind British Motocross and helping with its resurgence, because it does feel like the championship's very much back on the upslope.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you know, you only have to look at, you know, how hard it is in the MX2 class if you don't get a start, equally in the 450 class. You know, even with this coverage, you know, going out live, you know, all the advertising, there's a bit more of a buzz. There's people coming to watch the events. We're definitely on the way back up to where it needs to be. And, you know, there's a lot of chat about British Motocross. We're getting a few wild cards here and there with Jeffrey coming over, Braceras here this weekend as well. So, you know, we're all going in the right direction.
We are. Keep up the good work, mate. Great stuff. We're going to have a little walk along. Let's go see who we can speak to. Well, we spoke to his team manager, so that's I'm going to dive in between these two. It'll be my only opportunity to say I'm actually between them in any environment. Oriol, we're just talking to team manager there. As you said, you've getting to know a few more of these circuits now in the UK. Is this one of, like, are you enjoying Lyng in its current state of mind? Because we spoke a little bit. Oriol was in the pub last night, but I got to say he wasn't drinking alcohol. I was, and you felt pretty confident, and you looked pretty confident in qualifying.
Yeah, no, for sure it's tracks that I love to ride. Long lap, like Houston. I like it when it's long and not short. And yeah, I'm enjoying a lot. And this morning I felt quite good. Before this race, we did quite some changes with the suspension stuff, and we will see on the race when the track gets more rough if it's working. But for sure, I'm enjoying a lot, and the weather today looks nice. So yeah.
And I was speaking to Sean. Obviously, the original plan was that you wasn't going to be riding the 450, but now you are. So feeling good, and you got a chance at this championship.
Yeah, feeling good. Now focus on the race, and let's see what happens.
We'll let you get out there for your sighting lap. Okay, as you can see, won't get a chance to speak to Ben. They're all going to ride off around me. So we're back on schedule now. Obviously, we had that red flag. We're back on track. The guys are going to do a sighting lap. I'm going to get back up there to Phil and get in the booth ready for this MX1, a Pico MX1 moto. Again, buckle in, people. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. Can't wait. We'll see you with the gate drop in a short while.
So cheers, Jeff. Thank you very much for getting us down there, roll us off on their sight lap, and everything back on time. So just having a look at the official timing, and again, this is subject to official confirmation. So as my laps is showing at the moment, which is what we scrape our all of our timing from. So it was a win for Charlie Heyman on the 422 on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He took a victory at the point the race stopped. He was 2 seconds ahead of David Braceras on the MXology Triumph. Ben Musto on the AC United Gas was third, and then because they were just coming up to complete a lap and the red flag had gone out, we actually almost had to take it back 2 laps for the last time that the leader came across. So at that point, Charlie Richmond was still there in 4th, Askew 5th, Brooks 6th, Harry 7th, Knight 8th, Garland 9th, and Dunson in 10th. But here are our top 40 qualifiers then for our Pico MX1 class, and it is fastest man out there, Conrad Muse, who was fastest with a 2:06.9, just 0.2 of a second ahead of Oriol Oliver. And then Ben Watson in third, Taylor Hamill an excellent fourth, Carlton Husband for Phoenix Talks Fantic in fifth, Eddie Wade on the Triumph sixth, good result for him, Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda ninth, Bobby Bruce in eighth, Ben Edwards ninth, Jason Meara 10th, Cameron Durow. He's the man who is seat filling this weekend, an opportunity. Adam Sterry out through injury in Trentino, so Cameron Durow is on the what would be the 811. The man from Peter Maritzburg in South Africa, being mechanicked by his girlfriend Natasha under the watchful eye of Gaz Boxall, who is Adam's normal wrench. And say hello to Gaz's dad, Ray Boxall, who enjoys the stream. And hope he's enjoying this here today. Fantastic weather we've got here at Lyng. And obviously they will be hoping that Cameron Durow qualified in 11th. First time sitting on the bike this morning. Had no practice on it or anything, so that's pretty good for him. Tristan Purden was 12th. Charlie Putnam 13th. Leonard Stickinson 14th. Jamie Carpenter 15th. And then Charlie Cole, Tom Murphy. Tom Murphy, he is sitting in for Josh Gilbert. Josh, unfortunately, crashed while leading at Preston Docks. At least I think he was leading. We were actually off air at the time, but I think he was at the front and he just tipped off the right-hander before we went down into the far field there at Preston Docks, and he's sustained a shoulder injury which requires surgery. So Dylan Brown's a Pico team down to one rider, but Tom Murphy, who is Honda mounted this year and has been helped out by the Pico people for some time now, he is stepping up to take the seat of Josh Gilbert in this Pico MX1 Championship for as long as it takes Josh to get back to fitness. So again, first time out, he's 17th. The local rider Bailey Sutton in 18th, Callum Murphy at number 500 in 19th, and Travis Steels in 20th. The view of the village in the background, as picture perfect as you could get, and as we've said before, we are absolutely blessed with brilliant weather. So we'll have a quick word from our partners and we will be back with the gate drop of the first of our Pico MX1 races of the day.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So as we look at Conrad Muse taking a last-minute drink there, Sean Simpson, who Jeff's just been down there interviewing. His challenge there, Auriel Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors 450. Tied on points with our championship leader there, the 919 of Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. And then there is Taylor Hamill. We'll see what Taylor Hamill can do. He led race 2 at Preston Docks. I believe it was race 2 anyway, and then the Phoenix Talks Fantic of Carlton Husband, who again been decent again this year on the number 6. Eddie Wade, good qualifying for Eddie there, Jeff, up in 7th. Oh, sorry, in 6th rather.
Yeah, well, he hasn't forgotten. We remember former junior world champion, and European. He knows his stuff. Took time away from the sport a little bit, then did a bit of arena cross, coming back. In fact, was it last year he made his first jump back into motocross?
I think he did it. He rode the Stark.
Was he on Kate? Yeah, he was on Stark in arena cross. I think he come and used a borrowed KTM here last year, and of course now he's signed up with Triumph to do the arena cross and motocross. So Eddie back in the game. There's Tom. Good to see Tom back in it. Difficult year last year for Tom Grimshaw, but big old strong lad, obviously fitness instructor. That's his job. So you'd expect him to be, he's a fit lad. Bobby Bruce, slowly coming back to that potential and that form. It's been a rough ride for Bobby. Again, another rider coming off the back of injuries and complications last year.
Jason Meara there on the Yamaha. He's had a good qualification. There is the 584 Cameron De Roe and his girlfriend Natasha there in the KTM shirt with he's looking at the bike. Oh, just bend me bike. He was going well this morning.
Well,
he looked really good through the corners that I could see him through.
Last time I saw Cameron was actually obviously the honour of doing the World Supercross last year, and he wildcard down in the final round in South Africa, and and the reception he got.
Yes,
was immense.
Yeah, he is a Red Bull athlete in South Africa, so that's been part of his deal to get across here. Him and his brother came across to do this race this weekend. His brother in MX2 sadly didn't make the cut. Again, flying from one hemisphere to the other and jumping on bikes that you've never seen before. Not an easy call at all. But De Roe then just outside the top 10 in the 11th, in front of Tristan Purdon, who you have to say is his pedigree is well known, so a decent performance. Even though we've lost a couple of riders, this MX1 field, Jeff, is still a deep field.
It really is, but what I like about it is it's now with Watson coming in as well at the sharp end and Oriel. And I mean, look, Conrad, we know how good he is. Obviously, we know that he's had complications more than people realise and whatever, and he's going to have to. I'm not saying he's outright winner, he's going to win it, of course, but what I mean is it's definitely spiced it up, the fact that Watson's come into it and Oriel, it just at the sharp end, it's fantastic.
And Ben obviously missed the first few rounds of the GPs, didn't do the flyaways, but as he's been, he's pointed out, and his team have pointed out, it's not a case of him coming back to ride in the British Championship. It's more a case of Dirt Store stepping up to do European GPs. And so obviously with Ben doing MX1, they've got Billy Askew in EMX, and they're pushing that programme ahead. And obviously Ben running the British Championship full time for the first time on a 450 ever, even though he's been on one for like 6 years. Unbelievable.
Just there with the yellow plate on the left hand side of your start grid, that is Stephen Clark riding a Stark Varg Future. So electric bike now in British motocross. Now, if you follow all this, you know that the Starks are pretty dynamic. No clutch drag, obviously, just instant power. So let's see what kind of reaction time Clarkey gets out of the gate here.
Here we go then. 5-second board is up. They're away. It's a clean start. That looked like a good jump for Conrad Muse in the centre of the gate. Let's see who gets there first.
Conrad, I think, in the blue.
I think it is.
Right where he needs to be. Was it?
Oh, that's a Ben Edwards there in second, I think.
Ben's made a fly, and that's Watson in third. But that's definitely Conrad. Unless it's Carpenter.
No, I think that's
Conrad.
It's definitely Conrad, and then Edwards there on the KTM in second. The man from he's on the back of Beyond in Scotland. He travels hours and hours and hours.
Oriel in second.
Oh, it is Oriel. I thought it was
no.
Right. Okay, so you're right. It is the 83 of Oriel Oliveira. I thought it was the 33 on the back. Oh, it's the top three in the championship.
Yeah, look at
in
that.
Reverse
Get
order.
on. This is going to be good.
This is what we wanted to see.
And of course, Ben Watson, he knows his way around here. He had that titanic battle with Hurlins. What was that, 2 or 3 years ago? I can't remember exactly when it was.
Oh, he was on a factory
unreal.
Yamaha. It was his first ride on a 450 Yamaha.
Yeah, brilliant that was.
Yeah.
So he knows how to go quick round here. All these riders I've spoken to in the last 24 hours, Conrad in particular. Conrad, look at Oriel, he's given it some. Conrad come to the Michelin Academy, 125 Academy last night. He was absolutely brilliant with the kids. He was honest, open. He really put his heart out there and explained how this sport can knock you sideways. But anyway, enough of that. Let's look at this, because Oriel is trying to make those early moves. Oh, goes into
there
light
in the shadows. And that's, again, you've got to be so careful. If the berm gets blown out, you don't know it's not there until you get there and you're in the trees. But down and again, these downhills get so stepped out through the day. Oliver trying to cut a tighter line there, Jeff. Watson still there in third, just dropped off a little bit.
Look at the pace of the top three already. They've got a probably 2.5, 3 second gap.
Oh, our Pico MX1 Race 1, our premier class here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. They drop down into this right-left chicane. We've got a K-Tech banner on the roof of the.
You just realised what's keeping us the sunlight from coming through.
So we've got a lovely K-Tech flag on the roof there, keeping us not just cool, but also keeping the light levels here so we can see the monitors. And it is Conrad Muse then on the Crendon True 7 Honda that leads across the line by 0.8 of a second. from Oriol Oliver, the man on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM.
Zero making a good start there, look, in 8th, not bad, first time at Lyng. Let's see if he can actually stay there, obviously, because it's a brutal place. Well, Conrad absolutely coming in hot there. That was just a little reminder of how quick he was going. He probably caught him a little bit off guard. This part of the circuit, by the way, I've got to say, that switchback, when you land off that jump next to the pond and you go left and right, is one of the fun places in British motocross. It's a brilliant section. You kind of sling from one and you can go the inside, outside. It's awesome, that section. I used to love going through there, and it looked like Conrad certainly did, and he has really put it down now. He's got his sighting lap in effectively at race speed, and now he's like, right, because Oriel was showing interest, and here comes Watson.
Yeah, Ben, he's not dropping off too far. It's Jamie Carpenter in 4th, so Carpenter from Purden, from Taylor Hamill, then Tom Grimshaw. Duro is up there in 8th, Husband 9, and Eddie Wade in 10th. It was Edwards in 11th, so the KTM mounted rider is just outside of the top 10. Stevie Clark then, currently running 16th, again, 85cc world champion, a recent dad, which is why he wasn't at, I think, round 1 at Auckland, because his partner gave birth and he wasn't at the race.
So Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. Well, you'll be not really much to work out. It's going to be Conrad Muse setting the pace so far, but now this is their first complete full lap, so let's see if he actually betters that. I'm sure he will. Second lap around, the heart rate's up, breathing's more stable, exactly as I expected. He goes quicker with a time of 2:08.496, 1.5 seconds roughly quicker than Oriel on that one. Olivier Watson doing his best to stick with it.
Oliver making a bit of a mistake there. Impressive. So Taylor Hamill passes Jamie Carpenter, but Carpenter, I don't know if you were aware, Jeff, but Carpenter had a big off at the end of pit lane this morning. He came out the berm and it looked like, I think he got the rear end over the berm and got onto the flat ground at the side, lit the rear up, and he high-sided him.
Conrad into that bit.
Yeah.
I tell you what, he is pushing it, because he doesn't normally look a little bit squirrely, but like last 2 laps, he's hit that bank and bounced off it.
Yeah.
Not like Conrad. He's normally a little bit smoother than that, but he is, I wouldn't say on the limit, but he realises, let's get this race locked down early, and that last lap, look how he's now broken away. I saw earlier on, I couldn't help but noticing the 2 Putnam brothers having a battle down there as well.
Yes.
Sid now moving up to the 450 class.
But Conrad Muse then starting to eke out a decent advantage over Oriel Oliver. Watson there in 3rd. So this is going to tighten up the championship. This will mean, by my rudimentary fingers and thumbs mathematics, that Conrad will go back to the head of the championship by a point from Oriel Oliver, with Watson back to 3rd. But we've still got 20 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and this is why we race. And it's not settled until the end of Moto 2. But Muse was, I want to say, at the French International on Friday on their May Day race that they have over there, and was a decent 3rd behind Jeffrey Hurlins and Maxime Renault. Tom Vial was there in attendance as well, and so that was a decent result for him. But Taylor Hamill there in 4th. He's been dropped off by, we're almost 15 seconds from our race leader. Carpenter in 5th now, so that's a change. Hamill moved in front of Carpenter. Tom Grimshaw having a good ride in 6th. Durau is up to 7th, so the man from South Africa having a good showing. Husband in 8th, Eddie Wade 9th, and Bobby Bruce now up into 10th. I'm not sure who's dropped outside the top 10. We'll wait for the...
well, Edwards is currently 11th, Mira 12th, Travis Steels, and then Purden in 14th.
Yeah, Purden I think is the guy that was inside the top 10 that wasn't. But anyway, there's Oriel on there. And we've seen, would you call him stocky, or is he just small? You see him and he doesn't look like a motocross rider, does he? He's quite slight.
He's small and slight. I appreciate when I was doing the interview, obviously down there with his team manager, Sean Simpson, you don't get to hear that audio, but that's what we were talking about. And Sean was just basically saying how he caresses the bike. Sean's description of him was Prado-esque, which I thought was quite a good description.
Yeah, and you can
not just because he's Spanish, but because similar style, slight, light. and we were talking about how he's light on the bike. He never looks to be like heavy and smashing into stuff.
And this is where the lap time comes from. The guys, I was on the fence earlier on watching free practice and qualifying, and talking to a guy that I knew, and he was just saying, he said, how can Conrad look so slow and effortless, and then just bang, and that was his fastest lap. And this is what happens. These guys, they just baby the bike around the track. They don't look like they're going fast everywhere. They're not slamming into things. The red plate holder of Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph.
Going back to what I said very quickly earlier on, Phil, last night's Michelin Academy, and Conrad was our guest and talking about it, and he really emphasised the point with all the kids saying repetition, get in a routine, never miss it, stick with it, it turns round, and that is how you ultimately avoid injuries, get to the top. So what you're seeing now with Conrad breaking away is just endless training, repetition, motos, and all that. And of course, that's what you need to be an elite athlete.
And that is, like I say, when you put in the hard yards, it's certainly difficult when the results don't come. But providing you keep doing the right things, the right amount of time, eventually it will come right for you. Oliver, that berm just started to get quite blown out.
There's Dave Thorpe. Well, it's not. But it's one of Dave's replica shirts. Dave is watching at home. And right now he should be sat in his comfy chair, I should imagine, with a big grin on his face, because his rider is starting to break away at the front of this Pico MX1 class.
He'll be pleased with Jamie Carpenter as well, because, like I say, Jamie's he had a rough year last year with injuries as well, and but he's proving to be a good, solid top 5 rider. And almost he's there getting a little bit of a challenge now, maybe from Tom Grimshaw. He's not that far away from a potential podium if he holds it together in this one and he gets a good start in Moto 2. And we can always see this, that it doesn't take much. MX2 race 1, for instance, absolutely upside down results in that one. A lot of riders not figuring in the top 10 who are championship contenders.
Just looking, you can see on your K-Tech timing tower there where the battles are. Looks like there's a good battle shaping up between Carlton Husband, rider number 6, Eddie Way, 217, and Bobby Bruce, and Jason Mira. There's not much between those guys as these top 3 start to spread out. Watson, if anything, is being dropped a little bit.
And now I was thinking that looked like it had kind of stabilised. And Ben is always... Oh, Ben's gone off circuit there. Did you see that?
I did, yeah.
Blew the berm out and
it.
ended up over the top of it. And if you look at that, it's all rabbit holes and all sorts of stuff. You could quite easily go down there.
Oh, nearly tucked the front. That is, honestly, that corner goes and goes away from you.
Yeah,
and then you come back on the off counter, and there's a hard ridge in the bottom of that corner that comes out every year, like sandstone, and it can catch your front wheel.
And we will see that as we get into our second group of motos coming up a little later on this afternoon, 20 to 3 for 125 race 2. This Dirt Store MXGB-TV free live stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at MXGB-TV. Or go to our website, MXGB-TV.co.uk. And you can be watching us on MXGB-TV on YouTube. Don't forget to leave us a comment. Tell us who your fancied winners and top 3 are. We do get to read through them afterwards. But there is Oliver then coming out of... That's a superb jump, that. And you can see that the gap to Ben Watson now is 3 and a bit seconds after that mistake from Watson in the woods on the previous lap.
Just going to rewind a little bit there, Phil. You say about that jump coming out of the sandpit, it is a brilliant jump. It takes commitment because it's slightly on the angle, and what happens is you jump into the bomb hole, and your suspension compresses, and then you're on the upstroke as you hit that thing, and it gives you extra ping. For a ski jump, it's a big old flying jump.
Yes.
And you don't want to get it wrong coming out of there because it doesn't end well.
Let's give a shout out to the locals then. Bailey Sutton and Sean Southgate battling then for 15th and 16th. They're both local guys to this neck of the woods. We don't see Sean at that many of the races these days, but he still comes out and rides this this Lyng track quite regularly. There's Watson then. Like I say, Taylor Hamill went on the DRT Kawasaki.
But that's not Taylor,
That's
because
not Taylor.
look at the gap,
That's,
28 seconds behind race leader. So
That's the
a
441
long
of Joe
way.
Phillips.
Yeah, so Joe getting some British Championship experience, and that's the beauty of where we're at with it now. You know, I'd love to think we could get more than 40 riders in an MX1, because we could. And
Yeah.
if we do, if we get 50, we're going to do an LCQ. So when this British Championship comes to you regionally, book in.
Yeah.
Give it a go. What have you got to lose?
Come and ride your local race. It's a big commitment to do all of them, but if you can do the ones that you can get to easily, and that's what swells the grid and gives us the depth of talent. And once you come and have a go, you know, oh, hang on a minute, I'm here, and you might sniff a point, you might end up only finishing 25th, but at least you can say that you've tried your arm against the best riders in the country. Well, as we look at Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph, he's been really good this year on that bike. He's found his feet with it pretty much straight away. I know that he's not had the best of MX1 careers after losing his MX1 ride with the factory Yamaha team through no fault of his own. And obviously, I don't know whether you remember what happened there, but with the fact that Maxime Renault won the World Championship against the run of play, because Tom Vial got basically wiped out by Rowan van der Moosdijk, it meant that there was no room left at the table for Ben Watson with the contract that Renault had got written, that he would go to a 450 ride after winning the 250 championship, which he managed to do a year early, and unfortunately for that, it scooted Ben out of what I thought was going to be a very conducive ride for him and where he was in his career.
It's honestly, Phil, that I've never been a factory rider at that level, but obviously I've raced at a high standard, and you get that opportunity to be a factory rider, but that's not clear cut that it's always going to go your way and improve your result.
Definitely
because there's a lot of different pressures. Like when he was on factory Kawasaki, all of a sudden, he was the lone rider out there. There's a lot of pressure on him to go and deliver those results
with no backup of a teammate, because obviously
that's what I mean,
when that all changed and they went from Husky to Kawasaki, because obviously the factory Kawasaki team moved from
it's all in its infancy.
It was all on him.
And then
difficult times.
All eyes were on him. I will say this though. I think Ben, speaking to him now, I think he's in a good place. I think he's happy to be back racing in the UK. We're certainly happy to have him back because he brings a lot to it.
There is now that is Tristan Purdon. That is Taylor Hamill on the Kawasaki. So we picked up the man on the DRT Kawasaki. He's been good this year. I would have liked to have thought he would have been a little bit closer to the front three, but like I say, he's running for a championship as well. So if those three guys in front of him are gone, if he's going to be fourth by 2 seconds or fourth by 20 seconds, he still gets the same amount of points.
He's being the best of the rest, and what I would say is that highlights what Sean Simpson was talking about before we went into this race. Each track has certain good points and bad points. One of the things with Lyng is the emphasis on getting a good start is greater here than many others because of the course design. You come off the start, you go into a couple of pinch points, you drop into the sandpit and Honda, and you can lose a lot of time at this place on the first lap. And I think that's what's genuinely happened here. Our top three contenders were all in the top three with a clear track and got away. And I would have thought on another track, Taylor, even if he gated fourth, would have been a bit closer. So he's got a lot of work to do. But like you say, he's in a comfortable fourth. Fastest lap of the race. Well, let's see where we're at with that. It's still Conrad Muse on a 2:08.496. Phoenix Tool's fastest lap of the race.
I'll say no surprise. But Hamill, he always looked like a guy that was just waiting to get on a 450. I've said that many times before, but I remember seeing him I think he was in EMX at Matterley, and he just watched the way that he just looked like a proper rider. His stance on the bike, the way that he rides and everything. So he's there. So Dural, he's still there in 7th, but he's got a decent gap to close down Tom Grimshaw. But a top 10 for the man from Pietermaritzburg. Well, we've got lots of family watching back home there in South Africa, so a hat tip to you guys. Your guy is going pretty well, consider he's never seen the bike or the track until this morning. And a 7th place so far in this company is a decent showing.
It is. I'm looking further down the field, still on the timing screen here. The battle that we are trying to find for you out on track is still really going off between
Eddie Wade, Jason Mira, Bobby Bruce, and Ben Edwards. There's 4 riders there, and there's 3 seconds between the 4. So I'll let you work out how tight.
Yeah, that's tight. But like I say, most of our cameras doing double duty on different parts of the track, so really not easy to do. And they'll say the contrast of the shadows, the sun is behind the clouds a little bit now, so it's not as bright as it was. But Hamill on the Kawasaki.
I will say this much though, Phil, I get to walk down to the winner's circle and back. It is the temperature and the cloud cover is, but you couldn't got it really any better from a rider's standpoint. The temperatures are perfect. Not too hot, obviously not too cold either. People wearing t-shirts, but it's a nice ambient temperature out there, which will help a rider on a circuit like this.
So just looking at the lower end of the leaderboard there, Charlie Cole, he was right at the back on the opening lap, and he's pushed his way through on the 772 Kawasaki. He is now in the points in 20th place, so he's going to get something for his efforts at least, if he manages to hold on to that 20th place. But our race leader Conrad Muse then from Aurel Oliver, 11 seconds now. Jeff, that's a country mile. Watson a further 3 seconds adrift of Oliver. And then it's Hamill, Grimshaw and Carpenter, Doral, Husband, Eddie Wade and Jason Mira rounding out your top 10 of this first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 motos of the day here from Lyng.
Yeah, Conrad really finding his zone now. I want to try to make a statement. As we said, we are not even close to the halfway stage. 11 motos in this championship to go after this one. That's still a long way to go. Varying circuits that we're going to go to. We're going to go to the complete contrast of Lyng. Next time out in a couple of weeks, we're down there in Cornwall, just over the border on a hard-packed circuit. But another venue that Conrad knows pretty well, as does this guy. Living down south, they've been there enough times. Local hero, unfortunately, Josh Gilbert will not be racing that one. But maybe we can get him along in the booth, because he can definitely give us some insights of how to get around Landrake.
That would be cool. So Cole up to 18th. We've lost Eddie Wade. I was looking there to see somebody has disappeared. Eddie Wade now back to 20th. So Ben Edwards then on the KTM is up to 10th. Bobby Bruce 11th. Purdon 12th. Travis Steele's 13th. Bailey's Uttin 14th. Good ride for him. Murphy 15th. Sean Southgate 16th. Max Broadbelt 17th. Charlie Cole 18th. Charlie Putnam 19th, and Stevie Clark on the Starkvarg Future. He is there in 20th performer for MX 85cc World Champion.
So we're just gonna. You'll probably see the cameraman, camera crew out there just scanning around, because there we go. So what's that? 103. That's
Max Broadbelt.
Yeah,
I think
it is. Max still going strong. Fair play. And again, good to see the local Eastern Centre riders out there. Sean Southgate, always good chatting with Sean. Still going strong in this. And we've mentioned it before. Not only is Norwich Viking a brilliant club in this South Eastern Centre, they produce some great riders as well in this part of the world. They've got some lovely tracks up and around this part of the country. Obviously, we're at final round as well. We're going to Blacksall, another great circuit up and around in the southeast. As you can see, we're just scanning back further down the field. While we do that, I'm going to just highlight that jump there. It looks straightforward. It's not. You hit that on the turn, it goes from soft to hard. It's very easy for the front end to break loose and the rear end. Back to Conrad, who is now 16 seconds. Oh, wow. Watson, something happened there then, because when we last looked, Watson was about 3 seconds behind Oriol Olivier, but now he's effectively 2 seconds in front. So
Oliver's had a tip off looking at the gap at 18 seconds, Jeff. That looks like
let's
Oliver
see what his
has
last lap time was. Yeah, his last lap time dropped down to a 2:24. So it was definitely a mistake from Oriel.
And that
last lap around
is important for the championship because it's a however many point swing. It's a 4-point swing, because obviously 25 for the win. They're not all good. They can't all be tied.
Here we go. Now this is further down the field. This has been some good stuff. There is Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools. He's going to be Mira running it in there. Lovely. Feet up as well. Talk about audacity.
Yeah, so Mira then up to 8th.
Yeah,
and, that's a good pass from Jason Mira, the man on the Yamaha.
And just behind these guys is the Scotsman Ben Edwards. So without sounding like it's some kind of UK joke, we've got an Irishman.
Yes.
A Scotsman. Going at it there with an Englishman sandwiched in between.
But here's Conrad.
Oh, look at that. That was one that cool.
Yeah.
The little clutch trigger over that braking bump. Just jumped over those bumps. Beautiful stuff. So Conrad in his groove.
Yes. I do like that blue kit as well.
GFL, I'll get you some for your birthday.
Is that right? Yeah. I need a new set.
Hit DT up. He'll give you a spare set.
But I'm pretty sure that I'm not getting a set of Conrad's old ones. That's a certainty. But he's in the rhythm now. He's finding all the nice smooth lines. You can see he's cutting the corner, going out wide, cutting back tight, missing all the ruts. And this is where this track develops, especially this field here.
Yeah,
where
really
the race
up.
as the day goes on. As he just puts
what I would say as well, Phil, because he's got that
Tom Murphy,
because he's got that buffer. This is how top riders obviously think. They also use that time, but they're not under pressure. He's already probably got his mind on lines for race 2.
Yeah, definitely. And there's, like I say, this part of the circuit as well gets really bad. And when you see what it's like first thing in the morning, I mean, like I say, how steep that jump is and the landing there, that is almost a dead stop landing. It's really hard.
It's just a straight kind of like 45 on up there, well, more than 90. But again, a big old berm builds up there out of view.
Mira is looking like he's closing in on Cameron Durow a little bit as well, so maybe the Irishman can get his teeth into the South African in this final minute and a bit of this first Pico Factory Racing MX1 race. But our race leader then is going to get across the line. It will be 2 laps to go next time by.
It's nice and caressed it. Didn't override the bike there. Early laps he was pushing it, particularly coming out of the sand pit and down to the pond. There, just nice roll speed, not braking smooth, but not too hard, not killing all his momentum. And of course, when you've gapped out the field like that and you're feeling it, you can inevitably relax more and go even quicker.
Yeah, look, he's definitely got the measure of everybody here in this first moto. But again, Ben Watson might be. I did see this morning that they swapped seats during practice and qualifying right at the end. Looked like the one that was coming off the number 2 bike was maybe a little taller with a slightly different hump position that they went out and tried. So all of these things that are available to these riders to try and get their extra comfort level for any given situation. So it might be that the Dirt Store Triumph team can go back and maybe make a couple of changes to make him feel a little bit more comfortable. Or maybe it's just one of those days where Conrad Muse is on fire and this is what we're going to get in race 2. But we will wait and see. This is why we race, because nothing is ever over until it's over.
No, not in this game. Professional sport in general, but obviously motorsport has many moving parts.
It does.
In the bike alone. So lots of things can happen there.
So Eddie Wade was a DNF then, looks like a mechanical. Just looking out of the window in the booth as the
that's a shame. He was running quite high up early doors, but we're assuming it. Well, having said that, Phil, the front end of the number plate is all hanging off.
So maybe, it does. It looks like that's been down the track. So not mechanical. Looks like it is an off for Eddie Wade, which is a shame. He was inside the top 10, but it just goes to show, as we saw in MX2 race 1, this track can indeed bite you, and you least expect it. Watching Muse up there in practice and qualifying, Jeff, and he was pre-jumping over from about 3 or 4 feet from the top and just squashing the takeoff so perfectly. So 2 laps to go then. Time is up for the Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse, who was bounced back. This is his first race victory of the year, because obviously Jeffrey Hurling's done both race victories at Preston Docks, and Hawkstone was a race win apiece for Ben Watson and Oriol Oliver.
Well, there's 1 lap to go. I'll get on the move in a minute and get down there, but statement at this stage, you know, he came into round 1, he wasn't happy, he was honest and open in the winner's circle, saying that it wasn't good enough.
Got to find more. Here we are, round 3, opening moto, and he's got an 18-second lead over his 2 nearest rivals.
Yeah, that's a beat down, that is. And so he's just coming up to put a lap on. I think there's at Bailey's up to him because it's just fast. But yeah, so he is definitely feeling it round here. And like I say, he raced on Friday. These pros get about a bit. And was talking to Dave Grimshaw. Tom Grimshaw was also possibly going to go and do that race, but just didn't pan out for them at the last minute, so he didn't go. But Grimshaw then has managed to pass Jamie Carpenter, so we missed that. So a good 5th place. How far is Tom off the back of Taylor Hamill? Probably looks like quite a lot, and Hamill certainly.
Well, no, not really. I think that is... He's only a second or so, but second off of Hamill by the looks of it.
Okay, so Tom Grimshaw on the move. We're going to follow Conrad Muse home and trying to pick anybody up at this late stage.
Oh, no, sorry. No, the gap is huge. I misread that.
Yeah, so it's the lap time.
He's about 30 seconds off him,
the gap is big. Yeah, we can see that on the screen. So Jeff is going to make his way down to the winner's circle and talk to who we can only assume is going to be Conrad Muse. See that rut down the inside there, the last lap board goes out. Up the start straight for the final time. And it has been a clinic from the Crendon True 7 Honda man. Ben Watson not able to hang on in the opening laps on the dirt store. Triumph and Oriel Oliveira as he tried. Ended up making a mistake and dropping to 3rd, and they will all go back and have a bit of a rethink in the break. What can we do to stay near Conrad Muse? As we see many times, these guys, when they're on it, they're on it. And this is a return to form then. The man from the West Country. Look at that, just not blasting into the berm, staying nice and low. He will accelerate over this jump, and then this part of the track, if you stand by the side of that jump so fast, you do not get the feeling of speed looking at that camera shot as they go away from you. Down through the bottom end of the avenue here. So Muse will take victory from Ben Watson with Oriel Oliveira in 3rd, Hamill 4th, Grimshaw 5th, Jamie Carpenter 6th, Cameron DeRoe in a good 7th, Mira 8th, Carlton Husband 9th, and Ben Edwards in 10th. All of those guys will be pleased with their points haul. Over the final time down the hill. And there we are, race victory then for Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. 25 minutes plus 2 laps of absolute perfection from the man on the 450 Honda. Taking his first race victory of the year in the Motul ACU British Championship. And he will be pleased with that. Here is 2nd place man Ben Watson then on the Dirt Store Triumph. He will, there's Stevie Clark coming in on the start, so that's managed the full race distance. That's good for them. Here's Oliver. Almost surprised to see the checkered flag, Oriel Oliver. And then it is, they will be waiting for Taylor Hamill to come across the line on the 23. He will be in 4th position. Grimshaw should be 5th, but they're a long way back. Such was the pace of the front 3. Hamill's almost a minute down. Shows the level of these guys at the front. But let's not forget Ben Watson, top 10. He scored points in qualifying races in MXGP this season, so he is the capable of scoring points against the top guys in the world. Listening to our circuit commentator then, it does appear that Cameron Deroe has found his way past... that Jason Mira found his way past Cameron Deroe on that final lap as we wait for the timing to update. But it's Muse, Watson, Oliver, Hamill, Grinshaw, Carpenter, Mira, Deroe, Husband and Ben Edwards is your top 10. We will have a quick word from our sponsors, and we will then return with Jeff down in the winners' enclosure.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Down here in the winner's circle with an emphatic winner. That was good. Smile across your chops, no wonder, Conrad. Early pressure from Oriel, you know, and looked like you just kind of weathered that storm and then found your rhythm and got going. I'm guessing very pleased with that.
Yeah, definitely. It was a solid race. First lap, man, I made so many. I'm not used to leading from the first lap. I'm not used to getting the whole shot. So that first lap, I made so many mistakes, and I heard Olivier Oriel behind me, and yeah, I knew it's a difficult track to pass, and I just took my time, and then yeah, from the second lap on, we started to put a bit of a march on, and we got a good gap, and then maintained it from there. So yeah, smooth sailing first race, and hopefully we can do the same in the second one. That'd be lovely.
Obviously, it's always great to win a race by that kind of margin, but also it gives you that opportunity, or this is what we thought. You had the opportunity to look at lines for race two. Certainly looked the last couple of laps you were exploring a bit more than you were in the first part of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I was trying different things towards the end, you know. Obviously, the track changes throughout the race, but I would exactly like you said, I was trying different lines. I was seeing what lines might develop and what lines could work in the second race, and I just felt really good out there. It's nice being at the front and you can ride your own race and find your flow and do what you want, you know, rather than getting roosted every turn. So it makes a change, but massive thanks to the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team. This bike absolutely ripped the start then, and yeah, there's no reason why we can't do that every time now.
Not much dirt on his face this time. Nice clean teeth. Conrad, move out if you will. Good luck in the second one. We're going to bring in second place Ben Watson, who, to be fair, you cannot miss in that Larry O'Neill get up. Ben, obviously this championship is going to be super tough. You want to win every race. It wasn't, it kind of got away from you in that one, but so explain where you're at, how you're feeling after that first one.
Yeah, the start's incredibly important, and obviously it was Conrad, Oriel, then me. So I don't know, like the first laps we just stayed together, and then Conrad started to break away a little bit, and I don't know, I wasn't feeling, to be honest, even if I think I was second behind Conrad, I don't know if I would have been able to, you know, follow, or definitely not for the whole race, because and I was fighting a little bit with the bike and just not really, you know, that comfortable. I was making quite a lot of mistakes and stopping in the turns and stuff. So I don't know, I'll make a couple of little changes, and then yeah, try and execute the start. It's really, really important. And then yeah, shake a bit of the arm pump off and try to go again. I do struggle with, you know, the one day format, just having like 20 minutes in qualifying. First few laps is steady learning the tracks that you've not been to for so many years, and then yeah, it's just a few hot laps and then into racing. So I'm struggling with that. It's a lot different to GPs, but yeah, that's the new challenge. We're coming back to the British. And
you've been away for too long. Well, look, good luck in the next one. Obviously, sounds like you're going to make a few adjustments on the bike. Hope that works out for you. Hopefully, see you back up here in the next time around, maybe in that one position higher. Let's bring in Oriel, Olivier. Another great performance. This just championship was on. We spoke for it before. You're very much in contention. We didn't see it off camera, but with about 3 to go, you had a bit of a gap, and second place was looking comfortable. What happened?
Yeah, I just lose the front here in the finish straight corner. And yeah, but I was not feeling really great. I had some arm pump, and I was just trying to finish second, but the mistake cost me quite a lot. I mean, yeah, one position, but with how is the championship, it costs you a lot. But yeah, normally for the second moto should be better. We'll see. Yeah.
And I got to say, very early on, the first couple of laps, you really applied some heat to Conrad. It looked like you were doing everything you could to try and snatch that lead early doors.
Yeah, because this track is really hard to pass. And, first laps where and normally in the first laps, you still don't know where is the fast line, So I was trying to pass him when I had no arm pump, but he was riding really well and couldn't make it happen. And yeah, we'll see the second one.
Well, we look forward to that. Good luck in the final moto. So there you go, top 3 in our Pico MX1 class. That's obviously great chat to those guys. Good insight. We're going to go to a quick ad break again. We're going back to the start. Up next is the RFX 125 class, their second and final moto of the day. Again, don't go too far away. We'll be back shortly.
To move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Second block of racing, second motos, classic motocross format. Two longer, stronger motos in motocross, particularly around here at Cadder's Hill in Lyng. It's a tough old circuit. It sorts the men out from the boys. Certainly, you've got to be fit. You've got to be strong. It's a fast-flowing circuit. So we are getting into the second RFX 125 moto. Opening moto, won by Drew Stock. That's a clean sweep. That's 5 for 5
for
to this
5.
point.
Been very impressive, but Harley Marjak, he rattled his cage a little bit. And
He
like I say, it was an interesting race, and I think that if Marjak gets to start, he's going to make Drew work for his money. Third place in the first one, Brian Giles, fastest qualifier. Again, he didn't get the best of starts, Jeff, so if he can get off the gate and be with the front guys, and he's not a very big guy, so if he can get away, then he's got a chance.
Definitely, and a massive shout out to
so
that was the qualifier.
Yeah, it's qualifiers. But Lucas Moncrief, he had an off and ended up, and I think Lucas
sixth. He was second for a lot part of the race. But
Alfie Geddes Green there in fourth, the local man on the RAS Yamaha. He ended up buried quite a long way down and fought his way back up to 13th. So that was a good result for him. Pickering, Marjak, I must say, Marjak only qualified 6th. Walter Stapley, Arthur Moore, who was a DNF, and Chris Brindley, who worked his way through, and he finished 4th. So
really strong ride from him. I was impressed with that.
Yeah. But yeah, so this RFX 125 Championship, Jeff, it's last year it was one of those ones that you couldn't take your eyes off, and this year it feels like Drew Stock has got his hands around its neck a little bit.
He's starting to get a grip on it, a solid grip on it.
Yeah.
But talking of which, grips on things without these guys, throttle grips, all those kind of things, without the people that we're just going to put in another quick advert break. And again, big shout out to these guys, because without them, we wouldn't be doing this. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you to them.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So as the gate starts to fill, then for the first of our second motos here today at Cadder's Hill at Lyng. Chef, it's been a fantastic day of motocross so far, and all of these boys have earned their money. The track is in absolutely perfect condition. There we are looking at the main men, our pole position there, 5, 6, 7 of Brian Giles. He's there right next to the doghouse. And it's the 5, 3, 1 of Lucas Moncrief, then the red plate holder of Drew Stock.
If you're just wondering, by the way, some of you may be curious why they run the triple-digit numbers, particularly in the 4s and 5s. That's usually riders that are racing EMX competition, because in EMX 125, certainly if you're doing the qualifying and championship like that, and through their riding career, they normally get riders 85 and 65s from 400 to 500, and they usually keep the number from when they were doing 85s. That's the reason.
But yeah, some weird numbers in there, but it all makes sense, honestly. Interesting story on the Tom Grimshaw number. We maybe touch on that in the MX1 race, so remind me about that. But yeah, look, it's been a fantastic day. Like I say, it's a 100-year anniversary of the Norwich Vikings Motorcycle Club, one of the longest standing clubs in the country, and this venue has been holding races for 90 years, Jeff, and what a fantastic place it is. Looking brilliant today. We've had a lot of people through the gates. And we've got somebody down there with their hand up, not quite sure who that is, but a lot of people through the gates today. Been a perfect day for motocross racing, and we can't wait to see who is going to do
what you're saying, Phil. Yeah, I mean, people have been coming here for 90 years, and I have to say, for the majority of the time, you don't walk away from Lyng disappointed. You always get some drama and good races at Lyng.
Yeah, so 15-second board will go up, and then the 5-second board, and we will be underway with race 2 of our RFX 125 Championship. Look for the fast men in the centre there to be the ones going away. Here we go. Eyes down at the gate then. We're away. God, Stock gets another absolute. He gets it off that grate absolutely perfectly.
He did. He was really stretching it out as well, leaning as far back as he could to get the drive over that rear wheel with that sand tyre on. It looks like Stapley there in second.
Is that Giles in third this time?
Could well be, or is that back and forth? 2 KTMs there though in third and fourth.
Or is that Brindley? Difficult to see. Numbers on the back of the jersey as they come down. Oh, massive.
That is a big old launch for a 125 down there.
That was full send,
that was, wasn't it? Yeah, he really let her fly there. Nice. Look how he got the drive on the downside of that jump. All the momentum things that you do on a 125 to keep that wheel rolling.
Yeah.
Look at that, cutting up the inside. Drew is going to lay it down here.
That's a change for second. So whoever that is, and I think that is Giles in the...
I think you're right, it is.
On the 5, 6, 7. The man not from Africa but from Thailand.
So where's Stapley's dropped back to third?
Stapley's back to third. Yeah, that was a pass on the way the way into the second field. There's some dark clouds on the horizon. Let's hope we don't get any rain. But there's.
I like the way Drew was already trying to sort of skip and hop over some of those jumps.
But riding at the in the AMX Championship and being exposed to what he is, going to the GPs and seeing all of the other classes, not just him, but all of the guys that are getting that experience, you can see the way that it rubs off on their own riding styles.
Yeah, of course it's going to. I mean, that's how you do it. You put yourself up against the best and you can't help but learn. It brings your level up. Of course it does. I think that was Ollie Waters in second. I'm pretty certain it is. I think it might be. Yeah, 4:55.
Oh, cool. So Ollie then...
it looked like him.
Yeah, he was 11th in race 1. And he's not a big lad, Ollie Waters, is he? So he looks very Brian Giles-esque, for want of a better word.
Yeah,
yes, you are right, yes.
Yeah. So a good start for him in this one. Again, another rider just coming back. He had a difficult year last year, lost a lot of bike time with an injury. But yeah, stepping up. He's on a great team, I've got to say. Like the JL Cox group doing a wonderful thing with youth motocross.
Yeah,
so good on Jack and everybody there.
To the Briggs boys with supporting young racers, the JL Cox Cranes team. But there is our race leader then. The 418 of Drew Stock on the JK Racing Yamaha.
I mean, a neck like an owl. He had a really good long look behind his show, just assessing everything, and look at that. He has already got a 2.4 second gap. So there's your running order. Waters, Stapley, Giles, Pickering making another good start. Moncrief, Getters Green, Marzak back in 8th. He's going to have to put the hammer down like he did in the first one.
So he's not closing that gap to Drew Stock anytime soon.
No,
he's already 10 seconds adrift. Albie Heron there, he's there just inside the top 10. I'll say man who went out to do EMX and didn't make the cut but still enjoyed the experience and said he learned so much out there in Trentino.
What I would say, with Drew leading like he is, clearly in the driving seat for another maximum score and extend his championship lead, but the battle for the remaining podium positions is going to be all over the place here at the minute because, as I said, Marzak down in 8th. He took a second in the opening moto.
Yeah, I mean at the
Giles
moment,
is probably looking good for second at the minute. But we'll see. I mean, he looks very relaxed out there, Drew. Looking behind him, maybe more than he should be. But if you're that confident, and he is right now, remember he is still riding with a broken bone in his wrist. It's not pretty impressive to be leading like Getters Green back end nearly broke away as such. That jump is not straightforward, just trust me on that. No. You hit it at an angle and it goes from sand to hard pack, and it's so easy for the rear end to break loose like we saw there.
Well, that's a bit of creative line choice there from our second place man, Ollie Waters. But maybe the markers need to be a little bit more, unforgiving. Obviously some of them are little posts that don't bend over.
Well, I think they are. I think that's what they are, but they're still, obviously, when you're riding a circuit like this, Bill, you're finding smooth lines as much as you can. So, the riders all getting creative there.
So I think that now Waters is coming under pressure from Giles, because that's definitely 2 KTMs battling there, Jeff.
Yeah.
The Yamaha of Stapley now back to what we think is 4th place. And like I say, the lighting, the way that the sun is on these guys now, is definitely going to be...
you could probably hear in the background, I'm not sure you heard that, but we heard Drew Stock coming past and he missed the shift. Well, I don't think he lost much time as he continues to pull away at the front of the field. Gap now up to 5, nearly 6 seconds.
So this is a decent run for Waters. Not sure what his highest position in the championship, well, the highest race position so far is. But he's been fairly decent. I'm not sure where he was in qualifying. We'll just have a quick look. He qualified 7th, so not too shabby by any stretch of the imagination. Alfie Geddes Green and Lucas Moncrief still in front of Harley Marjak. But this is the battle that we want to follow, the battle for second place at the moment. Stock's got this front end of the field covered. But Waters and Giles doesn't need to make the pass to get to second on the podium, but he will want the points.
He's a tiny lad, Brian Giles. I mean, if you look at him there, it's literally like he's just stepped off a small wheel, 85, never a big one.
Yeah,
look at the size difference.
I mean, like I say, Ollie Waters is not a big guy, and Giles looks half the size. I mean, he's not. They're actually, I think a lot of it is down to the colour of the clothing that they're wearing, and they're actually fairly similar in stature.
He's quite a short guy, Brian.
But they are perfect 1-2-5 pilots.
Yeah, perfect size. Like, just treat it like a horse jockey. Obviously, if you can be a little bit lighter, a little bit smaller, that is a little bit of an advantage. But at the same time, someone like Drew Stock, who is really muscling that bike around there when he needs to.
So when you think how quickly Harley Marjak closed down Drew Stock in the first one, to see him down in 8th and not making progress, that is a surprise. And so I would have expected him to have maybe made a little bit more progress on that. But look, these guys in front of him, Alfie and Lucas and Finley Pickering, these are all good guys, and the track is carved out a little bit as well now, so maybe a little bit difficult, but he's definitely not going to... he might not even end up on the podium, Jeff.
Yeah, that could be the case. And another thing I love about this 1-2-5 class is, of course, they're kind of stars in their own right, but a lot of teams, a lot of manufacturers will be keeping an eye on this class, because like as much as they go on 1-2-5, they could be the next rider. You know, as we've seen with Charlie Richmond, we know that a lot of team managers watch this race. We know for a fact right now that Steve Dixon is tuning in.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Steve, I know, because he just popped up on the live chat, so he's probably there watching some of these riders thinking, I wonder, maybe I'll take a punt on one of these guys in a few years.
Well, they need to be looking for riders, and you know, the British Championship is we've got some decent talent finding its way through.
Nice switchback crew.
Yeah, look at him, looks finding all of the smooth, and the way that he's just kind of hit scrubbing the top to these jumps. Joe Stanley Dawson up to 10th, Brindley 9th, so we have got to change. Moncrief has fallen back to 8th now, but here's the battle for second.
Oh yeah, look at it. Just want to very quickly highlight before this hops up, Arthur Moore, as you can see, a DNS did not start. Got a little bit of a knock from that first race incident and decided to sit this one out.
Sometimes that's the best thing to do. If you're not feeling 100%, you can't ride around injuries, especially at this level, and especially not on this track. But here is the battle then for second place. Waters still holding second place and holding Giles at bay. And this is where that kick there for Giles. You can't ride the lines that you want because you're going to see the inside of the circuit there.
Little love tap.
Cheeky cutback. I remember Hurlins and Watson doing that in MX1 back in the day. And Jeffrey tried everything that he could to try and find it there. Yeah, he is, isn't he? He is not dropped by any stretch of the imagination. Then it's Finley Pickering, Geddes Green, and then Marjak. So Moncrief has just lost a few seconds. So after me giving him the hurry up, Marjak has certainly started to do that. Yeah, Drew Stock, Phoenix Tools, fastest lap of the race. No surprise there. Although we did see, let's say, Marjak, what times is Marjak running compared to Stock in this one?
3 seconds.
We've got a yellow flag at the top of the hill there, so there's a yellow flag. Somebody's gone down up the top there. I don't know who that is, whether it's a throwback from the previous lap. No, we've got 2 riders come down, so I think the Waters has gone down at the top.
Yes, because I can hear our track commentators Ben and Stefan hollering outside our commentary box here, so I think something has happened. Maybe that, because they were getting together pretty close. Did Giles come down the hill as well? Maybe they got together. And they've both
There was
gone
definitely
down.
2 riders, and I think it was Giles and Stapley.
Well, we're going to know soon, aren't we? No, Giles got through. It was Waters dropping down.
Yeah, Ollie Waters then gone down at the top of the hill. We look down through the field.
Yeah, so Ollie dropping like a stone there. So that was him who made the mistake. Hopefully he's okay. Still hasn't crossed the finish line.
So there is the 567 of Giles then.
That's a real shame. But what that is going to do is put Brian Giles in second place. Not just in the race. It's definitely going to lock down second overall if the race stopped at this point.
It will indeed. And obviously Marjak will need, although Marjak's in 6th. So if he can close on to the back of the 567, that will get him second place, but he needs to make some passes, and
done he ever?
He's 10 seconds adrift, Jeff.
Yeah,
so
with 9 laps to go. That is 9 minutes plus 2 to go. That's a big arse.
And whilst he might be able to find his way past Finley Pickering and Alfie Geddes Green, a 10-second run up the road to Stapley and Giles in second and third. That's a big gap. We've got a rider there, one of the Yamaha boys, being pushed back, so I'm not quite sure who that is. One of the riders at the bottom end. DNF looked like a mechanical on the opening lap. So did we get him across the line? Did we get...
No, still has not crossed the line, Ollie Waters, so whatever's happened there, out of our view... For Ollie's sake, I hope that was he's okay, and it's a technical issue more than that he's maybe injured or anything like that. But he is dropped right out of contention.
Well, the flag is. Well, we have got some medics.
Didn't look good. I saw a medic walking across there.
So we, somebody up there will have some information. It may find its way down to us at some point during proceedings. That was really nice by Stapley there, wasn't it? He just massaged the bike through there.
There's Waters.
Right.
So he's circulating.
Right now,
look at the whole back end of the bike.
Has he broken a wheel? Because I said, didn't I, that slam landing there is so hard. You come almost. It's a dead stop landing. So if he's broken a wheel.
Well, we've moved the cameras off him, but he almost like he was wobbling up that hill, wasn't it? Like so.
He'll do well to get up that, because Tommy did last year when he had a similar problem in the MX2 race. But Stapley then a very comfortable third. Has he got anything for Brian Giles in this last 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps yet?
But looking good on his first year on a 125. As we've mentioned before, the S. Briggs team doing a grand job of helping develop these riders. I mean, the squad is called the S. Briggs Youth Development Team.
Yeah.
Deciding to go down that route, not necessarily working with MX1 or MX2 riders, focusing on nurturing British youth talent. And Archie will obviously, he's done a few, but he's looking as they go forward, will do more EMXs. Same with Marzak, no need to rush that. He's 13 years of age. He will do a few EMXs this year, I'm sure. Obviously, we got the EMX 125 at Foxhill when it comes to the British GP.
That will be
that will be awesome. So if you're a fan of British motocross, get out and support the GP. But in particular, we are going to have a bunch of Brits in that EMX 125. Get behind them, get vocal, make it special for them, and let's try and get as many of them into the race as possible.
Just looking down the list, I was trying to refresh my memory of who we're missing today in this one. Obviously, Hayden Statt, as we mentioned earlier on, injured after a midweek prang. Also missing one of the Spencer Briggs riders, Zane Stevens.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he's not in attendance.
Well, he's kind of moved up now. He's riding a Honda 4-stroke.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I'm sure he was in with this guy. This guy's a shit. But yes, he was. He was a teammate last to Charlie Richmond.
We will probably see him at Landrake in 2 weeks' time, because that's very much his local track from Newquay in Cornwall. So I think he's just going to dip his toe into MX2 occasionally this year, with a view of going in full time.
But I'm looking, I'm thinking, I'm sure we're a man missing. I suddenly thought, you know what? I wonder if it's him. But obviously he's moved up a class, and we haven't seen him. But Stapley doing good work on that S. Briggs Yamaha.
Yeah, very good stuff. I love the way, although they're working with youngsters, that the my generation of lads running that team and whatever, and running the old Yamaha speed blocks. The kids wouldn't know what that is, but a little tip to the nostalgia of Yamaha racing there from the Esbriggs team with their graphics. I love that.
So Marjak still unable to find a way past Alfie Geddes Green. Well, he's moved to 6th, Brindley in 8th, Winstanley Dawson in 9th, and Heron in 10th. Cobden then down in 15th, he had a decent ride. Chad Prince showing in 12th.
That's solid from Chad.
That's son of Neil Prince, former multi-British 125 champion back in the day, who runs the SC Sport Homes team, and his lad Chad is first year in the 125 championship and running in well inside the points in 12th.
This is good from Stapley. He's got a good shot here. I'm not going to do the maths because I'm just not, because I'll probably get it wrong, but he is he could find himself on the box in 3rd place overall here, because it's basically, I think it's going to be a dust-up between him and his teammate Marjak, who's going to get 3rd overall as it stands.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? So, yeah, it's going to be a 3-6 against a 6-3, isn't it?
Well, in that case, if they get the same race results, then
no,
it's going to be on
it's a 5th, so Stapley will be a 5-3. So, yeah, so he's currently the man sitting on the lower step of the podium, but I think that will be obviously his first one.
Yeah, but look how close Marjak is to Geddes Green. There's only 1 second in it, so this could have obviously a knock-on effect for the overall. I think if Marjak moves up past Geddes Green, that might clinch the deal. There's Pickering, there's Geddes Green, and here he is.
So
Marjak is on the charge. Stop those 3. Let's try and keep an eye on those 3 as they came into shot. There's Lucas Moncrief on the free flow. Madison Credison Yamaha just drops off a little bit. There's Brindley, number 142. So Stock managing the. We've got Brave Yellows there. One of the top right runners, but here he is, Stapley there, solidly in 3rd. Just gets his foot hung up on that inside dirt hub there to stop riders cutting across the inside.
That's really choppy there in the braking area there, Jeff. Now, some big holes.
So if we stay wide angle here, we might be able to pick up the battle behind between Pickering. That's where it's at, basically 4th, 5th, and 6th. We know we got our camera crew on it, trying to find that battle.
So there's Stapley.
Yeah. So if we hold the shot,
they should be the next group of riders in.
They're going to be 10 seconds down the track, but they're going to be coming into view soon. There's Pickering, there's Geddes Green, and there is Marjak.
So this is the battle then for 4th, 5th and 6th. And after obviously a disaster in race 1 where he ended up on his ear, the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green is certainly getting ideas that he's going to want to put a pass on Finley Pickering and get himself up to 4th place in the second of these RFX 125 races. Marjak is not far off, but he's not pushing for a pass.
He needs to if he wants to get 3rd place, if we got our calculations right on this, but with 2 minutes to go plus 2 laps, it's anything changes here, it's going to certainly affect potentially the final podium position, and certainly the overall positions for 4th as he runs it down the inside.
Oh, that was a pass.
He was a long way back, and he really committed to that.
Yeah, but Pickering was asleep with the back marker a little bit. He was trying to be too nice, and Geddes Green was like, I'm having that, son.
Yeah.
He forced his way down the inside, pushed Pickering over the berm, and all of a sudden,
it's put Pickering out of sorts, and that is going to allow Marjak through, I think.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so that might affect the overall. So that would have pushed him up into, what does that put Marjak now in?
5th.
So he's had a 2-5 then.
Yes.
If the flag came out now. So that will probably be enough to get him 3rd overall.
Yes, it will be, because it's a 3-5 for Stapley.
Yeah, so there you go. And that's that difference. So as it stands, we've got that correct. It's Stock taking the overall win with 1-1. Giles is going to come in 2nd with Marjak for 3rd.
So a long way down the track. There is Marjak then closing in on Geddes Green. They've got a little bit of traffic. So there's the 111. The RAS Yamaha, and there's Marjak right on him. And let's not forget, this is championship points. Marjak won't be thinking about the overall. Oh, I'll finish on the podium. He'll be wanting the points because he is the man in second place in the championship. And with Drew Stock taking wins for fun, this will be 6 for 6 for the man from Northampton. Marjak wants to be the best of the rest.
Well, next lap around, we're definitely going to get 2 to go, because as you can see in the top of the K-Tech timing tower, time has just elapsed. But Drew Stock with a comfortable 6.4 second lead over Giles. I say comfortable because if form is anything to go by the first 5 races, he won't panic at a 5-second gap. He's got it all in hand.
And we saw him kind of let that close a little bit in race 1 before he got his finger out towards the end and stretched it back out. But Marjak then, he's got work to do to get past Alfie Geddes Green, and we saw Geddes Green, he's not afraid to get his elbows out, because that pass on Pickering was, they put 8 seconds into him in a lap. So Pickering, we've got somebody down there, not sure who that was.
That looked like the classic, probably big rear end swap for the bike to be facing the wrong way.
So Geddes Green getting down the inside there. There's our race leader.
Lovely entry speed, up on the pegs, letting it all flow. Yep, looking very good, looking super relaxed. Took a little tear off or roll off or whatever he did there, wiped his goggles maybe, but he's in complete control in this one. Again, he's just managing the situation, not overriding the bike, no panic. And yeah, he's going to be a tough nut to crack if we go 3 rounds in, and he's looked pretty immaculate to this point.
He is going to miss, I think, the next 2 rounds. I think he said, actually thinking about it, he's going to be at Landrake, and then they're going to, I think it's Portugal straight afterwards, so he will be back in EMX competition.
Yeah.
But like I say, still carrying that little bit of a niggle, but it doesn't really affect his riding. It's a little bit of arm pump, not a lot of pain, but as we know, Jeff, these are the niggling injuries that feel like they're okay until they're really not, and when they start to be not okay, they're sometimes beyond fixing. So let's hope that he's not pushing himself more than he should do. But of course, you don't, his priority this year for the JK Racing team is obviously EMX 125, but his personal one to be the RFX 125 British champion will be the thing he will want to do and put on his mantelpiece.
Of course, wrist injuries are complicated as well, and like scaphoid, it's a word that motocrossers don't like ever hearing, because it's a tiny little bone in your wrist. In fact, sometimes it doesn't even show on an X-ray, and it can cause you real issues. I know it was a major issue that pretty much was the beginning and the end of Rick Johnson's career.
Yes, it was.
So they've got to manage that. Again, it looks like he's just wound it down a little bit. Look, he knows it. Giles is closing, yes, but Drew is on his last lap here. You've got to bear that in mind. He's bringing it home. There's Giles in the background.
He is closing in, Jeff, 4 and a bit seconds, and it doesn't look like 4 and a bit seconds now.
No, it's come down, but Drew's on his last lap, so he's just got, and that's why he had a long look over his shoulder. He knows exactly where Giles is on the track. He's got to keep concentration levels high. There's Brian charging up the hill behind him. Talk about dangling a carrot. It's teasing, isn't it?
It's brutal, isn't it? I've been in that situation. I'm catching him and just like, well, I'm just managing it, mate.
Yeah. Just showing you. Hold on. That's where you cannot afford to make that mistake. So there you go. That's how quickly it didn't change, but that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, and again, another look. Head on a swivel. I'll be,
Right, I'll let you bring it in, Phil. I'll go down there and expect to talk to certainly these top 2.
So it is going to be, we're thinking that the podium is going to be Drew Stock, Brian Giles, and Harley Marjak has had a bit of a moment, because he's now behind Lucas Moncrief. So I think Marjak has gone down, and I think that we're going to end up with a podium that's a little bit different, because Marjak is now behind Lucas Moncrief, and that is going to make a difference to the overall. A 2.6 will not beat a 3.5. Well, it might do by a point. We will wait and see. 1 lap to go then, and Jeff's gone early. I thought he said when he was on the last lap we've still got 1 to go. So this is the final lap, and it's 1.9, so Giles is properly closing in. There's the race leader, there's Giles in the background. This is going to go down to the wire. Is the man from Northampton on the JK Yamaha. Gonna get caught out. Oh, he's back. Peaked early. So, yeah, 2 seconds across the line, Jeff. 1.9.
It's all about timing, Phil.
Yeah,
and my timing there was absolutely appalling.
Well, when you said it, I thought, did I miss?
I lost track there.
I missed it. I thought it was me. In all honesty, I thought it was me. I'm like, yeah, okay, we're right. And the cameraman was down there, ready to show me coming across the line, and it's just, and obviously we're seeing 2 laps to go because it's 1 lap on the other side. But Drew Stock, is he just doing enough? Well, if Giles nabs this,
well, he has. He's realised now. He's absolutely. You could tell he's definitely.
Giles is coming. Here we go.
Giles is on a charge. This is not done. Drew cannot afford any mistake here. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, the championship.
He's away with it. It doesn't matter, but even so.
Because Giles hasn't been competing in the whole championship. But this is the overall. Right. Bear that in mind. Giles, if he takes it, is going to win the race meeting.
He is. So this is for the overall. And I'm not going to be the one to say perfect season, but...
well, you just did inadvertently.
So here we come down the bottom of the hill. Stock was really through there so much better this time. But Giles is coming.
Trouble is, from
3
here on in...
Oh, there's no place. It's going to take a mistake, Jeff.
Yeah, it's very difficult to pass from here on in. Again, another look over his shoulder. He knows he's right there. The only thing I can think of is Giles just launches it down this hill and gets a run on the next uphill. And then goes big again off that final Cadders Hill launch. But he's
not close enough.
No. It's all about Drew executing here. Staying tight, not allowing Giles up the inside. He's done that.
Are we going to see a Hail Mary down the inside?
Oh, he's showing him a wheel.
Oh, that was close. I think it's enough. I think he's done.
He's going to go big.
Oh, come on.
It's not done yet. He's going to go wide.
Is he going to try and run down the outside?
Oh,
the boat down.
It's like Rocky. This is mad. It's like Rocky 3.
Who's going to push
it? I don't know.
It's Giles. Giles takes the win. Unbelievable. Oh, Drew Stock.
That was like Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa. Who's going to get up first? Unreal. I'm going to go down there.
This is why we raced, Jeff. That was fantastic. I hope you were as excited about that as we were. Well, Jeff is going to get...
I'm glad I stayed, Phil.
Jeff needs to get down there and, oh, man, get the hard word. You got all your kit with you, mate? Yeah, he has. What a finish to race 2 here at Lyng. What a race to celebrate 90 years of motocross. Oh, unbelievable. He got it won. It just, I mean, he could see that Giles was coming down the outside, and that was it. Giles clipped the back of him as he went down. Unbelievable stuff. Oh, I'm out of breath. What a race. So, the streak is over. Drew Stock is defeated. 3 rounds in. Brian Giles will take the overall. Oh, sorry, no, he won't. Jeff's thrown me a crippler again because he was 3rd in the first leg, so it won't. Stock will still take the overall and lead the championship. It was Marzak that was 2nd in the first one. So, Drew Stock will still take the win. We're shuffling between pieces of paper and electronic timing here. But what a finish. What a finish to the race. Drew Stock will, we no doubt, kicking himself. But, hey, that's why we race. We're a fantastic finish. So Giles will go 3-1 and Stock will go 1-2 for the overall. And we're still waiting for the timing. So Giles, Stock, Stapley, Alfie Geddes Green comes across the line 4th. Harley Marjak 5th. We're going to go down to Jeff in pit lane in a minute, but quickly a word from all of our sponsors for making this Dirt Store MXGB-TV live stream what it is. Thank you, guys.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Wow. How good was that? Apologies for my mathematics and making it more. Sorry, Phil. I got the maths wrong. But what a way to win a race. What was going through your mind there? The last 3 laps, Brian, you put on such a charge. And then you launched it down that final hill. And then by Drew crashing, is that what made you also crash?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Because last lap, when we dropped down the hill, we push as we can. So, and then we both crashed up.
Then I called the action as commentary. It was like a boxing match where both are on the deck, and it's the one who gets up first. And it was like you that just about got up there, swung your leg over it. And obviously, like you've got, I think, like the electric starter that probably might have helped you a little bit.
Yeah, of course, because kickstart maybe have to, take a time to start.
Yeah.
But electric start, yes, work well.
The excitement from that was unbelievable. You got to feel good about winning that, because you made that happen in many ways by the pressure that you put on with 2 laps to go. Obviously, it's great to have you racing in the UK. You've got to be over the moon with that.
Yeah, of course.
He is spent. He put everything in it. That was superb. Thank you for the entertainment. That was unbelievable. So there's Brian getting it done. I'll bring Drew over. A sort of wry smile on your face, Drew. I mean, I know we talk about, perfect season and all that, and I know even at round 3 you would want to get that done. That's now out the window. So that takes the pressure off in many ways. I know you want to win every race, but in the bigger picture of things, injuries, championship, Brian's not necessarily a championship contender. Still a good day at the office.
Yeah, nice. I like that race. I like the battles. Just, I come in a little hot on that corner, and I went over the berm a little bit and crashed. Yeah.
He put some serious heat on you. You were constantly gauging the gap, and then we saw you kind of like gauging it. But did he kind of catch you a little bit unawares those last 2 laps?
Yeah, he was catching me. He was doing pretty good. The back markers weren't helping my side of things, maybe his, but I was coming through first, and some of them didn't want to move out of the way. But I got through, got second. I think I won the overall still. So
you did.
Still all right.
You did, and I'd like to apologise to everybody because I got the maths wrong. So yes, you did. Yeah. You did still win the overall. So well done on that. Obviously, good team and everything this year. I know the wrist injury. When are we going to see you back in EMX?
I think the plan is, because today went really well, I'm not in too much pain and it's okay. I'm going to be doing Landrake again. I'm going to be going to France from there. So I'll be back at the races straight up now.
That's good to hear. Well, good luck with it, mate. Well done on an overall victory again. Again, your overall victory today goes to Drew Stock, not to Brian there, although I thought he did. Let's bring in Archie Stapley, who's got a big grin on his face. Archie, super. I'm going to shake hand on that. Excellent effort. As we said, yeah, there's your team making a load of noise, doing good stuff. This team do great stuff and supporting you, but you're taking the opportunity. That was solid, mate.
Yeah, I had a good start and just stayed and just rode.
Yeah. And sometimes that's it, isn't it? Like, you're just keeping composure. You kind of knew where you were, and it was solid, consistent. That must have given you a little bit of confidence going forward. Like, team managers go, mention the sponsors. That must give you a little bit of confidence. What is the plan? Going forward regards outside of the UK, have you scheduled more EMX races?
Yeah, I'm going to go over and do France in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, cool. So that's good stuff. Well, look, go and celebrate with your team. Good bunch of lads. Well done, mate. Solid. Keep it going. So there you go. Archie Stapley coming in third. And I think I missed the last lap. So I think he might have got third overall as well. Not sure. Don't quote me on that. Right, let's go back now to MX2. It's going to be another epic race. Can Charlie Heyman get another race win in the bag? We're about to find out.
still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Well, what a race that was.
And just to make the drama better, Phil, I thought I'd keep you on your toes by misinforming you on the overall.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thanks for that. Slipped me a cripple there. Completely slipped me there. So, we've got the overalls, official overall results that Rachel from Time and Scorn has just dropped over to us, and it was obviously a win for Drew Stott. 47 points, taking victory with a 1-2. Brian Giles having a 3-1 finish on 45, and Harley Marjack did sneak. He did sneak, but he lost a couple of places on the final lap, so I don't know what happened there, but it was enough for him to sneak on the podium by 2 points from Archie Stapley, who took third in that final race. What was the mood down there? I can't hear the
It was good. It was actually good. I wasn't sure if Archie at that point had finished third, because I obviously missed the last lap walking down there, and I didn't see actually where Marjack finished. But I've got to say, the atmosphere between the top two, Drew took it on the chin. He was like, they were chatting and handshaking and high-fiving. It was exciting. I think certainly the electric start definitely came into play there and just helped Josh get away that little bit quicker. He didn't have to kick-start.
Are they electric starts?
I
did not realise that.
So that helped him a bit because he's quite short anyway.
Yeah,
but I mean,
awkward place to pick a bike up as well.
I couldn't help but fall into the whole Rocky scenario. But they were both flat out on the canvas with literally 10 yards to go to win the thing, and it was whoever's going to get up first. That was high drama.
Yeah. And of course, you will also realise that neither of them will have a clue who Rocky is.
Not a clue what Rocky is. That's for the distinguished elder viewer that grew up in the 80s. There we go.
But anyway, look, what a fantastic end to an RFX 125 action. Like I say, a race that would grace any circuit, but especially here at Lyng on the 90th anniversary of this circuit. A brilliant day. And that was something else. And so my good lady was like, "Oh, I don't fancy Jeff down in the ordinary round and split
No,
them two
honestly.
up." But it was literally almost formation crashing, wasn't it?
They were completely cool with it, and they knew that was a hard. I mean, because as I said, he pushed him to that mistake. So anyway, that was that. Don't go too far away. We're going to have a quick advert, get our breath back, especially me going up and down that hill. I'm too old for this stuff. We'll be back shortly with MX2.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
MX2. Here we are live on MXGB-TV. Thanks for tuning in, watching us wherever you are in the world, on YouTube, whatever. And everybody watching on FIM Moto TV, thank you for also supporting British Motocross with this, the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We are at one of the most iconic venues in British Motocross. Arguably, you can say a well-renowned circuit in world motocross. So there was the MX2 qualifiers. That was earlier on. Obviously, that's not how they come into the line as such. But Charlie Heyman taking the opening moto win here, and ecstatic. It was an official result. It was cut short by a few laps of a red flag incident. We believe the red flag could have been, it was fallen rider, might have been Jamie Keefe. So let's see if he lines up for this second moto. We obviously haven't had a chance to get down there. We're in the infield here, so we can't always cross the track that easy when the track is live. But we've been saying, Phil, and it's going to continue all year, this is going to be, whoever wins this championship is going to earn it. I know you earn any championship, but there's a lot of equality. There's not much between the top guys here, and anyone on their day with a good start can get the job done. Exactly, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Tommy Searle come back from this one. So just for you saying that we've got Steve Dixon watching the racing here. Obviously, our inability to find out where Brian Giles has come from. I've just picked up a message on my phone from Rob Meek, Ben Watson's dad, who sent me Brian Giles's complete CV and everything. Good all stuff. About it. Thank you, Rob. Like that, yeah. So cheers to that, Rob. But I'm sure that that race was absolutely top draw stuff. Good on Giles for pulling out a win. Nice lad, I've got to say. I've only spoken to him a few times. He was really, he was a bit out of puff, I've got to say. Yeah, he did look like he was blowing hard, but look, he chased Stocky down. That was a good, good race for him. Well, as I said in the winner's circle, he forced the issue. He put him in that position where he was under pressure. Oldest man on the grid by a good way there, the 272 and Nev Bradshaw. There's George Hopkins, who came through the LCQ. All of these boys at the far end of the grid, they all had to race their way in this morning. Yeah. Sonny Rooney there, 22. Yeah. Roderick Evans as well. Archie Hicks. As we go along, Phil Tension's down there. There's Harvey Cashmore on the Chambers KTM. Cheer up, Cashy. That's his old man, by the way. Yeah, we were in the pub last night. I think maybe he might have spent too many rounds in last night, and he's feeling it today. But a fantastic weekend here. Very smiling. There you go. Yeah. That's more like it. We've been so lucky. We were expecting rain this afternoon. Original weather forecast was that we would get a little bit of moisture coming in. But as the week progressed, that's kind of pushed its way on, and we're not going to see that hopefully now. That red plate does look nice on that bike. That SC Sport Homes. It does. I've got to say, it all looks good. Fox Kit, he's rocking the dirty crash helmet there. That is a new online booking in system for clubs and practice days and whatever, started by Ryan Wilson there at Moto 101. I'd highly recommend looking at that, by the way. It's a brilliant platform. And they are a series sponsor as well, I believe, Jeff. They could well be, but honestly, it's well worth a look. Clubs out there, if you're thinking of making your entry system a little bit easier and more pain-free, go and check it out and get in contact with Ryan and maybe put all your events up on there. But yeah, so obviously red flag, Charlie Heyman. I'm trying to think, because obviously he picked up a race win in Preston Docks from a race that was stopped. And he's done this one there. Did he win a race last year? I can't remember. Has he actually done a full-length race? Oh, you see, you've put me on the spot. I want to say, I really should know. See, Ben would know this. Yes, of course. We're rubbish, aren't we, really? Let's be honest. God, you can tear us apart as much as you want, but me and Phil have loads of things going around in our head. You don't blame us all the time. But look, Charlie Heyman looked, I think he got the measure of David Braceras there. He was holding steady at the front. You cannot fault him. He's going to hold the red plate, for the... presuming he backs up this second race decently, he'll hold the red plate in both championships because everybody else had a mare. Everybody. I would say that is easily the most confident I have ever heard or seen him react or act. He believes all through his youth career when he was winning every weekend. That winner's circle after that first race was like, here's a young man that's like, I felt like he's going in his own mind. I can do this. I've got it. And you can see it in his riding. So just looking there, the 456 of Ollie Colmer,
Dirt Hub shared a video of the aftermath of him and Tommy Searle getting up off the floor in turn 2 at the start of Moto 1, so they had to both come from a long, long way back. I'm not sure how far up. Coleman got up to 19th, so he got a couple of points for his trauma
None for Tommy,
in his efforts, but none for Tommy. There's the 479 of Josh Vale. So Charlie Richmond, and obviously I'm not sure whether you were aware of this, with the countback and everything, Charlie Richmond ended up back up in 4th place because the race was stopped just prior to the leader crossing the lap. They actually had to take it back 2 laps.
2 laps.
Which means that Richmond ended up 4th, Billy 5th, Joe Brooks 6th, Max Harris 7th, Liam Knight and Liam Garland 8th and 9th, and Gain Dunson in 10th. So the countback thing is always a little bit controversial, but sometimes you win and sometimes you win.
Yeah.
And so in this instance, Charlie Richmond gets a 4th place that he clearly wasn't in when the race was stopped, but sometimes that's just the way that the cookie disintegrates. And it was still a good ride from the youngster on that Crendon True 7 Honda, their only representative in this MX2 class.
Do you know if have you heard anything on Jamie Keith? Do you know if he's lining up?
I've not heard anything on Jamie Keith at all.
Can't see him.
No, I can't see him either. And I would say, look, if it's a race stoppage, he's not broken nail, has he? So he's going to be roughed up. There's the green flag at the back of the grid. We'll see as soon as we get across the line on the first lap. But I did not see him in the holding area, Jeff.
Okay.
Now, Jude Morris Racing Foundation under 21s and MX2 championships ready to go. Race 2 here at Caddis Hill at Lyng. Away we go, gates down, good jump from the centre from Heyman
again.
Absolute rocket out at the start for Charlie Heyman.
He was
somebody in the fence there.
Did you see him power shifting up through the gears?
Tommy, is that Tommy there in second? It is, because Heyman's there. There's Braceras. But there's Heyman. Heyman's in a different postcode already on the opening lap. Oh, a little bit of creative line there.
Yeah, okay, so the two
that was a Kawasaki.
Triumphs.
I'm not sure who that was. He didn't really take any advantage. He just slotted back in. But it is the repeat start for Charlie Heyman. Nice line again. Wide, cuts tight, misses the bumps. Gives up track position. He's left the inside wide open there, knowing that he's got the time. There's ACU. So 3 triumphs chasing down the SC Sport Homes Husky as we're halfway around this first lap of Moto 2 here at Caddis Hill in Lyng.
Well, Tommy's got to rebound. I mean, you know, like to not score points. Listen, last year he won the championship and he missed a round. Of course, it's doable, but this year the championship's even tougher.
It's going to be tough this year. And I think everybody had. Obviously, Musto got hurt. There was lots of other people like missed rounds and stuff like that. It was all a little bit of a mismatch. It was almost the championship that nobody wanted to win.
Yeah.
Billy Askew had the chance to like step up and take a commanding lead in the championship, and he had a crash, and it was all over the place. But Charlie Heyman is doing what he did in race 1, which is getting away at the front.
Coming out of that berm there, I mean, he was right until the very end when he just caught his foot. His throttle control through that berm was so smooth. Look at that. That's a beautiful line he's just ridden there as well. Feet on the pegs, loose on the bike, on the balls of his feet. Everything's going in his favour right now. He looks good, he looks comfortable, and he looks supremely confident.
Nice and low in that berm, not burying the bike. It's so easy to do. And he is just looking so good. So there's Braceras in second on the MXology Triumph, then Searle, then Askew. Then it looked like it was, looked like it might have been Musto in fifth. The rest of the field filtering their way through.
Well, they should be coming over the line now. There you go. So they are. Charlie Heyman leads the opening lap, obviously quickest lap of the race. David Braceras there in second. Then it's Searle, Askew, Musto, Brooks. And so we get the timing column up. There we go. We don't do that until, of course, they cross the stripe. Finish line, there's Brooks, then Dunson. Slightly better start from him. Rizzy there in 8th. McCormack, Richmond down a little bit in this one. It's got a little bit darker out there. I don't think we're going to... They did say that we might still get some showers. In midweek, it looked like we were going to get a lot. The weather's changed as we come into this weekend, so we might get a little bit of a shower. I don't think we're going to get anything that's going to cause the riders any issue. It certainly won't be enough of a downpour to affect the track in any real negative impact.
At this time of the day, this track will take an awful lot of water and it really won't do a great deal to it. So we're watching there David Braceras on the 122, the MXology Triumph. And like I say, Braceras then running in MX2 in the World Championship on a Triumph for, I'm not sure what team he's on in MX2, Jeff, but...
It lives through there.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Tommy Searle there, and ACU. There's Musto as well. 409 of Brooks, and then it's Doonson, Rizzi, McCormack, Richmond there in 10th. Jamie Keith then 41st, so he is not over the line. So whoever was the first reserve.
Yeah, there you go then.
Has we got a
No,
rider there.
Braceras.
That's the Braceras.
Yep, he's gone down, so the Spaniard crashes out of second. Let's get a push. Certainly Searle, ACU, and I think Musto might have snuck through there.
Yeah,
possibly
Musto
Brooks as well.
Third in the first race. Ben Musto now up to... he'll be moving up to fourth, I think. So there's Searle, there's Musto, there's Brooks, and it's Doonson.
Yeah, so there you go. So he's gone down past, so he's... Braceras has gone down to 8th there, then now behind Doonson. So that will all change when they cross the finish line. The K-Tech timing tower will refresh, of course, as they go over the finish line, which is on track right about there. You can see the little checkered flag pinned to the side of the circuit. That is where the finish line is.
We're in that little hut there with the K-Tech flag on the top. That's our luxury TV studio that does everything that we need it to do. Thank you to all of the people out there filming this, all of our camera boys and girls out there on the top of these towers. You have no idea how hard a job that is to do. And they're making it look very, very easy. But there is Billy Askew then trying to close in on his teammate and mentor, Tommy Searle. Big jump down into that sandhole. As you say, what we can't see on that, Jeff, is the amount of ruts on the face of that jump coming down towards us.
Just so I'll say the obvious, Charlie Heyman, well, I think it's obvious. Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race. There you go, 2:17.298. Not much in it, still also pushing on. But Heyman getting away, in particularly now after David Braceras fell out of second place and it went down to, where's he now, in 7th, though. That has given Heyman a little bit of a buffer between him and Searle. Obviously way too early in the race to just go, I can just bring it home from here. He's got to keep charging forward. And that's exactly what he's doing. And he did that in the first race.
Yeah, he did.
Because,
Look at that. 6 seconds almost the lead now. A lot of people here today, Jeff. So in that top field that we've just come out of, you can see all the cars and stuff there. So all of that is just like campers and a few officials and the rest of it. The main public car park is over the hill on the other side. That's absolutely rammed. So good crowd in here. Loads of people on this top end of the circuit as well, on the top of the hill. And like I say, lots of people kind of wandering around from all around the top bit. Beautiful place to come and watch motorcycle racing. And we can see that the AC United gas gasser Ben Musto is certainly doing everything that he can do. So Billy Askew was 5th in race 1. He's currently 3rd in this second race behind his teammate Tommy Searle. As it stands at the moment, that will give Askew 2nd overall, Jeff.
Yeah, which he said, just to find that level of consistency that he's been lacking. We know he's got the speed, certainly coming through his youth career, and that's what you need to be a professional champion. The margins are finer when you reach the pro ranks. There's a lot more talented riders. The depth of field is stronger. You cannot win a championship by habit. Very rarely do you get the opportunity to throw away races and still win a championship. You've got to always be in that top 5 around that area, picking up those valuable points.
But this is a freight train now, because we've got Tommy Searle, Billy Askew, Ben Musto, we've got Gian Doonson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM of Sean Simpson. He is there just behind Joe Brooks. So there's Brooks, there is Doonson, and then it's not that far back. We've got Braceras another couple of seconds back. Then there's the 337, the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack as well. Josh Fail there in 10th. Richmond in 11th. Colmer in 12th. So he obviously... that
He likes that part. I mean, I noticed the corner before in the first race where Musto ran it in hot.
Yeah.
It doesn't care who it is. If he gets the opportunity again, he'll do exactly the same thing. Looks like Doomson is about to make a move on Brooks. No, not quite.
Are they all in there and going for it? There's Tommy ACU. Musto lost a little bit of time there. He was literally running into the back of ACU. Brooks coming under pressure from Doomson as they go up into the darkness of the trees. I mean, these trees, look how old these trees are. I mean, they're just hundreds of years old.
They've seen some action.
Oh,
Phil.
yeah. The people that they've watched around here, world champions, and I seem to remember there was a 125 GP here years ago.
I think 93, if I got that right. I was here. It was, I remember Demarie in his very leery-coloured Oxbow kit, almost similar to what Billy Askew's got on. Number 4 on the Suzuki back in the day.
So the fact that this track has hosted the pinnacle of World Motocross in its 90 years is testament to how it's viewed. It is a staple of the motocross calendar, and of course we wrapped up our 2025 championship here at the end of last season, where we crowned all 3 of our British champions.
Okay, the lap charts were showing there that Tommy, last lap around, was actually quicker than our race leader, but he only pegged it back a little bit, so the gap still stays over 5 seconds.
Musto has made a bit of a nonsense because he's now behind Brooks and Braceras. So Musto has dropped a ton of time there. He was on the back of Billy Askew, and now all of a sudden he's showing on time and has been 10 seconds adrift.
Yeah.
So a tip over somewhere then for Ben Musto, and that may cost him a place on the podium, Jeff.
Yeah, definite mistake. Of course, we're never sure if it tip over or maybe he stalled it or whatever, but either way, a mistake definitely, and his lap times, looking at our lap charts here, definitely indicate that he made a mistake that last lap around. So here we go, back to the old Professor and the Prodigy. These two, obviously Tommy in the red kit has helped mentor Billy Askew last few years, and right now the Professor's still got the upper hand.
Rizzy there in 7th, Doomson in 8th.
That's a good race going on back there between that's Richmond.
So that's tight. So that's the battle that we need to be following then.
Yeah, so that was
Brooks,
Richmond,
Braceras, Musto, Rizzy, Doomson.
But I definitely saw Richmond charging up the hill all over the back of McCormick and Josh Vell. Good ride from Rafe Broadley. Give him a shout. Much better performance from Ollie Comer, but not where he wants to be by any stretch. Obviously, he had a difficult first race. Just about scraped points, I think, didn't he, in the end in 19th. But that is definitely not where Ollie Comer wants to be. Of course, been racing MX2.
Yes.
So it just goes to show how tough this championship is when you've got a rider racing MX2 and not going his way at all today.
No, they are closing in on our race leader, Jeff. There's Heyman, there's Searle, and there is Billy Askew.
Okay, so again, last lap around, he took some time out of him.
2.8.
Yeah. That way took more than some time. He took a chunk out of it. Maybe Askew is pushing Tommy along here, or it could be the other way around. Tommy setting the pace and Billy's hanging on to his coattails, but either way, the 2 Dirt Store Triumphs are closing in on race leader Heyman, who drops into the bomb hole there, gaps down, and of course Searle, with all of experience, you just give him a little sniff of a win and he is going to grind you all the way.
Oh, that was a little bit of a moment there, nearly knifed the front. Tommy was he is closing in. Askew's kind of holding a bit of a watching brief. Brooks has made his way through to 4th place. Braceras 5th, Musto 6th, Rizzy, Doomson, Vale and Glenn McCormack, your top 10. Almost a dead stop there for Tommy, trying to keep out of the ruts. You can see how hard they're trying.
Those ruts dig out a hell of a lot through there, Phil. The 2 little tight switchbacks that they go into, that tight right before they open up to come back into this field, it gets savage, those ruts. My kidneys are still bouncing around now, 10 years later.
So Braceras, so Brooks has started to gap away from Braceras, Musto and Rizzi. So he's on the charge. The man in 4th place, is he going to get back onto the back of these two? Well, you'd say probably not, but he is. Is he going to get some Phoenix Tours fastest lap action here? I know the track is getting rough, so it's unlikely, but it'd be interesting to see on live timing what lap time that 4:19 Triumph for Joe Brooks runs, because he looks like he is closing in. He'll come into shot. There he is.
Oh, he's closing.
He's coming.
Definitely. Okay, so last lap around, he did a 2:19.14. He was just marginally slower than Tommy.
I think he'll be faster this time.
I think you might be right. Well, look, we got the Phoenix Tours fastest lap up there. I don't, like Phil says, I don't think the fastest lap will change. But what we are going to see is, I think...
Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Has our leader gone down? We've got... Oh, no. So we've got somebody off the side of the track. I thought that was Heyman for a second.
I reckon that is up round that first corner, and they're getting the flags out early, because I couldn't see anybody on the deck there.
It looks like there might be somebody. We could actually look out the window.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's somebody tucked off to the side of the track.
Right, gotcha. Okay, well, last lap around then. Let's see. You got the gap on your K-Tech timing screen. But let's just see, as it refreshes here, who was out of the top 5 for quickest rider on track. Bear with, this whole thing's just got a refresh. Joe Brooks, easily the quickest rider on track. Last time around, 2:17. The nearest competitor to him was Heyman on the 2:19.
So he's closing in our leader. 2 seconds a lap with 10 minutes and 2 to go.
Well, he's definitely, because Searle and Askews were on 2:20s. So Brooks did a 2:17, took 3 seconds out of the 2 Triumph riders ahead of him.
So this race is not over. There's the race leader, Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, look at
He's
Brooks.
got a little bit more of a comfort blanket of a lead now than he had 2 laps ago. Searle still under pressure from his youngster teammate, Billy Askew. That's a nice line of Askew, but he's had the rear end sliding up there. It's smoother, but it's so. But look, but that is, it's a corner. The whole of
the
that
whole thing is a corner.
The whole of that straight.
Yeah, I knew what you were trying to say. But you're also right, Phil. And it looks like the inside's the quicker line. But when you land on that jump, that's when it makes the next corner really difficult.
Yeah,
because you're on the inside and it goes away. So it looks like Tommy was losing ground, but then he gets a better sweep into the next corner. A lot of flowing turns here.
He looked like he made a mistake there as well, Jeff, because he just got a little bit of a bobble as he got to the top of that rise. He's lost about 6 or 8 bike lengths. Askew, not
Look at Brooks flying in. That's a great line he's picked up there. I don't know where he must be slingshotting way over from the left. Probably cutting across some braking bumps, maybe even using them to jump over them. But as we said, last lap around, Joe Brooks was handsomely the quickest rider on track. And that is why you look at him right now. He has definitely joined the party.
He has. And it was Askew that made the mistake, not Searle. So it was the gap that went out a little bit. I've just seen something on our... we have a little bit of a WhatsApp group, and I think we have some news on Jamie Keith, which I'll try and get. If I can get back to the right page on my phone, I'll carry on looking at the screen.
Again, Brooks was the quickest rider in the top 5, ultimately in the race again, that last lap around. But I have to say that your race leader Heyman is keeping consistently at 2:19s. So basically the 2 quickest riders on track is the rider in the lead. He's not the quickest on track. It's Joe Brooks there, the third of the riders on the screen you see here, 4:19.
And he's right there on the back of Billy Askew news on Jamie Keith, broken collarbone, Jeff. So that's just come through, and Paul Irwin, our race director, just giving us the update there. And saw that
nice line. He went too wide.
Yeah, I thought he's made a right haul into that.
I thought he meant that initially, but then he didn't get it back over that massive berm. Lost a bit of time. But up until that point, that was a real smart line. As again, Askew puts pressure on his teammate. No way, you're not getting through there, kiddo.
This is a battle for position.
They're fishtailing all the way up that inside, Askew.
Askew 5th in race 1.
Look at that hole at the bottom of that jump there. You don't want to be hitting that, Phil.
No.
This guy is riding a blinder.
Just Brooks lost a bunch of time with that mistake in the top field. That's a gutter for him. 7:13 plus 2 on the clock to go into the shadows. And again, Askew making a bit of a meal of that turn. Whatever he's doing in there, he's not getting the bike turned cleanly, whether that berm has now got a hook in it, but he just isn't. He isn't as good as Tommy through there. Tommy look right up the top now.
And a mischief from Brooks. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He's really pushing it, but he just couldn't quite get that thing hooked up. For a minute, I thought the bike had gone bang, but no, he definitely missed the gear, and he finally clunked it back in there. But again, another 10th loss from him there. But he's pushing. He's not out of it because he's going to come down the right-hand side. No, he's changed his line. He was a bit more over to the right last lap around. This is a good battle between these three. It's honest. It's like not much in it. Yes, they're not bar to bar, but they're definitely working. All three of them are making each other work.
This is what you call a tactical battle. You've got the old man at the front, and I'm sure Tommy don't mind that these days. He is the veteran of the sport, certainly in this MX2 class. And I always used to be like, man, what's he doing riding MX2? But like he said, he can't ride a 450 anymore. It takes too much work. He can ride a 250 and enjoy riding it.
I don't think Tommy will take offence to this, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. But moving down to the MX2 when he did, I think he earned himself and maybe another British title that he maybe wouldn't have got.
Yeah, and let's not be beat about the bush. He deserves as many as he can muster, because he's been our best rider for so long, especially Motocross of Nations, where no matter what his year had gone like, he could always pull out a result. But what it does now, it gives us an idea of where these riders really are, because without Tommy being in there, well, how fast is Charlie Heyman? Do we know? Tommy still knows how to ride a 250. He's a very, very good rider. That was lovely from ACU there.
Nosed it a bit there, though. Yeah. Look at that rear end fighting for traction as he tries to force it up the inside. It looks like Brooks is starting to regather his momentum, and here comes, was that the Spaniard there? It was, wasn't it, David?
No, was
it not? Was it a back marker? Okay, sorry.
So they've dropped. So the group with Musto, Rizzi, Braceras and Dunson, they've gone 20 seconds. They properly dropped off.
I just saw the black kit and what I thought was in there, but yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, 10 seconds between Brooks and Musto now. So Musto currently on a 3.5, and Askew is on a 5.3. So that will give, I think, Askew second and Musto third overall, as it stands at the moment.
Well, I've messed up the other one today, so
if this one's wrong, it's all on me.
I'm not indulging in this one. I'm leaving it all to you, Phil. I'm not even going to entertain it. Everybody at home watching, shouting us, going, "Come on, you donuts! You should know this way." But we're so engrossed with the racing. Who knows? But we definitely know one thing. The race leader is not just on for the race win, he's on for the overall, clearly. If he stays where he is, 1-1, the gap, he is managing this immaculately. Yes, it's come down to 4, but again, what I'm liking from Charlie Heyman, I don't see any panic or, riding at the front. He feels and looks supremely confident, like he's got it all in check.
If he pulls this off today, it'll be his first. His first overall, his first 1-1.
Yeah, that's the big thing. A 1-1 is huge.
Is it his first overall victory? Again, I'll have to check. But even so, it's a milestone in his career, going 1-1, and long overdue. Looks like Brooks has lost the toe there quite considerably with those back markers. He got absolutely done over going past the start-finish chicane and onto into the hairpin at the bottom of the start straight. So Brooks is done. He is going to be 4th at best here, I think, with only 3 minutes 12 left on the clock plus 2 laps. He's given everything to get across the gap more than once, and I don't expect him to be able to do it a third time, Jeff.
No, I agree with that. Tommy riding nice lines there now, really picking up that, cutting back and forth, going as far out to the far sides of the circuit in the field as he can there. Yeah, there's Brooks just literally just dropped that toe a little bit. He's put a lot of effort into this race, I'll give him that. Here comes your race leader. Gap's still there, but with the clock ticking down, Tommy is not taking enough out of Heyman as of yet.
And Tommy will not want to give Billy any points here at all. It's he's here earning his money the same as those guys are. Once Heyman comes down the hill,
absolutely won't.
It's a close battle, but not pressure.
He didn't go off to the greatest start at Hawkstone. He bounced back with the overall victory at Preston. Obviously, first race today didn't go his way, but it's way too early in the championship to rule Tommy Searle out of winning this thing. I mean,
I know it's a tougher championship this year, but let's be honest, he missed around last year. We thought it was game over for him.
Yeah, and
he ended up winning the title. So, yeah, you can't rule him out at round 3. Can't rule any of them out really in this top 5.
So wherever you are watching this, if you're watching on YouTube, on MXGB-TV YouTube channel, or if you're watching on FIM-moto.tv, please like and subscribe, share out the links, click the little bell on the side so you'll be reminded every time we go live with this free-to-air live stream, courtesy of all of our sponsor partners, Dirt Store TV, Dirt Store bringing you MXGB-TV, K-Tech, and all of the other sponsors that are making this happen. And you can see we've got the track dressing looking absolutely fantastic here this weekend, and we've been getting some viewing figures that I would say that this time last year we could only have dreamed of, thanks to the quality of the racing that we're seeing and the tracks that we're coming to. Next round is 2 weeks' time at Landrake in Cornwall, just over the Tamar Bridge. Again, another fantastic circuit if you are down in that neck of the woods. Nothing beats being at the side of the track watching these. Landrake is a fantastic viewing circuit. You can see pretty much all of it from any place where you choose to watch. And as always, if you can't be there, then please join us on MXGB-TV for our 4th live stream of the season. Like I say, if you like and subscribe now, you will get a ping to tell you when we are live on air at Landrake.
Just very quickly to add that, Phil, remember after that as well, 14th of June, we're at Monster Mountain. And then the 12th of July, Canada Heights. Awesome that is as well. We visit Scotland again this year on the 9th of August up at Duns. And then the championship wraps up not too far from here, hour or so down the road at Blacksall on the 27th of September.
So we don't want to wish our season away, but get to your local round and support the clubs that are putting in the effort to put these races on. Nothing beats being at the circuit. You see everything. Here is our race leader then, Charlie Heyman. Time's just ticked over, so he's got 2 lap board next time by for the man on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Team boss Neil Prince will be very, very happy with his charge today. He's ridden a flawless Moto 1, qualified fastest. He's leading race 2. He's under not close pressure, but he's getting a bit of a hurry up from Tommy Searle at 3.9 seconds, but he's been absolutely in control all day long.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. I mean, you know, I've watched Charlie grow up from 65s, done a lot of winning, and then 85s in particular, he was, just dynamite, cut above 125s as well. But it's not just how he's doing it, it's the manner in which he's getting this done today. Super calm, super confident, but like I said, technique and positioning and style on the bike is just a pleasure to watch. I mean, like there, could you see how just look at the body angle in there, the way like his torso back straight, he's got all his weight in the right place when he's coming out of the corners. Again, centralised there, that classic line that you should have from your ankles to your elbows, to your knees up to your elbows, almost straight line if you join the dots, as it were. Just doing good stuff here, Charlie Heyman.
I like to say, looking so smooth. So Tommy looks like he's maybe broken the toe of Billy Askew on that lap. There he is. Nice smooth line again, and he's ridden some nice lines, carrying corner speed into there, not stopping in the turn. Tommy's like coming down the inside. He's got that kicker bump. I think Askew's not giving up though.
No, not at all. Going to push Tommy all the way.
Brooks is now 6 seconds adrift of Billy Askew in 4th position. So that charge from the man on the 419 Triumph is pretty much over and done with. But again, been impressed with Brooks this season. He took his maiden win last year. He's done some good stuff in EMX. It was really good in Trentino. Had a couple of mechanical issues and I think a couple of little crashes, but he's definitely got the speed to be running at the front of this.
Okay, I think that way you can see clearly see it there. 1 lap to go. He's got enough to work with here. I don't think we're going to see him get caught napping like we saw Drew Stock in the race previously.
I don't think I could cope with that twice in the day, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. I mean, when you get two riders on the deck.
So the only thing that's going to come out of that is social media is going to be absolutely full of me, absolutely losing my mind commentating on that. Me and you jumping up and down in a 20-second clip of those two boys on the floor.
Well,
that's what we come racing
what I would
for.
say is suck it up, because
Yeah.
we're fans of the sport as
Oh,
well,
yes.
and like we can't help ourselves sometimes, because that was high drama. It wasn't like, you know, when they're going for the race win and they both crash together on the last corner with 20 feet to go, and it's a matter of who's going to get up first. It's how can you not get excited?
Oh, but yeah, if you didn't find that exciting, we can't help you. But here is a man who has not been that exciting today, but he's been metronomic in the way that he's ridden, and he's got another gentleman's set. He's got these Phoenix Tools fastest lap. He was fastest in qualifying. He's run Moto 1, and he has got about a quarter of a lap left before he wraps up this round 3 of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship MX250 class here at Lyng. Where is that? Was that Brooks? No.
No,
There's Brooks there.
Brooks there,
Yeah,
just conceded.
He's eased. He's more than eased off.
Yeah, and he's got a massive gap between him and Musto, so it's just bringing it in for him at this point.
But I think, and this is the thing, we were talking about the possibility of Ben Musto or Braceras being a race winner. They're almost 30 seconds down, Jeff. It's so it's such a dominant performance by Charlie Heyman today.
It is, but it also highlights what we keep banging on about 3 rounds in, how this MX2 class is so competitive.
Now Tommy Searley's having a bit of a go here. He's right on the back of Heyman.
Oh my God! It can't happen again. It won't happen again.
No, Tommy's coming, but it's
oh my God! But it's going to be Heyman.
I'm not looking at this thinking, hang on, that's Tommy in the background.
Yeah, incredible. Right, let's go and get, I'm sure, an ecstatic.
I'm going to give Charlie Heyman the benefit of the doubt. He was controlling that and he knew how far he got to go. But props to Tommy Searle, getting it down from 4 seconds as I think they went into the final lap. So just miss out on the line by 0.4. But Charlie Heyman will take a resounding 1-1 here at Lyng for MX2 by my fingers and thumbs mathematics. Billy Askew will be on the second step of the podium and Ben Musto will be third. But that was a cracking race. Charlie Heyman then coming of age on that SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. The belief that we've had in him for a long while, watching him racing EMX and British Championship. It looks like he's finally grown into that in his own mind, and he's expecting to go out and win these races, and he's not fazed by being at the front. Shame for Jamie Keith then, injured with a broken collarbone. Whether he'll get pinned and plated and maybe just miss one round, we will remain to see, but no doubt that will be updated on his social. So Charlie Heyman takes the win, Tommy Searle second, Billy Askew third, then fourth was the 419 of Joe Brooks, fifth Musto, sixth was Joel Rizzi on the 772 Kawasaki. That's a good ride for Rizzi. He was there or thereabouts. And then we just wait for it to click over to give us 8th, 9th and 10th. Which seems to take forever when you're looking at it. So we'll look away from the screen and then come straight back. So then it was Rizzi 6th, Bracera 7th, Doonson, Vale and Ollie Colmer in 10th. We will take a word from our sponsors and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
We good? Okay. Sorry, a little bit. There's a lot of stuff going on down here. Charlie, bring it in, quite rightly. This has got to be... You've had some good days in this sport, particularly in youth motocross and all that. This has got to be the best one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just all year. I've been thereabouts. Good starts, good speed. Fitness is good. And then it's clicked. It's been clicking the last months and months, but today it's just been like no stress, just perfect. And like I've just done half of that race at the end with no back brake and it didn't even bother me. I just carried on and got the job done. But that's just, I can't even explain how happy I am.
Confidence that high. Me and Phil were saying about how your lines were obviously flowing and really good. Well, that's brought us a bit more attention to details. Now we know why you were maybe flowing those lines or whatever, because with no rear back brake, obviously avoiding the tight lines, but almost like a picture perfect day. I mean, it went obviously straight off the bat from qualifying, even with a brake issue, you still get it done. I mean, your confidence, I said it after the first one. I've known you a long time now and I've never known you to just be so exuberant, showing confidence like you are right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've always been a guy to go and win in the youth stuff, but never been as confident. And now, knowing how much work we all put in, knowing how much work the team, like, there's nothing else that I expect other than days like today. But yeah, it's been literally a perfect day.
You know what's going to happen now? When we go to Landrake, we're going to take that rear brake pedal off. Because clearly you don't need it.
The brakes, yeah, definitely. But yeah, crazy.
One more time, mate. Congratulations, and of course, give your team a shout out because they're just
massive thanks to ST Sports Zones, everyone who sponsors. Like, there's a massive list, like family, friends, girlfriend, all the sponsors.
Yeah.
Ryan, Dirty with the helmet, like. Everyone.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to list them up, so I don't want to list them.
No. Well, look, go and celebrate an epic day for you. Congratulations on an emphatic overall victory here at Lyng. We're going to let you celebrate. Okay, we should have Tommy moving in now. Well done, mate. You can step aside. We're going to bring in a little fist bump from Tommy and Billy here. Mate, last time I spoke to you here, it was an emphatic day. The first race was difficult. You turned it around to win the championship. Not so much this time, but a good bounce back after what happened in the first one, which we missed what happened. So what happened in that first one?
I got a bad jump. Well, I didn't get a bad jump. I just didn't get the best of starts, really. It's hard sometimes. These boys are good at starts. I've got a little bit more timber on me up the start straight nowadays. So it's hard for me to get around that first corner. And then I was mid-pack and then someone crashed. I hit them. So a little bit frustrating as I've been caught up in a lot of crashes. 3 out of the 6 races I've been in a crash. The other 3 I've been up there. So just this is the way it goes. Sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't. This year seems that it's not going the way, but there's plenty more time in the season and plenty more races to go. You never know what's going to happen. So I'm going to keep my head up. But the last race was really good. We changed some things on the bike. We actually went 2 teeth bigger on the sprocket so I could get out the start. And I got out the start, but it was really hard to ride around the track because it really shortened the wheelbase. And then with how rough it was difficult. But the start is everything here. So I knew that. So we went that direction. But I can't, hats off to Charlie. He's gone pole and 2 race wins. Yeah. And I think it's his first proper overall win. So congratulations. And we'll be back.
We know you'll be back. Nobody's ruling you out yet. Go and get rested up, mate. Well done. Let's get your teammate in. Billy, come on in. Solid performance again. The whole kind of, your mentor, he's there in front of you, dangling carrot. Yeah. You pushed him all the way, couldn't quite get it done. But are you happy with the performance over the weekend? 2 solid, consistent results, which is what I know what you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely. We finished 2 races inside the top 5. Shame about the first race getting took back, but it is what it is. Second race, I enjoyed that. Both got into 2nd and 3rd, and then we pushed hard the whole race. Couldn't quite make a pass on him. I had a few opportunities where I could have snuck it up, but I didn't want to, so I didn't want to put him on the ground. He might have fallen out of me. But yeah, I tried to make a few passes, but he was strong the whole moto, and yeah, I couldn't quite get it done, but I'm happy with the ride.
It was solid, mate. Good performance. Hopefully see you obviously back up here at Landrake. Go and get yourself sorted out. There you go. You can probably hear behind me. Final race of the day. The Apico MX1 riders going out on their sign lap. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Again, don't go too far away. Do not miss the last race of round 3 here at Lyng. We'll be back shortly with the Apico MX1 class. At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Our final race action of the day awaits then. The last of our 6 races here from Callers Hill at Lyng. The MX1, the Apico MX1 Race 2. We've had some fantastic racing here this weekend, Jeff. It's been, the weather's been absolutely brilliant.
It has, yeah, ideal actually. It's still a nice temperature out there. Overcast has helped us a little bit. Track stayed in good condition. Again, Norwich Viking Club doing a good job with track prep.
Yeah, and we can see there, I mean, there's a little bit of dust, but we can still see there's good moisture in most of the circuit. And
there we go, I'm checking my phone.
Yeah.
Now,
we try to
I was paying attention.
Yeah, go on, what we got?
No, because 3-time, I call him 4-time world champion, Dave Thorpe. Because Dave, you know, he kind of, he didn't discard it, but he did win that Vets World Championship
He did. I was there for that.
So Dave's been texting me in here. I'm still not sure I've got the green light to tell everybody what he's texted me. So I'm just messaging him now. DT, stop looking at the screen and just give me confirmation with his text message if I can actually tell the worldwide public what you've just told me. Okay? So I'm waiting for confirmation from DT to see if I can actually say what he's saying, okay? And if he can, then we'll do that. But a bit of information about Conrad. So I'm just getting the green light, and then hopefully I'll let you know what Dave said in his text message.
Yeah,
so there we go.
And this is it. Our connection to the outside world is a very, very sinuous one, usually based on our ability to get a mobile phone signal and nothing else. So here's our top qualifiers then. Conrad Muse was fastest this morning in time training from Oriel Oliver and Ben Watson, Taylor Hamill, Carlton Husband, Eddie Wade, Tom Grimshaw, Bobby Bruce, Ben Edwards and Jason Meara. So as these riders come to the line, we're going to take a quick word from our partners and we will be back with the gate drop of MX2.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today. The few riders come to the gate then, just dropping in there is the number 40 Triumph of Ezra Blackwell. His young lady was down in pit lane giving him all the signals this morning and looking after him, and he's dropping into that space there just on the 6 in from the far end of the grid. All of our main contenders in the centre of the gate. You can see Ben Watson, our red plate holder, is in there. He's changed colours for this one. He's in more of a turquoisey colour. There he is with the red plate, and then he's next to Bobby Bruce. The 426 of Conrad Muse in there as well with Oriel Oliver. 15-second board is up. 5 seconds. Here we go then. Away they go. Oh, Watson got a great drive. The Dirt Store Triumph then. Is he going to lead into turn 1? It looks like he did. Everybody through there safely. He's not leading.
No, he's not.
Oh,
Oriel, wasn't it?
Oh, no, Watson up the inside. That was a nice pass. That was a really nice... It wasn't. It was Duro.
It's Duro.
It's Duro. The South African took the whole shot.
Mixing
on the Chambers KTM. South Africa will be going up in the... Peter Marisburg will be going mad.
Hamill third as well.
Yeah, so good start from him. Where is Conrad Muse? 5th, 6th, I think.
I wasn't sure if that was Carpenter or Muse behind Hamill. But this is Watson's chance in the post-race interview. I think that Mario Oriel actually behind there. He said... In the last post-race interview, he understands how important starts are around here. He said, I'm going to go back and make some changes to the bike. There's a few things we need to work on. And he said, starts, basically was his point here. If he can get a good start in the opening lap, he's got a chance of winning this moto, and that's exactly what he's done. But Conrad Muse was ripping in that opening moto. So let's see where he is. Still no sign of him.
He's buried. Well,
that's him there, isn't it? That's him there.
It is. So that puts a completely different complexion
a long way
on.
back. Okay.
Ooh, so all of a sudden this is interesting. So Watson then from the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. Steve Dixon will be jumping up and down looking at that one. Then is that DeRose still there in third on the Chambers KTM? I think it is, Jeff.
Yeah, I believe it is. But Watson, he's got a real shot here. And now at winning this thing, because Conrad has got some serious work to do.
No, that's Oliver. It's Oliver in third. So where's Duro gone? There he is. I think, was that Bobby Bruce? We'll wait and see when they come across the line. Look, we're trying to identify him on a tiny little TV with dubious lighting.
Now, this time I'm confident with overall mathematics.
Yes.
Ben Watson did get a second in the opening moto. So if Conrad's going to win the overall, quite simply,
he's got to win the race.
If Watson stays at early laps, obviously, stays where he is, he's in the driving seat to win the overall and keep that red plate. Right, so I stared. We've got the first lap under our belts. Let's just get them all over the line, and we're going to get the time, the JTEC timing column up. There it is.
So let's see if we can see. So Conrad Muse across the line in ninth, Jeff, behind Tristan Purden. So Duro did come across the line in fourth. It was Bruce fifth. Charlie Putnam in sixth. A great start from Putnam. So off the back of his teammate winning MX2, Putnam up there in sixth. Mira seventh. Purden, Muse, Husband, Charlie Cole, Tom Murphy, Grimshaw, Sid Putnam in 14th, Ben Edwards 15th. But go on, give us your news.
Right, I'm going to give you the news. You keep an eye on the racing. So obviously I teased you before the start of this moto saying that we had some info from Dave Thorpe about Conrad. Some people in the industry insiders kind of heard some rumours. So Dave has sent me this message. He's saying, look, as a team, we kind of expected a steady start for the year, because on November the 5th in 2025, Conrad, he had both his hips dislocated by his surgeon. This is mad stuff. To shave off some excess bone on both femurs that was causing him a great amount of pain. So they kept it under wraps. So that's why. So basically, in off-season, as late as November, Conrad actually had surgery on both hips.
They basically took his legs off. Shaved a bit off and put them back on. That's pretty impressive.
And obviously just kept his head down. The team kept it quiet, and he just got his work done. So that's why, going back, thinking to his winner's circle interview at Hawkstone, where he came in third, I now understand where he's like, well, it's not good enough, but I'm kind of happy because of where I'm at. So Dave has now given me the thumbs up to divulge that information. Conrad, athlete that he is, doesn't like to. I was talking to him about this, and he's like, well, I don't want to make it sound like it's an excuse. Well, that's not really an excuse.
But obviously, if he's been riding around the pain and all the rest of it, look, you can't do that indefinitely.
Yeah. So drops to Conrad Muse. For just knuckling down, not making a big drama about it. I guess the team didn't want to give anyone a sniff of weakness as well in that kind of thing. But so basically, Conrad's been riding himself back into fitness after double hip surgery.
I mean, we've seen that, and we've said that as well, that he's riding his way into fitness. He's now up to 7th. He's passed Putnam, Purden and Carlton Husband on that lap. Tom Grimshaw up to 11th as well. But the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki is not making life easy for Auriel Oliver, because let's not forget that the battle for the championship between Watson and Oliver until today could not be separated on points. They tied at Hawkstone, they tied at Preston Docks. They were both on 85 points, with Conrad Muse a further 3 points back. And obviously he clawed that 3 points back on Ben Watson in race 1. They are tied on points at the top of the championship at the moment, with Oliver just a couple adrift. And what that means is that Oliver needs to find his way past this 23 Kawasaki. And
he's on him. He's really all over him, and he's going to have to handle the pressure here. But Taylor's been good at that. If you heard me kind of like chuckling a little bit in the background there, this has opened up a whole new thing now. I've had another text message come in, this time not from Dave Thorpe. I'd love to say what this message says, but I can't. But it made me laugh. I've had a text message from Craig Elwell. Yes, Craig, I've got your message. Your choice of language, though, I won't be able to forward on that message. But noted. Okay.
So Watson then starting to break away at the front, but look at that, Jeff. The gap from Oliver to Duro in 4th is 10 seconds, and Conrad Muse is the other side of that gap. He's 17 seconds down. A big mistake from Watson blows the berm.
Yeah, but
so let's see what this gap is next time by. Now, I've also got echoes of opening round of the championship from 2025, which will haunt me forever, where I said to our wonderful crew guys, let's not follow the leaders because there's an 8-second gap, and half a lap later he passed him. But Conrad Muse is a long way adrift time-wise of this top 3. And while Ben Watson starts to eke out a gap at the front on Taylor Hamill and Oriol Oliver, we are wanting to see what the gap is back to Conrad Muse in 5th, 6th or 7th. So he's up to 4th now, but he is 17 seconds adrift of our race leader.
What I would say, and you obviously now, everybody's now heard that info that the Dave Field is the right time to announce what has happened. Going back to the opening round last year, remember he was 30 seconds down on Adam Sterry.
Yes.
And ended up winning by 30 seconds. The championship's harder this year. You've got Taylor stepping it up. You've got Oriol Olivier joining the party and Ben Watson.
Yeah.
But even at this stage with 17 minutes to go, you cannot rule out Conrad. What we were going to find out here is the next 2 laps. If he takes 2 or 3 second chunks out of them per lap in the next 2 laps, then I think you could say it could be on. So the next 2 or 3 laps, I think, are real critical here for Conrad Muse, particularly if he's going to try and win the overall, because quite frankly, the only chance he's got of it at the minute is overtaking and taking the race win, unless something happens to Watson. So that's where we're at.
18 seconds adrift and 17 minutes plus 2 left on the clock. I am not saying it's never going to happen, but as it stands at the moment, these guys are too fast and too far away for him to have any kind of pull. So he needs to have some kind of superhuman effort to try and break that to kind of break that gap down. So Watson then on the Dirt Store Triumph. Well, like I say, Muse up to 4th. He passed Cameron Duro on that lap, and obviously he is piloting the Adam Sterry 811 bike that the Chambers KTM would normally be riding, and obviously he's resting up at home, I would imagine. So if you're watching, Adam, we wish you a speedy recovery and back to the championship. Your foot injury in Trentino coming at not a great time, but we miss you at this championship, and we look forward to seeing you back on track very shortly.
This is good stuff from Taylor Hamill. I mean, you know, the top 3 in this championship are so strong, and Taylor is finding some confidence. You know, he's getting better and better. Yeah, last couple of years, I think certainly it was always destined that he should be on a 450. His last year or 2 in the 250, you could see he was probably just getting a bit too big and heavy for the bike. To bridge the gap to these top 3, you know, Ben obviously doing GPs, Conrad doesn't, but we know he's capable of like beating some of the best riders in the world. And then got Oriol there in there racing GPs as well. And Taylor, that, like we said in the first race, he didn't get such a good start, and that top 3 got away from him. Well, this time he's made a good start, and it's proven that he can run the pace because he's still in there at the half, you know, coming up to the halfway stage of the race.
And let's put this in perspective. Ben Watson, proper pro. Oriol Oliver, proper pro. Taylor Hamill's got a job.
Yeah, totally. That's what
so
I mean.
He's a working man. He's a working man who races for fun at the weekends. It's not his main source of income, and he is out here mixing it with the very best. Like I say, Oriol Oliver and Ben Watson both running the top 10 in MXGP this season. So this performance from Taylor Hamill, maybe this is something to say to Steve Dixon. He needs to chuck another bike in the truck.
Yeah.
He'll be like, no, don't start this. But no, we've got Taylor Hamill at this level, the performance that he's doing, this is really outstanding. To expect him to go and do it at a high level, I don't think he's fair on him or the team. But he is keeping that Kawasaki front and centre of British motocross. And,
I know assumption is, what do they say, the mother of all, I won't say the word.
Yeah,
but,
here we go. Is there a pass at the top there as Oliver? Got up the inside, no, they have a look then.
Oh, he's going to squeeze him, just about gets him.
I think Taylor gave that up a little bit, I won't say a little bit too easy, but he gave it up easily enough. He didn't want to risk a collision. So now, Ben Watson.
I thought he was off the track there. Yeah, you're right, Phil. You do not want to have a collision off because that is a big old drop off. TV, again, not doing it justice. What I was going to say about assumption is I am assuming I'd like to think I'd see Taylor making an appearance at the British GP. I'd love to see him get an entry into MX1.
Yes, the wild card would certainly be nice. And when I saw him at Matterley in EMX 250, that was when he impressed me with the way that his posture on the bike. He looked like a proper professional GP racer, not just somebody hanging off trying to go fast. He would put his poise and presentation on the bike was great.
Okay, some news on the fastest lap time. Take a guess.
Is it Conrad Muse?
It's Conrad Muse. Yes, that last lap around, get this, he took 4 seconds out of the race leader.
So he only took a second out of them on the previous lap, so he went from 17 something to 16 something.
He is going to be appearing in this shot soon. I'll tell you what, 12 seconds. But if he's taken that amount of time out of him, which is bonkers, he took 5 seconds out of Taylor Hamill. He took 4 seconds, I think, out of Oriel. So, right, we said these next few laps are critical. If he can keep that pace up, it's still a massive ask, but he should be, if he keeps that pace going, within the next 2 laps, be very close to joining these two.
So what we need to see now is the Dirt Store Triumph team giving Ben Watson the hurry up, Conrad's coming. Are they signalling where Muse is on the circuit? There he is, look.
God, he's pulling.
Oh, the crowd out getting excited at the side of the track there.
The speed he came into shot, you could just tell, was like seemingly a few miles an hour quicker than any of the other riders in that shot. He is closing in at some rate here. It's all in for Conrad at this point.
And like I say, this is championship stuff. He wants that red plate back on the front of that Crendon True 7 Honda. I'll say, team boss Dave Thorpe will be following live timing and seeing what he's doing, the same as we are. But at the moment, after what was an absolutely shocking start, the 4.26 of Conrad Muse is getting a proper wriggle on in this second Apico MX1 race.
His time, by the way, was 2:12.359. As we said, 3 or 4 seconds quicker, certainly than Watson.
Oh,
he's
big
made a
mistake
there,
though.
Didn't lose too much time. But so he's pushing it. Well, is that Watson going up? It is, isn't it?
Have we lost Oriel Oliver?
No, he was still there. That was Watson. I tell you what, this is on. Because I saw Oriel Olivier going up the start. He was just coming out of the corner, and that was Watson halfway up the start straight.
I think it was. Yeah, Oliver was like in the darkness there. Didn't quite see him. Because obviously Hamill is now back to third. So it's 5 seconds from Hamill to Muse. And
well, there's enough time.
Yeah.
Definitely 10 minutes if he's carrying on at this rate.
10 plus 2 then.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what the split of the lap times is. There's Taylor Hamill. So Muse is closing in.
And that plus 2 is critical. Obviously, don't just look at the time on top of your K-Tech timing tower. That's the countdown until the 2-lap board goes out. So you can.
And whilst we're getting excited about this, obviously this chase for Conrad Muse, let's not overlook the fact that Tristan Purdon is running a good 5th for Lexa Honda, with Jason Meara on the Yamaha there in 6th. Duro, he's still there in 7th on the Chambers KTM. Bobby Bruce on the 579 Honda. He is there in 8th. Tom Grimshaw 9th on the Apico Honda, and Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. He is rounding out the top 10. Tom Murphy having a better riding race too, filling in for the injured Josh Gilbert. He's 11th. Ben Edwards 12th. Charlie Cole 13 on the 772 Kawasaki. Then it's Charlie Putnam and Lennox Dickinson. They're in 15th. This is on.
Sorry, Phil, it is on because that was really just shy of that straight. I mean, Watson was just going out of the camera shot into the corner, and just coming into view at the other end of the straight was Conrad Muse. Yes, that's the difference between first and fourth, and yes, you've got to overtake the riders to get there, but at the speed he's travelling, I would imagine, although we say in some places that Lyng are hard to pass, he is carrying so much momentum.
He will find a way.
Yeah, I just can't see, unless Taylor comes up with some kind of real resistance in holding this charge. But look at the speed that he's. I mean, he might even be on now. He might even get not quite.
So Hamill is going to find himself back into 4th and off the podium, which is a shame because the Kawasaki man has been decent today. But look, he just, Conrad Muse, he's doing Conrad Muse things, and sometimes he just doesn't get this turn of speed. But today,
It's there and it's coming. He's going to
undercut.
back.
He's going to try back. I think he's going to right round the outside.
Oh, that's
here.
a nice line.
Inside or outside there, but this is where it just pinches up. He's going to force the issue. Taylor don't want none of it. Pulled out of that one, and I don't blame him because he could have ended up into that chestnut fencing.
Yeah, there was nothing there for Hamill to fight. We've got 8 and a bit minutes to go. He's going to hold him off for 3 or 4 corners at best. Right. Hamill is no idiot. He'll know that Conrad has caught him very, very quickly, and as a result of that, he's just...
lovely the way he kept the rear wheel on the ground right there. Right, now this is it. The next, because he's got clear track now, this is make or break. This next lap, if he can take another 2 or 3 seconds out of the 2 riders in front of him, then you can see the gap. That was last time across the flag. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to tell you, look how it's coming down, because Oriel's just up round the corner there. Let's see if he gets it down. If it's like down to 5 seconds with 7 minutes to go. There's Watson. There he is. So Conrad was just going to come into shot.
And there's Auriel Oliver. Let's not forget, Oliver is still only 1.5 seconds off the back of the Dirt Store Triumph. The Spaniard on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM is not letting Ben Watson have a minute's rest.
No, he's not.
So there's Watson. There's Oliver. And
of course, as fit as they are, and Conrad, he was telling us at the Michelin 125 Academy as our guest speaker last night, how routine he's now understands. When he was younger, he'd skip a few training sessions, not get enough sleep. He is like a robot these days when he comes to his training. Let's see if it's going to count, because he has put a lot of effort into this first part of the race, almost like his team manager Dave Thorpe at 85 at Farley stormed to the front of the field,
and then
but then they were longer motos, of course.
Yeah, but he just got to a point where he's put so much into getting where he is to give himself a chance. So he only took about 1.25 seconds out of the lead of Ben Watson on that lap. 6:30 plus 2 to go. Is it going to be long enough for Conrad Muse to battle his way to the front, or will Ben Watson cement his red plate for round 3?
That was ridiculously quick, the way he did that, the way he jumped in the corner. That's reminded me of Ken Roxon at the Birmingham World Supercross, the way he jumped there and there.
I had a prime seat for that. We were sat right opposite where he was doing that. That was excellent, that was. Okay. So Conrad then, is he still able to pull in our race leaders? It's 1.7 between Oliver and Watson, and Conrad is a further 6 and a bit seconds back.
Oh, he's rolling.
Oh, he is.
Oh, my God. He might have only took a second out of him that previous lap, but he's definitely taken more of him out of this one. Wow, what a lap this has been for Conrad Muse. Like we said, last one might not have been so quick, but my God, he is absolutely on a charge now.
Nobody's leaving. There's Taylor Hamill. So there's your race leader. There's Oliver.
I just want to
No. So all of a sudden, has Ben dropped the hammer?
Yeah, well, he looks like he has, unless
Oliver made a mistake.
But I think we should see Ben coming down the hill. I don't think there's Watson.
There's
he
Ben.
has dropped the hammer, yeah.
So there's Ben. There's a lapper. That's the 967 of Jake Preston on the 2-stroke.
Or is it?
That's Oliver falling back towards Conrad. And now Conrad has got to find his way past Oriola, and he's struggled to do that a couple of times this year.
I think Ben Watson last lap around might have got the old, you need to go and go now.
Yeah. This is it, son. You are needing to go. Oh, nice wheelie.
Yeah. That was good, but Conrad should be coming into shot, is he? Has he gone?
So it was 1.7 across the line last time from Oriol to Ben Watson.
Well, okay, they're all three of them. Oh, he's tucked the front. Remember, he made a mistake in the opening moto and went over top of that berm.
So the gap's gone out 7 seconds.
Yeah, Conrad made a mistake because he didn't come into view. So,
this is going to be tight, Jeff. This is going to be tight. Conrad has not given this up. Oriel's made a mistake and started to fall back to him. So Ben has really
got
his finger
down. Conrad's still the quickest lap of the race, but I'm just waiting for the timing to refresh here. And I'll tell you, out of the top 3, who was the quickest rider on track last lap around? It was Ben Watson with a 2:14.73. So he took 3 tenths out of Conrad, and he took 2 seconds or more out of Oriel, who was the slowest of those 3 riders last lap around.
And so is it the fact that for all of the effort that Conrad Muse has had to put in from the start to the middle of this moto, he's just running out of steam at the time when he needs it the most? They're starting to get into the lap traffic.
Yeah, they are. They're going to catch these guys. No, not too bad. They should clear them by the time they get to that tight hairpin that winds its way up the Cadder's Hill. They get clearly out of the way.
Oliver gets a little bit held up there. So Ben, I'm expecting when we come back to this next shot, there's Ben just going out of sight. So you can tell he's got that length straight length lead.
Whoa! We didn't quite pan across, but the speed that Conrad was coming into that corner was absolutely insane.
So the battle then between Oliver and Conrad Muse and Watson already been and gone. And Conrad getting a little bit sideways out of the turn.
Totally pushing it, which is understandable.
Putnam and the 500
Murphy, isn't it?
Of Callum Murphy. They're a lap down, but here we are. So if the gap goes out again this time between Ben and Conrad Muse, are we going to say that he's just covering it off?
Well, you'd like to think so, but as we proved in the 125 class, you just don't know in this game, in this sport. But you'd have to say, like, Ben has definitely responded. I'm assuming to his pit board signals. I think his pit crew did a good job there at the right time, saying, right, you've got to up this pace or you're not going to win this thing. And he has responded well.
He has indeed.
I mean, lap times prove it. He's definitely, over the last three laps, last 2 in particular, has stepped it up because Conrad was closing in on him fast. Now, obviously, if Conrad gets... terra firma knack
there, wasn't it? That was... And
good save.
That's the kind of thing where when you jab your foot into the ground, that's what gives you injuries, groin injuries.
That's not going to do is
those hits that we've just found out about.
Any favours? That could have been.
Look how chewed out it is there, Jeff, on the inside, on the outside of that bit of the corner. Really, really deep holes, and then almost a wall of earth. If you get that wrong, Bobby Bruce up to 8th.
He's really
Grimshaw up to 6th. Tom Grimshaw then
having a good day, isn't he?
5th in race 1, 6th in race 2. And that's a result that Dylan Brown and the Apico squad desperately need, because they've had a real tough start to the season.
That's good for them, and they deserve that for that very reason. A very difficult start for the Apico team, but Watson seems to have it all in check. It's going to be, I think, is he going to get round to the finish line with 50 to go?
No, I think he's going to get another lap, and then it's going to be 2.
Yeah, could be right. That might have just shook Conrad up a little bit there to just like, okay, I've done all the hard work, that little scare, because he nearly threw it away.
He did, didn't he? And now I think if he's giving himself a bit of a nudge there, that might be, do you know what?
What I was going to say, until that happened, I was just in the throes of saying it. Of course, if he does pass Oriel Olivier for second, he'd come out of here still tied on points, regards of the same points as Ben Watson. Ben would have got the overall with a 2-1.
So Ben will yet again win the overall on a tie and retain the red plate on a tie.
If Conrad
on race
gets
wins.
past Oriel,
And obviously, if he doesn't, then Benny's going to take the overall comfortably for the first time this year. He's going to come away having not tied on points with somebody.
Yeah.
Whether it be Oriel Oliver twice or Conrad Muse once. So has Muse got anything left?
Well, he's definitely thrown everything at it. I mean,
Oriel has got, I would say, breathing space. That was where Conrad nearly went down the last lap. Not sure whether he pushed the front or let the rear spun out, but he was giving it everything.
Shows the fine margins, Phil, doesn't it? Because, like, literally 2 laps before, we were waxing lyrical about how he went round that corner like Roxon.
Yeah.
And then he was doing it so sweet. And then 2 laps later, it nearly all went pear-shaped.
Taylor Hamill then dropped 22 seconds to these boys in the last 4 laps.
Yeah, but
since Conrad Muse passed him, but he's still going to that was nice. He's still going to finish a very, very creditable 4th, and Steve Dixon will be very happy with that. I'd love to see the man in green on the podium. He's worked hard and deserves it, but against these three guys, he really needs a stroke of luck. And his early race pace is there, but he just hasn't. Well, as any non-professional would be, he hasn't got the tools in his armoury to run with these guys.
And it reflects with the times now shown on the KTEC timing column.
Yeah,
look where he is.
at that.
Talk about stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's 30 seconds now off the top three, but he's like nearly over half a minute in front of fifth. So yeah, kind of difficult position for Taylor to be in. He's just got to keep his concentration levels and bring it in.
So with the clock run down, then it's going to be 2 laps to go next time by, which is literally at the next couple of corners. And Aurel Oliver looks to me like he's got enough in hand over Conrad Mewse. After that moment, the gap between Watson and Mewse is 8 seconds, and it hasn't really come any lower than that in the last 3 or 4 laps. Oliver has moved his way back towards Ben Watson a little, but as he stands at the moment, the Dirt Store Triumph man is going to take his second overall victory of the championship, retain his red plate and have the outright championship lead as they go to round 4 at Landrake in 2 weeks' time, just on the other side of the Tamar Bridge. Beautiful part of the world.
One last real concerted effort from Conrad, but I think it's just a little bit too late. That it was all trending towards, he was going to be able to get a run on Auriel, but the mistake he made a couple of laps ago right there as he led into that, come into that corner. Watson has played a blinder this one. I'd be interested if we obviously do get a chance to speak to him, which I'm sure I will. I don't think it divulged too much information on what changes they made to the bike, but he said he was going to go back, have a rethink, make some different settings on the bike, and whatever they did, it worked certainly out of the gate because he pulled an absolute rip.
He's had some good starts on that bike this year in the GPs, Jeff, so he's just he's doing good work with it, and he's comfortable with the team, and it's nice to see that he can back up his GP form here in the UK.
Well, okay, looks like Conrad is.
It's getting close. There was another rider there in grey, and I thought he'd passed him for a second, but that is, I think, is that Bayliss Hutton, the 421? Yes, it is.
Bayliss knows.
So Bayliss moves over and lets Ben by. No, he doesn't. That's where Ben went off track in Roto 1. So we'll see as they come across the line. Oliver then 4.5 seconds last time.
Watson still charging, doing what he has to do, really, but I think he's got it in check. Maybe they've just pegged him back a little bit, but he knows exactly where he's at in the race. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board, isn't he, this time around? Or I went too early in one race, so I'm going to sit here until
You'll sit here till you see the flag,
see the board.
Yeah, so you see the whites of their eyes.
Yeah, there we go.
So there you go, 1 to go then for Ben Watson on the 919. There is Oliver in second, and it looks like Mewse has given that best. It's been a good charge, but not good enough to get back onto the top step of the podium. 6 seconds then. And Watson's just got to get himself around this last lap. Moves his way past slower rider. Not quite sure who that one was. Might have been the 74 of Tom Murphy. Could be wrong.
No, I think you're right.
It is. But Murphy, he's having a decent rider. He was.
Not easy to step into a new team, and obviously, I should imagine he's riding better equipment than what he had previously, but you've still got to adapt to the bike and the team surrounding. So,
But he's part of the Apico family anyway. They've been supporting him for a while. So it's nice that they've given him the opportunity to step up and put that bike of Josh Gilbert's to good use. Watson down the inside of Charlie Cole. And the
good work on the blue flags today by everybody out there. They've been on it with that.
But Ben Watson then for the final time, he'll be happy with this. There's Auriel. Oh, look, it's still close. Conrad has still got an outside chance. There's Edward Blackwell. So here comes Watson. Oh, that was really nice. And like I say, nobody's left. This is still a race worth following. Let's have a look. We're going to see. Oh, he's right on him. Oliver's going to get caught up on Charlie Cole.
He's getting held up quite a lot.
Oh,
okay, fellas.
Just hold the shot.
Hold the shot. Hold the shot.
There's Watson.
We don't need to follow Ben. We need to see who comes down this hill. Oh, wow. This is going to be good. It's going to go to the flag, Watson, and unless
it comes into sight, it's still Oriol. I think it's enough.
Yeah, I do too.
So our race leader is there. He's second and he's third. Oh, my heart can't take this.
He's okay from there, I think. Unless he gets held up a little bit again, but he should be. Watson's going to cross the line now.
So there's Ben
taking the
victory. Oriol Oliver
nearly
second.
Look how close they were at the end.
Muse third. I think Ben managed that nicely on the final lap. A fantastic overall win then for the Dirt Store Triumph rider. He will take overall victory then from the Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse, and Oriol Oliver will round out the podium in third place. But for this race, it is Watson, Oliver, Hamill, Herden, Grimshaw. We'll wait for these guys to cross the line. We'll take a few seconds. It's going to be a minute or two really before they get there, because there's a massive gap between Taylor Hamill, and there's Taylor Hamill coming across the line in an excellent fourth. Then it should be Purden, Grimshaw, Bruce, Darrow, Mira and Carlton Husband, your top 10. What a fantastic day's racing. We've seen some classics here at the Cadders Hill Circuit at Lyng over the years. And for our visit in the club centenary year, I think it's served up an absolute treat across all three classes. Finishes like we've never seen, and some good battles. The weather has stayed kind all day long, and we're truly thankful for that. We see the battle then. We're still waiting for Tristan Purden to come across the line. He may well have come, because our timing does take a few seconds to update. And he was in a battle with Tom Grimshaw on the Pico Factory Racing. Right, so Hamill across on, still no sign wait for Purden, Grimshaw and Bruce. So there's Grimshaw, I think. There's Bruce. Right, we'll call that, I think, and make sure. Yeah, so Bruce crossed the line. It should be Darrow. He finishes Mira, and then Callum. We're going to take a word from all of our great sponsors and supporters, and then Jeff will be down in the winner's circle with Ben Watson, Conrad Muse and Oriol Oliver. We hope that you've enjoyed our coverage here from Lyng. We're going to do a little bit of a wrap up after we've spoken to the riders, so we will see you in winner's circle in just a few moments.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle with, I'm assuming, it's dangerous to assume, but a much happier Ben Watson. You said after the first moto, starts are really critical around this place. It pinches up on the first lap and you need to get away. Well, you definitely made sure of it this time. That was an absolute ripper, a clear couple of bike lengths going up the start straight.
Yeah, definitely. That was the big focus for the second race, was to get the start, because first race it was us three, but I was, the back of that pack, and I could sit behind Oriol for a good part of the race, but I knew that passing was going to be really difficult with how close we were today. So, yeah, I just really focused on the start. I mean, I always do, but, I just, executed it really well that time. So, got the whole shot and put a good few laps in the beginning. I just made one mistake here, big one, probably cost me 2 seconds, where I went outside that main berm. But other than that, I just looked behind and I could see it was actually Hamill in second. So he was obviously riding well because he was still there on my back wheel. But I thought now's a good time to try and break away while, the guys have got to pass him. And I probably wasn't the fastest rider today, especially in the first race. But I don't know, I just had a good head in that second race, stayed cool, just focused on my laps, especially on the back part of the track in the field. And just made really minimal mistakes, and I've got the win, so really happy.
When we spoke after the first moto, you said you was going to go back, make some changes to the bike. Was that suspension? Was that engine? I mean, because that was obviously a hell of a start. And just to add to that, 3/4 of the race, Conrad was really getting a march on, and then you seemed to pick it up. Was that like a pit crew signal?
No, it wasn't. So it's obviously the same bike, but we just put my practice suspension in. I went riding, did literally 2 15-minute motors yesterday, just local on a hardpack track, and I said, just give me that suspension that I've been riding. Obviously for the race bike, everything's always serviced, and I don't know, it just felt really stiff and rigid, the bike. So we just put what was comfortable during the week, and that helped. But I just saw Conrad on the other side of the track coming backwards, so I had a bit of a marker with him. I couldn't see Oriel, I didn't know where he was, but Conrad, I had a bit of a marker, and about 3/4 of the way through the race when I could see him, I tried to really focus for a good few laps, and I seemed to be able to manage that gap, even though he was really strong in the first half of the race.
So an overall victory, all on your own, not sharing overall victory, a red plate, got to be a good feeling.
Red plate, still very early days, but it's always nice to, after 3 races, still be running red, and points are really close, and it is going to be a very tight season between us 3, but I think that's exciting, and also for everyone watching at home, I think it brings a bit more excitement on the sofa.
That it does. It's well worth watching. Well done on an overall victory today. Everybody here watching, give it up. That's it for Ben Watson. Let's bring in Oriel. You can come in without the bike, Oriel, if you want. Obviously this time around, because it's the last race of the day, we get joined by a load of fans that have come down. Come on in. Oriel, another charge. I mean, you gave it everything again there, and you pushed on, but just not quite enough. And then you had to deal with Conrad towards the end of the race. He came on really quick.
Yeah, he was coming from the back really quick. This time, good start again, decent. But Ben did a really good start, so he went on the left, and he crossed our lines. And so I was 4th, 5, and in this track, like I said, it's really difficult to make a pass. So I struggled in the beginning with the Hamill, I think, and some riders. And then when I passed them, he was already a bit far, but not that much. But then I think he made a push, and I couldn't really follow. But then I changed some lines. I think my riding now was okay. Conrad was really fast, but I could maintain second, and decent riding all day, just not enough what we wanted, but it's okay. Yeah.
But, this is still, so obviously coming up to the halfway stage, next round in Landrake, a couple of weeks' time. You are so very much in this. Landrake, a track, I should imagine, hard pack, that is going to favour you. So, you still got to be feeling good about yourself, stepping up to the 450 and to be racing with Ben and, and Conrad, who has all that experience on you on a bigger bike.
Yeah, for sure. It's my first year, but I think I adapted quite quickly. So I want to be there, I think we are tight, not tight on points, but really close, all each other. It's fun championship. And now I think Landrake coming, hardpack track, let's see how it, And no, good. I'm excited for this championship for sure.
We are too. Congratulations on a good day. Once more, give it up for Oriel Olivier. Bring Conrad in. He's just getting off his bike there, having a debrief with his team, obviously, because that didn't go the way that he wanted, but we'll get him in, have a chat. Conrad, I know it's never easy talking to a rider that always wants to win, and it didn't quite happen that time. Lots of work you had to put into that. That was not where you wanted to be after the first race. You said it felt a long time since you led opening laps. Well, that was a tough ask from where you were.
Yeah, that was hard. That was a bit of a different race to the first one. First one I got a whole shot. Second one, I know exactly what happened there, but it is what it is. It's it's racing. We're all fighting for the title, and it's game on now. I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling good. I'm fast. I'm ready for it. So it's frustrating, but it is what it is today.
Unbeknown to you, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. Your team manager texted me before that moto, basically expressing the green light of a lot of people didn't know what you'd been through in the off season. So he wanted to explain what's gone on. We're not going to dwell on that too much, but now you're obviously coming back up to fitness. And like you said, it's game on. You know, you're feeling a bit better about yourself now after a difficult off season. So, and you proved you had the speed there. Just that one mistake with about 2 or 3 to go up the top there, did that kind of just derail your momentum? Because you did like a terra firma knack?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I had many moments like that in the last race. It was tough. You know, I was so focused on just trying to get to the front. I mean, the first lap, I come around this bottom sweeper here and I seen the leaders going across the finish, and I thought, man, that's in one lap, you know. So it was always going to be tough from there. But yeah, I just put my head down, put a charge on. It would have been nice to try to make the pass on Oriel, but you know, when it's difficult. The track's hard to pass, you know. I was coming fast. I managed to catch him, but yeah, weren't quite enough today, but I'm certainly looking forward to the rest of the season.
I was going to say, Landrake is a track you know well. You've always performed well, so you must be excited to going into that round because, like you said, it's on.
Yeah, it is, definitely. I'm still right there in the championship. Not exactly where I wanted to leave this weekend, but I'm still in the fight, and I feel like every weekend I'm getting better and better. I'm growing. My fitness is coming back, and certainly my speed's coming back. So, yeah, the second half of the season's going to be good.
It is going to be good. What he said. Give it up for Conrad Muse, everybody. I don't know if you can pick up the crowd in the back. Let's bring Phil in. We're just going to wrap up this MXGB-TV live stream. Phil, another very exciting day, particularly the 125 second moto. That got us out of our seat.
Yeah, we did get a bit giddy in that one, but all the races have been fantastic today. Track's been brilliant, the weather's been great, 100 years of the club, 90 years of the track, and so many close finishes. And like I say, if you've got to watch the stream, and me and you lose it in that 125 race, but so much other good stuff's happened. It's been a really, really good day. That last MX1 race was epic as well. So, yeah, good stuff.
We often say we get a privileged position. We're fans of the sport first and foremost. And again, this place is delivered. It's an old school style track. The riders say about it's hard to pass, but ultimately it always delivers quality racing. I mean, it's fast, it's flowing, it gets rough out there. It's a great place to come and watch, isn't it? And, you know, long may that continue.
Yeah, definitely. I've been coming here for donkey's years, and it never fails to be a good day out watching the racing. Obviously, live stream is fantastic, but you can't beat being trackside. Yeah. We've seen some good racing. I mean, so pleased for Charlie Heyman, kind of stamping a bit of authority on the MX2. We said this morning that the MX2 track, it was a little bit scattergun because nobody had won 2 races. What's going to happen? And Charlie's kind of gone gentleman set, fastest lap, fastest in qualifying, 2 race wins. It will be interesting to see whether he can take that into Landrake or not.
Landrake up next, a couple of weeks' time. This championship is more than delivering. It's got better and better each year over the last couple of years. We're really excited about going to Landrake and reach the halfway stage. You've heard from Conrad what a great advertisement for our championship. It's on in across all classes. I know we're not only coming up to the halfway stage, but it has been so epic. So if you can make it down to Landrake, that's cool if you live in that part of the world. Of course, if you can't, we'll be live streaming again on MXGB-TV. So join us on that. Thanks to all our incredible sponsors and partners behind us. Thanks to everybody here at Norwich Viking Club, particularly, and congratulations to them on 100 years of running a club. 90 years they've been riding bikes here. You know, so that's incredible. Thanks to all the fans stood in front of me coming out. You can't see them. We might spin round and sign off with a crowd look. So thanks everybody for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. We're back in a couple of weeks at Landrake. Join us there and get down there if you can. We'll see you then.
seem to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirm to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.